Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 215 of Defining Duke, a Xbox podcast. Today, we are joined by the illustrious Gene Park. Join us to talk about Avowed, South of Midnight, State of Play. Busy week for us, huh? How are you doing, Gene?
Good. Glad to be here in the realm of the Dukes right now. It's been a minute since I spoke to either of you, but definitely Cog. It's nice to get some FaceTime for sure. Yeah. Apologies to all my haters. This is now the third day in a row that I'm appearing on LSM content. So not a great week for Gene Park haters, but I'm here anyway. So sorry.
Mad you featured on the track. You doing it? Your feature, son.
Yeah. Today I'm the hidden feature. So it's a surprise feature. Hey, Avowed. But yeah, been busy, been playing, February has been like a hellish month for all of us. I have been busy playing Avowed and like 3 other games. And if you watch Summon Sign on Monday, Locke and Brad got me fiending for some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The way they describe it, the way I've been hearing about the game, Yeah. And I thought I don't have time to play this game right now. And then later, I have no like impulse control, so I just bought the game and I booted it up, and I was like, yeah, this is doing something different right now. But I can't play this right now. I can't play this. I played it for like maybe 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, I'll get back to you real quick. But when we finish Avowed, so we can get it on this podcast and get some things off our chest.
Oh yeah. Well, as always, I'm joined by the lovely co-host Lord Cognito, the ultimate shinobi. How are you doing today, good sir?
I am doing very good.
Yes.
I saw my baby announced. Oh, we'll talk about it, but I am doing very, very good. I'm in a good place.
Okay,
like G said, though, good to see you, brother. And like you said, it's been crazy. It's been absolute nuts. We're all playing these great games and just stacked up one after the other, and so much to talk about. So I'm in the fire. I'm in the mix. But hopefully things will slow down a little bit. But it's a good busy. It's a good busy.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm glad we're all staying busy. All right. Well, we got a great show ahead of us. I mean, this was I usually take a number of hours to finish doing the Defining Duke script. This was the quickest it ever was. Like, I went through all my usual sites. I dug for rumors. I did everything. And I was just like, I sent it to Cog first, and I was like, lightest show we've ever done, maybe, but a lot of meat on the bones of the subjects. Like I mentioned, State of Play, Avowed. We'll be parking it on these for a while. So technically a bit more of a lean show in the terms of subject matter, but thanks to your write-ins, we can fatten up the show a little bit. Let's give it up to Washed AF, who did not like my response to Ninja Gaiden last week and did have an ultimate clapback. It was one of those moments I bit my cheek a little bit reading. I was like, you fucking prick. I was like, you know what? I'll bring you back on it. Because I'm not gonna lie, this is a fantastic clapback from top to bottom, and I will be bending a knee here. It says, hey, Dukes. Thank you for reading my write-in on last week's episode regarding Ninja Gaiden 2, since Maddie loudly proclaimed that I was wrong, and also claimed in his Retro Rebound video that Ninja Gaiden 2 was stuck on the Xbox 360. I just wanted to remind Maddie that the original version of Ninja Gaiden 2 runs at 4K lock 60 through back compat. Yes, even the staircase section is fixed. It can easily be checked in by the 2019 Digital Foundry video. It appears that he is unaware of the enhancements that the back compat team made to the game, which is why Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is still a little underwhelming for some of us, as it's actually a remake of Sigma 2 with blood and gore added back. Maybe Maddie should actually learn about the back compat team's efforts instead of praising PlayStation for forcing you to rebuy PS2 games. Thank you for writing it, Wasted.
Holy shit, that's smoke. Oh
yeah, completely. I completely lost the war there. So I'm taking the L here. Wasted, I appreciate the battle. You were the victor this time around. Good talking. we'll have you back on some other time. For now, give me a fucking rest, would you? Come on. Anyway, you can write in just like Wasted Dead over on patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Watch AF, dude.
Get his name right, son. Get his name.
His name. Say his name.
Watch
sir.
AF, the legend of the Dukes.
Show some respect on Watch. Watch as fuck. Okay.
Yeah, his fucking username is probably about me too.
You know what? I made the same mistake too on Twitter because I was like, "Man, it's too bad that Ninja Gaiden, the original Ninja Gaiden 2, is locked."
I'm not gonna front. I was like, I didn't know. But then I remember seeing the
own
correction.
NG2 back compat. So I went back to my library and I was like, I already have it on my goddamn library. I just completely forgot.
Yeah.
But yes,
It's still great.
absolutely correct. You can still play the original Ninja Gaiden 2. It is way better than the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black that we just got right now, and he is correct.
Now I got to check myself big time. I got to see what's crack a lot because I've never played it on back compat. So I'm gonna do some investigating thanks to Washed as fuck. Yeah. We're gonna see what's going on.
Yep, it's installed on my Xbox too for sure.
Yep,
I'm excited to check it out someday.
Yeah. Backlog, bro, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, thank you for writing in, Washed. We also have write-ins from Nevitz. This one goes out to the throat coat Duke Maddie. This is crazy, by the way. If you ever want to get featured on a show, this is the type of write-in we're looking for. Last week, I came down with the flu and had a crazy fever dream. In the dream, my car wouldn't start, so I decided to walk to work and grab some breakfast beforehand. On my way to the diner, an Allosaurus comes out of nowhere and starts viciously devouring pedestrians behind me. Once I got to the diner, I ran into Maddie. We chat for a moment and then go our separate ways. Apparently, I still had time before work and decided to go to a gymnasium connected to a school. After playing some basketball, I'm walking through the courtyard and run into Maddie again. All of a sudden, the fucking Allosaurus comes back. I'm yelling at Maddie to take cover, and this badass fucker does some karate shit and fucking attacks the dinosaur and scares it off for a bit. We then go to the men's restroom. See, it's like, what's going on here, bro? Why are we going to the men's restroom and see a women's volleyball team all standing at the urinals? Then the fucking dinosaur bursts into the bathroom again and Maddie takes a stand. But I couldn't stand this dream anymore and woke myself the hell up. If there's ever a dinosaur attack, I am putting my life in Maddie's hands. Keep coating that throat and prepare for the dinosaur apocalypse.
What is that? This AI ass dream right now.
We're going to the bathroom together. I'm fighting dinosaurs. This is fucking crazy. Nevitz, thank you for the write-in. We appreciate you being part of the show. Gentlemen, that certainly is enough from our audience. I think we've heard enough from them for now. Let's talk about the state of play. All right, let's get into some video games. We opened these things up with Monster Hunter Wilds free title update, new trailer. What are we thinking?
Oh, I'll jump it off. I'm not the Monster Hunter guy, so I'll just be honest. It's not my cup of tea, but I understand how big it is. It was more of like, okay, they got the marketing rights. We know we're gonna show more. We got a title update, but I would assume to the Monster Hunter community, this is huge. For me, this didn't really do anything because of the fact that I already know Monster Hunter's come out. I know we're getting ready for the release cycle. I get that kind of bit, but it looked cool. I'm going to ask Gene. I was going to let you start off because are you like a Monster Hunter guy, or like this is your franchise? Like, talk to me how you felt.
I have been a huge Monster Hunter head since part 3 on the Wii. Right. Loved almost every game. I haven't played every game, but loved every game that I could. Pretty much 3, 4 Worlds, Rise, and 4U Generations is my experience. Love Monster Hunter a lot. In my old age, I'm getting a little tired of Monster Hunter. It's been a long time now. It's every game you have to relearn your weapon again. So it's like here's what I call Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is a single player fighting game. That's probably so. You haven't played a Monster Hunter game before, huh?
I played one. Damn, was the one Ebon told me. Was it?
Probably World.
Probably World. I think
World. Yeah,
everyone's
that's the thing. If you really want to master Monster Hunter, think of each weapon as a different fighter. Sword and board, the insect glaive, the charge blade. Each of these have unique moves and different styles. And then whenever there's a new Monster Hunter coming out, it's like Virtua Fighter. Like I gotta relearn these characters all over again. Or these weapons all over again. That gets a little exhausting. I played the hell out of Monster Hunter Rise and Worlds already. So that's why, like, for me personally, I'm very excited for Wilds, but like, that's the thing. Like I seen people saying, "Oh my god, another Monster Hunter update," and it's like, yeah, if you guys are new to Monster Hunter, this might seem like a lot, but this is very very standard release campaign for Monster Hunter, where they're going to do minuscule updates. It's like Smash Direct, where they're like, "Hey, check out this monster's coming back," and it's like some turtle with butterfly wings, and everyone goes like, "Oh my god, it's him again!" You know. And then, so that's what the Monster Hunter heads do. They're like, "Oh my god, they're bringing him back. They're bringing that monster back."
Okay.
You know?
I got you now. I got it. I got the energy.
Yeah. So because the monsters are the other characters of the game, right? You gotta learn their moves. You gotta learn their moveset, and then when you fight them, you have a real relationship with that battle, right? So that's why, like, when they bring for example, a Maddie killing Allosaurus back or whatever, they'll be like, "Oh my god, it's the Allosaurus or whatever, that dinosaur again." So that's where the Monster Hunter hype comes from. I'm excited for Wilds, but for me, the marketing campaign is what I'm really tired of mostly, because like I don't need to see it.
What Monster Hunter is going to be.
It's kind of like Yakuza trailers. Like I don't need to see the trailer. I'm in. I'm going to buy it anyways, regardless.
Sure. I got you.
So it's no surprise that they would have the marketing rights. It's Japanese. It's going to be huge in Japan, so it's got to be on PS5 more than Xbox for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I just thought it was so funny. They announced like a free title update like before we even have the game in our hands. And like, I'm just like, this is to open a showcase. By the way, I was like, this is modern gaming in a nutshell. It like irked a particular part of my spirit just seeing that. I'm like, man. Come on.
That's what Monster Hunter is. Like Monster Hunter is kind of like the only like non-life service games that kind of feel like life servicey, where there's like constant updates. So Monster Hunter Rise, like 1 year later, feels completely transformed. But from
it's an interesting series. I was looking into it because I'm doing research for a Retro Rebound video, and I did not know that obviously you had like Monster Hunter 1 in Japan and 2 in Japan, I think as well, on like I think it was PS2, and then like pretty much all these other versions I thought I played that may have been like spin-offs, like Monster Hunter Freedom and Freedom Unite. And I forgot what the other one was, but these like PSP games were the original Monster Hunter games on PS2, like brought to the PSP. And I think like 3 was a Wii game as well. Like they're like
Monster Hunter Try or whatever was a Wii game,
like they've like ported all of these to handhelds. And for me, as like a not seasoned Monster Hunter veteran, I thought these were completely different games from the original ones, but they've just kind of a lot of Monster Hunter is built off of its re-releases, which
it's very much like Dynasty Warriors Origins, Dynasty Warriors Empires, Dynasty Warriors this or that. It's a classic Capcom of like Championship Edition, So we get Monster Hunter Championship Edition later on down the road. So.
It's just I didn't realize that until I did my research. I was like, interesting, because I love Freedom Unite, like those I played a ton on my PSP. But
four generations is just like a maximized version of 4, with like barely any story, but like every single monster you can imagine,
Yeah, they're taking the Atlas route, right? Like Atlas just does all those fucking
exactly like
releases.
Atlas. Yes, you're correct too. Yes. You get the Monster Hunter Royal Edition. Or whatever.
Well, Cog, let's kick it to you for this next game here. No need to hang on Monster Hunter any longer. The Shinobi shows up. This game has beautiful art, looks bigger than I think any of us expected. It's coming out August 29th this year. What was the feelings, man? Walk me through it.
Oh, man, tears. You know how much I love this series. This is my namesake. This is Sega. For me, for the hardcore Shinobi fans, we were to see how they're going to approach it, because when we saw the initial art style, it was going for the Revenge of Shinobi, gray, Joe Musashi look. And for many, people consider Revenge of Shinobi the GOAT. Like they consider, as far as the console versions of Shinobi, that came out, a lot of people consider that the GOAT. The hardcore, even though we recognize the impact, from a gameplay standpoint, we feel Shinobi 3 Return of the Ninja Master, where he had the running, he had the climbing, he had all these moves, he had the surfing on the thing, on the water. That is considered the best gameplay Shinobi. So when I saw this, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's got Revenge of Shinobi, the look at some of the iconic enemies and things of that nature, but with the gameplay of Shinobi 3, this is a Shinobi dream. So we are partying right now. We're popping bottles right now. The cell shaded looks really cool. It's different, but it's cool. It looks really cool. And it's the Tenmo. So I've got so much confidence based on their love of retro and Ninja Turtles and Streets of Rage. Like they've done so much you could tell they're Sega kids. Like they love these franchises. So for me, I'm like, oh, I'm in a good place right now. So yeah, this is the year of the Ninja. I got Ninja Gaiden. I got Shinobi. Like I'm good. I made it. Health is wealth. I made it to this year for this moment. Year of the Ninja. Man. People were blowing up. My reaction, I was acting the fool in the reaction. I was at people were clipping me. They were like, "Cog, yo, people call my phone. I watched your reaction, bro. To see you act the fool. This is my game. I never thought I would get it. So yeah, this is super dope. So I'm pulling for them, man. Hopefully they knock this thing out and we'll see. Not that long. August 25th.
Yeah, not a long way at all.
That's real soon.
Not that long. I'm excited.
How did you think about it, Gene?
Very excited too. I was not a Sega kid, but I wanted to be. You know, I was the grass is always greener on the side. So even though I got Super Nintendo and I was well fed, I was still like, I want more games though. And Genesis has games, and one of them is Shinobi. And I play a lot of Shinobi in the arcades and over at my friends' houses. Good to see the classic white ninja suit back. I'm very happy for that. The classic design versus the PS2 version with the big red long scarf, which I loved. I love that game actually too. But it's like it's not the look though, right? The white look is excellent. It's beautiful. It's 2D. And you're right. From the publisher or developers of Streets of Rage 4. Which is pretty much one of my favorite games of all time. Like I think, for me personally, I think it's a top 10. Like Streets of Rage 4 is my favorite beat 'em up game of all time.
It's very
more than Final Fight, more than any of the other Streets of Rage or anything like that. You know, Alien vs Predator, Capcom, is up there, but I haven't played it in so long. So Capcom, please re-release that someday. That and Cadillacs versus Dinosaurs too, but Streets of Rage 4 is it. So I'm very, very excited. Yeah, you're the Ninja, that Ninja Gaiden Shadow Bout Rebound or whatever the hell that's called.
Oh yeah, they got their 2D. That's right. That's
going back to 2B. We are well fed in terms of Assassin's Creed Shadow.
There's a rumor of a new Castlevania game as well.
Massive 3D open world ninja game coming out. Yeah. You're gonna be a girl in that one, so that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, all we need now is Tenchu. It's a traffic. I'm good. Bring back Tenchu now. That's it. I'm good. Tenchu's so good.
Or Sekiro too.
Oh, Sekiro. That's true.
Throw Sekiro out there. The modern ninja.
I think Tenchu was from Software. I feel.
Yeah, the Tenchu wasn't from Software. They were acquired.
Yes.
But the license eventually went to Activision, right? And then Activision was publishing, wanted a Tenchu game, and then they were going to hit up From Software, and From Software was like, no, we're just going to do our own thing. I'm probably screwing up the actual history of it, but I'm just...
Yeah, that's the last one.
Conversation here.
Yeah. All the major ninjas are accounted for, right?
Yeah. So yeah, if Sekiro 2 kind of like pivots more, because Sekiro was already kind of like ninja-like already, even though he's got his samurai coded too. But man, if they make Sekiro 2 and it's like you're just pure ninja, because like the grappling hooks of Sekiro really, really felt like Tenchu, like the verticality, like running on the roofs and everything like that. Like that's Tenchu. That's deep Tenchu right there.
Yes, agreed.
I think that game was originally pitched as Tenchu.
It was originally supposed to be Tenchu. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought Shinobi looked excellent. I mean, again, the art style really popped for me. It looked way more frenetic. I mean, the only Shinobi game I've really messed around with, I don't even think I finished it, was it 2014 Shinobi? Like a kind of Metroidvania style game. That was really it. But this also, I mean, I thought that wasn't, I don't know, what does the Shinobi community say about that one, Kai? Is it like,
it's not that it's bad. It's just that, like, it's kind of what Gene said in terms of like the look. Like they just people like the classic look of it. No one said that the game was bad though. Like it was a good. It was.
I was going to say I thought it was good. So from what I played at least. So but this looks better for sure. Like this looks like a must play to me.
Yeah. And one last thing, reference they had for Easter egg to me there was a spin-off Shinobi game a lot of people don't talk about a lot. It's called Shadow Dancer, and they had where he had a dog as a companion, and I saw a wolf/dog he's doing something with. And that game is a low-key underrated game. So there's definitely a nod to Shadow Dancer in there. And I can't wait to see what you can do with that wolf thing.
Wow. Shadow Dancer. That's a pull. I completely forgot about that.
Yes. I'm hardcore with this Shinobi.
Yeah. You're legit. That's a pull right there. That's good.
Well, I'm glad you're pleased, Kai. That's what mattered to me. I when I recorded my video on this, before I even talked to you, I said, I'm sure Cog's awful well right now. Like, there's no doubt about it. That game just looked awesome.
Shadow Dancer. Wow, I completely forgot that existed. That's so cool.
Next up, we saw Sonic Racing Crossworld. They announced a network test on February 21st. I'll happily lead us off on this one, bro. I mean, wow. They fucking are going for it, dude. They're like taking the Sega All-Star Team Racing idea. Apparently, there's going to be other Sega IP in this game, and they're mixing it with like Mario Kart, which already, like, Sega Racing was kind of like a good Mario Kart competitor, like a little bit overlooked. But now they're bringing like Sonic Riders energy into it as well. Like you're seeing like the hoverboards and stuff. I think this game could be great. I mean, I know definitely, you know, they're probably like, I bet Sega's like, fuck, because like the year that they're going to bring out Mario Kart 9, they like, you know, they're probably like, fuck, man. So I have no doubt this thing they're going to try to get this out ASAP. No release date definitely doesn't encourage me that it's coming like very, very soon, like probably like October or something. But I thought it looked pretty cool. I liked all the different card types and whatnot. Obviously, if you're pulling from the Sega roster, I hope they do what they did with, I want to say it was the last Sega All-Star Racing game where you had like Ryu from Shenmue on his forklift. I thought that was brilliant.
I remember that.
So yeah, I'm curious how much Sega IP they pull from here, but I thought it looked great. I'm very excited to try it out on the 21st, but and see also like how much they pull from Mario Kart, how much this game like has its own identity. But I was pleased. What'd you guys think?
Yeah, for me, I'm like, I've never really played the racing joints. You know what I'm saying? It's just funny to me because I just can't suspend disbelief with Sonic in a whip.
I get it. I get it. I have the same
Sonic
problem.
in the whip just don't sound right to me.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So I guess that's be my only disconnect. Even though the game looked fun as hell, it's just like, you don't need a car.
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, he should never be in a car. I think there were like story elements. This is like pulling from a deep part of my brain. I think there were story elements on like in the last one of why he couldn't run. Like, there was like rules to the league. It was like, you have to sit in this car, Sonic. And he's like, oh man, and stupid as fuck, but whatever.
The first time, Team Sonic Racing had like a visual novel aspect to it. There was like a lot of story that you just click through it like a visual novel. It was crazy.
Yeah. And they had like a challenge mode and stuff like that. That game was pretty decent. So I'm interested in it. Gene, are you going to try this out?
I think. Are we ready for the conversation that Sonic Racing is actually better than Mario Kart?
Whoa!
I don't know if we're ready for that conversation yet.
Okay.
No, if you play it, this is a series that focuses more on speed, of course, with Sonic, right? Mm-hmm. So to me, when I'm playing this, it feels more like a Burnout game than anything. You know, it feels like I could imagine a Burnout Sonic game with this. You know, the battles are great, the levels are great. I'm very excited for this for sure. I'll definitely be checking it out.
You got to wonder about the death grip that Mario Kart 8 had and how much it's just to like namesake, because you do have really great competitors like across the board. Like Nick All-Star Racing was apparently really good. You have Sonic Racing, which was really good. Hot Wheels had a great, like, and these are like brand names, right? That like household names that people know. Like they had a great racing game, but somehow like Mario Kart 8 just continued to soar.
It's kind of like Smash and multiverses, you know. It's like, yeah, you got Bugs Bunny and Game of Thrones and LeBron James, but you know, but you're not Smash though. You know, you're not Smash.
We'll talk about WB. They're fucking. They. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. I don't know if we've seen a dumber company this generation, but
I think so. Right? It's crazy. Yeah.
Next up here, this was a surprise. It did leak a little bit beforehand, unfortunately, thanks to GameStop. There was a store listing, but the next entry in the Digimon story series got revealed. It's called Time Stranger. This is coming out this year. And for those who don't know about the Digimon story franchise, it started with Cyber Sleuth. This is a turn-based RPG series for Digimon. And I know very little about it. I know it's got like Pokemon and Persona-like mechanics, but not like Persona time of day and social link stuff, just like the way combat works. But my best friend loves the first one, Cyber Sleuth, thinks it's awesome. Put over 100 hours into it. But for me, Digimon is a great IP. Turn-based is great. I'm just so surprised to like see this fucking come out. Like it's been, I think, 8 years since the last entry to this series. So especially after the last entry for Digimon was Survive, which for those who don't remember was that mixture of a visual novel and horror and like strategy gameplay. It was a really weird combination, but apparently it was pretty decent. It's another Digimon game I bought and have on my shelf, like rotting there, just waiting to be played. But nonetheless, this was a surprise announcement for sure. And I thought it looked really cool. There was like a post-apocalyptic world. At the same time, it had like a little bit of Final Fantasy 13-2 vibes of like switching between these worlds and trying to prevent this future from coming to life. So I kind of like the more serious tone to it. I like when Digimon does that. It feels like their kind of identity they're carving out right now is like, what will Pokemon never do? Okay, let's do that. And so I'm interested. I like the more mature Digimon stories, at least on paper. So, Gene, have you played these games before?
No, Digimon is off my cultural radar. It was getting hot when I was in college, and it was just kind of under the radar. Obviously I was way too old to start paying attention to it, and not old enough to continue to pay attention to it. That's the thing. Like, you get into Pokemon when you're 10, and then when you're 40. When I saw this, I was like, oh, Digimon. Okay, I'm tapped out. And then I saw it's about a multiverse. So I was like, dude, everything is about a multiverse.
Yeah, very true.
It's why, like, I'm always having these multiverse stories are annoying because, like, I keep thinking about, like, what if I keep thinking about alternate lives that I could have, and that's not a healthy way to live, where, oh man, if I didn't move to DC and I stayed in Hawaii, then I could have had, like, wife and kids and all this stuff, or if I moved here and I did this instead. And it's like, it's because of all these fucking multiverse stories being like, oh, check out the main character in this other life right there, or they're doing this or whatever like that, and then it's annoying,
I think there was another multiverse style game in this in this run as well.
Sonic Racing.
Yeah, actually, true, very true.
That's why I was like, damn, Sonic Racing is about a multiverse, and now Digimon.
Yeah. No, for me, I'm in the same boat as Gene. I don't have any association familiarity with it, but I will say to you, Maddie, looking at the trailer, I did like the mature kind of look. You know what I'm saying? It kind of like, a more adult Tokyo going on. Art style looked kind of cool. Again, nothing I'm going to pick up or know about.
I don't think.
I thought yeah. But it looked cool. It looked cool.
For sure. What about Lost Soul aside? This is coming from a solo developer. PlayStation is helping out via collaboration. This game is dropping May 30th, 2025. It's got a lot of Final Fantasy 15 energy, in my opinion. Remind me a lot of that game. But a lot of like one-on-one combat, very big environmental set pieces, looked not pretty solid, and it's coming sooner than I expected. I feel like when you see these massive solo projects, you're like, I'll see you in like a decade. And I mean, to be fair, the developer did point out in the presentation, like, this did start almost a decade ago. So they've been chipping away at it for a while, but now it's ready to release. And I'm curious, Cog, what you thought of this one. Was there any ninja action for this that you were happy with?
This was a standout for me. I thought this looked really good. At first, I was like, oh, Noctis got a game. I thought it was Noctis. I was like, oh, he back. He doing his own thing. Graphically, good. It looked stylistic. The environments looked pretty cool. I love the cast. Like, they had a very iconic cast. I saw gods going on, these big kind of gods. Now, I will say this. I'm biased. The minute he jumped in the air, did the Sephiroth wings, then he did the Silver Surfer gliding with the board, I was like, I'm in. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, there was certain things he was doing with his area. Again, I don't know if that's scripted. I don't know if that's cinematic. I don't know if that's gameplay. Whatever it was, it looked cool. And I was like, all right. And it's something about the character design. They they clearly look like they're influenced from other games. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of tropes here. But I thought stylistically it looked fresh and it looked kind of cool. To me, it's just, is it like, have we defined what it is? Is it an action RPG? Is it an
action RPG? Yeah.
Okay. Because I was like, is this like? I will say, if it becomes another Souls game, sadly, G, for me, I'm not the Souls guy, so I'm like, that would take me out.
I don't want another Souls game. Trust me.
Yeah,
I'm over it.
I'm Souls out. So for me, I'm like, if this is RPG, or maybe if they do it like, what is it, boss rush, like a kind of like a Wukong kind of thing. It's stylish enough that I'm like, yo, this looks cool. I might see what's going on. So I got my eye on this. And we got a release date. We got what's going on.
May 30th, 2025. Yeah, very soon.
Man, God, these games coming. I know, but it looks good. I'm gonna keep my eye on it. It definitely looks good to me. What you think, G? What was your vibe on it?
It's interesting because I called it Chinese Prince Noctis, and you're correct. And you're like, oh, Noctis got a game, right? Yeah, the developer Yang Bin was inspired by the trailers of FF15. Yeah, literally, this game is inspired by F15. He thought Noctis was cool, and I was like, "Wow, I want to make a game with a character that looks just like that, and with similar types of gameplay." So that's what it is. And then Final Fantasy 15. So he was inspired by the trailers for FF15, and he started working on it. And then the company started in 2017, just a couple months after FF15's release. So this is a game that's been in development for over 10 years, and that's what I'm worried about. It's like it's another symptom. It's a Concord symptom where it's like, okay, well, we think this is going to be hot. Let's chase this trend, and then you're making it for 8 to 10 years, and then now you're in 2025. What's that going to look like? Same with like Indiana Jones cooking Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman movies. It's going to be so hot. The DC universe is back, baby. It's going to be so hot by the time the game comes out. Same with Indiana Jones. The movie is going to be so good. And the Final Fantasy 15, the Crystallis Novus trilogy, Final Fantasy 15 was going to be huge, and it was all going to be about Prince Noctis for several years, right? And that none of that happened. That's the problem with game development right now. It's like, you're chasing trends from 10 years ago.
Yep.
It takes you that long to finish the game. That's why you don't chase trends. The trend is gone, bro. Make up your own thing. But that all that said, the game looks cool. So like I'm totally down for a Noctis character action game.
Yeah, it might work in their favor, right? Like you point out something pretty good there, and how I think it ultimately will work out in their favor, because I feel like there's a yearning for just going back. Yeah. In these games, stylistically, design wise, like I think people want that sort of older feel. So this might work for them.
This might be the bet that actually kind of pays off a little bit, right? Where it's like, oh, well, like if you just rely on good, stylish action gameplay, that never goes out of style.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. May 30th, not long to find out.
I'm excited.
Couple updates here for Yakuza. It is getting Dave the Diver DLC April 2025. It's a little 2D beat 'em up. Oh no, you're muted, bro. I don't even have to hear it. Yeah, moving along here.
Who's the DLC? You didn't say who it was.
Oh, Ichiban.
Oh, okay. The popular guy.
Ichiban gets beat up in a DLC. Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is getting a demo. Splitgate 2 is getting an alpha in February 27th.
I forgot that game was existing.
The last thing they mentioned in this stretch was for WWE 2K25, they're adding an island mode, which is full of what they call WWE landmarks, quests, customization. This game is coming out March 14th, 2025. And I'm calling it now. I called my shot in my video too. I'm calling it now, bro. This shit's going to blow up in their face. Like, this is going to be the blacktop mode for WWE fans. They're going to be like, oh, let's go. This is fucking awesome. I get to make my character and run around. It's like, bro, you're going to be grinding for attribute points. You're going to be buying Rey Mysterio's mask for $50 fucking dollars.
Like that.
Like, have fun, man. That shit's
like NBA 2K my player hustle.
Yeah.
Like they doing that. And they like, yo, that makes so much money. Yeah. I'm with you.
And WWE is hot as fuck right now, by the way, because AEW is down big time. WWE is the hottest thing right now when it comes to pro wrestling. So they're cashing in. They're like, oh yeah, you like CM Punk, you like Roman Reigns, you like Cody Rhodes, you like Jey Uso, like all these fucking huge names. They're like, all right, come to the island.
Yeah, come to the island, make your guy. Yeah, you're gonna spend a lot of I know dudes like that. Gee, like. They pick up NBA 2K every year. They do my play. They spend $100 on VC. They buying Jordans for their character in the game just as much as they spend it in real. Like, it's crazy. So I see they want that monetization model over. WWE is so hot right now. Yeah. You're absolutely right. That's the play. That's the play.
WWE is so hot that I'm actually thinking about getting back into wrestling. It's been like 30 years since
they're getting all the AEW stars, bro. It's like so sad to watch, but because like I mean I stopped watching AEW a while ago. I was like this shit's bleeding out, but like a lot of their like faces that I like Ricky Starks just showed up on NXT, and I loved Ricky Starks. Like he's awesome. Miro just left the company. Malachi Black just left the company. Like so many of these guys and gals that. Really the best part of AEW right now is their women's division. Like, I think it's very fun, very talented, but their men's division is just a complete fucking nosedive right now. Like they're building up MJF versus Jeff Jarrett. I'm like, I don't mind Jeff Jarrett, but I'm like, who the fuck wants to watch this, bro? Like it's terrible TV. As someone who watched them in their first like 5 years every week and was obsessed, their fall off is and their fucking fixation on CM Punk needs to be studied. It killed the company. Terrible.
Real quick, so that's what you consider the downfall, and
100%. After their biggest show ever, which like made was arguably one of the biggest wrestling shows ever in general. When CM Punk left that company and they started airing all the dirty laundry, and then AEW showed the behind the scenes clip on national television of like what happened between CM Punk and Tony Khan. And Tony Khan, when he fired CM Punk, was like, I was scared for my life. And you see the clip and I'm like, bro, you're such a bitch. Like nothing even fucking happened.
Oh, wow.
It completely,
So
it exposed them. It exposed them as like who they are. And CM Punk goes on to work at WWE with no issues at all. It's like, what does that say about your company, bro? I could go on, bro. I as someone who is a diehard AEW fan, it bugs the hell out of me. But I'm happy for WWE. And so, yeah, that's why when I saw this island mode, I was like, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Very smart business move.
Yeah.
Next up, Borderlands 4. It's getting a state of play exclusively this spring. Got a brand new gameplay trailer. We have a release date, September 23rd, 2025. This is going to be a fun one to take the temperature for both of you guys on because Borderlands has been through the ringer, in my opinion. Obviously capped off by that movie and a Randy Pitchford meltdown online. But what are you guys thinking after COG with Borderlands 4? You know, you're a free agent right now, basically, in my eyes. Like Destiny 2 has kind of shirked you loose a bit. So how are we feeling right now looking at another looter shooter? Or is your gaze averting over to Gearbox and what they're producing here? Yeah, the OG looter shooter.
Yeah, they are the OG in the console space. It looked cool. I would say like there was nothing that wowed me per se, but I thought it looked decent. I thought it's one of those things I'm gonna have to play it. It's just I gotta see. It's like I think me and you talked about this before, Maddie, where it's like they've kind of got to earn it for me. Like for me to just rush back and like, yo, bro, they're back all the way. I will say what I saw looked cool. I'm re-looking at it right now. Some funny weapons and stuff like that. The key with this game always to me is the humor is so subjective. So if they don't land it and it doesn't resonate with a lot of people, it could affect this game. You know what I'm saying? Because I think a lot of people love the older style ones and the tone they had, and they feel like they've kind of went away from that tonality. We'll see. So far, it looks good. I got to get my hands on it before I could determine, they back. So sure. they got to earn the trust for me where I'm at.
Gene, where are you at with Borderlands? I don't think I've ever talked to you about it.
Yeah, really, really loved 1. Did not like 2. A lot of people had problems with the writing in 3. I saw those problems early in 2. I saw the problems early in 1, but in 1 it was fairly understated, right? In 2 it was starting to get worse, and in 3 is when the writing was just like just exploded, right? Like
really for me it was the pre-sequel. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah. As far as I know, that they're actually reeling that back for 4. So the enemy design looks cool. I do still have a fond affinity for the Borderlands formula. I'm always interested in it, kind of. I just don't want the writings to be so cringe.
Yeah.
And that's just so much of it. Like that quote unquote it insists upon itself, right? Like look at how cool we are, look at how funny we are and wacky we are. That's it's so cringe. But and also I just don't like Randy. In general. So I'm not really,
you want to talk about cringe? The way they were like introducing the game, those two. He's like, yes, let's go. I was like,
little Randy and Randy, like they're trying to do
now.
like a comedy duo and everything like that. Yeah. It's so like Michael Scott in The Office. like they clearly think that
imagine an episode of The Office filmed in the Gearbox studio. Like, like that'd be fucking amazing, bro.
Yeah. It's very like Michael Scott, Mickey Gervais, The Office, where it's like the bosses clearly think they're so funny, and so like, why don't we just do this funny clip and send it out to people,
Yeah, go with it.
Borderlands 4 looks all right, though.
It looks all right, though. The game looks all right, and it sounds like they're making it in good faith, outside of the CEOs or whatever like that,
Sure.
So
yeah,
I'm not against checking it out for sure.
Yeah, I know Sam Winkler, who is the lead writer of 3, was really critical of the toilet humor writing, he called it, in Borderlands 3. So that's what gives me a little bit of like, the trailer did look self-serious, and this was like
Sam Winkler. It gives me some hope. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, it seemed like a continuation of what we saw with the original review, where like the characters didn't really inspire me too much, but I was like, okay, at least this world is going back to kind of like that Borderlands 1 vibe, where it's going to have goofiness, but it is very like grim at the same time.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in it. Gameplay looked fun too. Like you were just like, he was flying around, floating around constantly, not like pre-sequel style floating, but like he was really like moving. So it seems like that's the big focus with Borderlands 4 is movement. So I will be checking out that state of play for sure when they dive deep into this, because they've won my attention. At least it's funny. I sound so foolish. I have not like Tiny Tina's Wonderland, pre-sequel, Borderlands 3, like all of these games. I'm like, yeah, not really great. The movie was I sat through the whole thing. Me and Layla were the only people in the theater. It was awful. Like,
I should have watched it.
don't,
I wish I watched it.
don't, bro. It's
You good, bro? You good?
It's-
Well, I know it's
good.
bad, but I watch every single video game movie, and at this point now,
just to
it's
see it.
the only one I haven't seen yet. So
I get that.
I do
yeah.
have to watch it sooner or
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
You will have an appreciation for how low a movie can go. Like that's what I would say.
I want to see how bad it can actually
Yeah.
get. You know,
like it's pretty fucking astounding. And then when you think of like the defense that was happening on Twitter, I'm just like, I don't know how you just kind of like, I don't know.
What do you guys think about the release date? September. That's a hot date right there, man.
Yeah.
You know?
September was, I think, where Borderlands 3 came out as well. I feel like this is a time period Gearbox seems to really like.
I mean, it's fairly early ahead. It's, kind of first out of summer, right?
Yeah, get out of summer. I don't mind it. Yeah, like especially get away from the Call of Duty stuff later, and then obviously we know the elephant, right? The elephant in the room, right? So
yeah, they would know, right? With Take-Two, they would have an idea.
Yes,
that's true. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot that the call is coming from literally inside the house. So.
Yeah.
Yep. Inside.
So you'd hope Take-Two would be like, go ahead, see how that goes. Rockstar might be cozying up in September. We'll let you know.
I mean, then again, we're not that far off from EA, killing Titanfall 2, at the same time, So
you have ultimate revenge play on Randy, killing Borderlands with GTA.
For sure, yeah, just kill him in the house, Mafia style,
Well, hey, speaking of EA, Split Fiction got a new trailer. But this game recently went gold. It was confirmed by Joseph Fares, but this is coming out March 6th, and continuing that idea of what his team has always been known for, which is that kind of co-op style experience. You buy one game, you get two copies, and this looks excellent. Again, I mean, the gameplay looks crazy as you'd expect in a game from Hazelight, but also I kind of like the idea about it. I didn't realize it was about writers and sort of like the worlds they've created and sort of how they've expressed their emotions and how they're becoming worlds that they're exploring and how they navigate their own stories. I thought that was really kind of a unique concept on top of like their gameplay formula that no one else is doing. So just very excited for this one. Thought it looked excellent and sneaking up on us. March 6th again, not far off. What'd you guys think of the latest trailer?
Yeah, it looked good, man. It looked good. I just like just the originality of all these different biomes and worlds coming together and then kind of jumping back and forth between. He's kind of got the co-op space on lock now. Like he is like the co-op dude. So it's gonna be cool to see his take on it. I thought it's interesting. I really like what they showed from it, and then I actually like the little sci-fi aspects as well as the prehistoric aspect biomes specifically. Those ones really kind of resonated with me. Yeah, we'll see what it is. Now it's going to be about the narrative. Do they nail it? Kind of thing. And he tends to be really good with it. It Takes Two. I liked him from back with No Way Out, the prison joint. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like that. I was like, this. He understand. You could tell he grew up playing co-op games. He's like, if I want to do my dream co-op game, this is how I'm going to do it. So I'm all for Joseph Fares in this space.
100%. What about you, Gene?
Yeah, if anything, this trailer got me more interested than the Game Awards debut trailer, because the debut trailer had a lot of gameplay sequences, which is really useful, and it looked really good back then too, right? But this one had a lot more story elements, a lot of the interplay between two female leads, and I thought like, okay, well, let's see if they're cringe, and the trailer plays, and it's like, actually, they seem pretty cool. I'm actually a little interested. I'm actually really interested to see how they get along. They clearly don't. That's a classic pairing then, right? So it's like, okay, let's see how these two writers work it out or whatever like that. That's a really, really compelling premise right there.
Absolutely.
That said, I don't play these games because I don't really play a lot of co-op. I enjoy co-op, but I just don't have any friends to play it anymore. But this one, I might actually have to make the effort to actually find someone and play it with. Because I'm really
curious if it's able to separate itself from It Takes Two. Like It Takes Two does start off on that. Like it's about a game about divorce, but it is a game that kind of starts off on that footing of like an unlikely party that grows to understand each other better by the end of the game. So I'm wondering if it's going to follow a similar format there, because you kind of laid out, Gene, how it does seem familiar. And I just wonder if that familiarity in like gameplay and storytelling style,
good call out.
If there is any wrinkles there. I mean, I don't think it'll still be a problem. I think it's still going to be excellent, but will it be like that one step away now from if like the third game after this is like more of that again? Will people be like, all right,
that's fair if they just rely on the same like narrative arc? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it's good that I didn't finish It Takes Two because I played it a little bit and I really really admired like the platforming and puzzles. But
And I had a blast with it. Yeah, it's definitely a really good time.
yeah,
still working through
it. That's a good caution to have, I think.
Yeah.
But I think like as Kok said, the fantasy setting and like the way they're mixing and matching the different worlds.
I told the reason I laughed. I thought you because I said I'm playing with my wife and it's a game about divorce. You're like, that's a good caution to have. I'm like, yeah, just like, yeah, that's true.
Play that game to save the situation. Therapy.
My bad.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next up we got Directive 8020. This is coming from Supermassive, so developers of games like Until Dawn. This next game is releasing October 2nd, and it looks kind of, Gene, your favorite kind of multiverse thing happening here. Saw the same people twice, but this time it's got a little bit of an alien spin on it. Particularly reminded me a lot of Romulus, which just came out summer last year. Great movie, by the way. So, Gene, I want to kick it to you. What are we thinking about another little maybe multiverse tale in the making?
I haven't played catch that because I kind of check out on Supermassive games. No hate on them, but
get you.
I'm just not a fan of like the Quantic Dream, and Quantic Dream was an offshoot of Supermassive, or Supermassive is an offshoot of Quantic Dreams. Clearly, they didn't want to work with David Cage anymore. So shout out to them for taking their talents and making their own studio and being successful at it. From all accounts, Until Dawn is really cool.
Yeah.
But I'm just not a big fan of these story-driven QuickTime games. So I'm not saying that there's no place for them. I think they're very cool. Mm-hmm. I'm glad that it's cool to see AAA versions of these games now coming out, right? These are all descendants of Heavy Rain and Fahrenheit 451 or whatever, right? Yeah. So the sci-fi setting makes it interesting. So it's like maybe I should be checking out a Supermassive game. I've been thinking about checking out Until Dawn.
Really?
Might be a fun game to play on stream if I ever start streaming regularly. So I might just so I'm kind of saving it for that, really.
Sure. Yeah, I feel like I just grew out of these types of games. Like I don't play these narrative only experience unless they're like really short. Like I played Mouthwashing, right? It's like 2 hours long, barely. Yeah. Like that works for me. But these kind of like full games that are like this, I don't even know if it's an attention span thing. I just feel like we've evolved past it where like you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. Like I think there was a time when games were growing as an art form with like Telltale. That was like a very necessary step in sort of what video game storytelling can become. And so when you could go to a game genre and be like, I'm going to get a great story here, which you could typically not count on. But nowadays, like I think great storytelling, maybe not in AAA as much anymore, but great storytelling is still like pretty prominent in like indies, for example, where you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. So I'm interested as like an Alien fan because it did just give me those vibes. But I don't know. Like I guess out of everything they've put out since Until Dawn, this is the first to make me go, interesting, but not crazy about it. But I love that they're always putting their shit out in October. I think that's smart.
That's cool. Yeah. Shout out to them for always being consistent with that. So
no, I'm with it, man. I mean, I'm definitely the target audience here. I'm a sucker for these games. Man. Like since Ready,
they're fun to play with people. It's really fun to play with a partner or like with friends or whatever like that, or on stream. So that's why it's like if I want to play this, I don't want to play it by myself. That's like loser shit right there. I just feel weird. Like I'd rather just be watching a TV show, and TV shows have been great for a long time now, right? So it's
look, man, I'm definitely the target audience for this, man. I love stuff. It reminds me, it's kind of like I actually love Detroit Became Human. I was like a huge fan. I actually
that is one I want to play.
Became Human was cool. I like that too.
I'm glad you brought that up. That is one I wanted to play.
I love that game. Like high production value, and then what it is in this case, it's the theme, obviously, like the aliens kind of vibe, the dark. And I love those games where it's like you make decisions, you don't know who gonna die. It reminds me of those campy, like Friday the 13th type joints, where it's a whole bunch of people, like ready to do, and you don't know what's gonna happen. But this to me is a different setting, and the graphical glow up look kind of nice. So yeah, they got me. This is definitely a COG game. Yeah. In the cut for me.
Well, let's see, COG. I want to see just how far you're willing to go for your spooky horror season. Maybe in June, specifically June 13th of this year. COG, are you going to play Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic?
Yeah, no. I'm good on that one. Again, this is, I feel a little too old at this playground.
Yeah.
Look,
Bro, I just remember that shit in
fun.
like high school and I felt too old for it. It's just like, no, I'm good.
Definitely not the target demographic on that one. I was watching stream with King. He was going crazy. He loves it.
King loves Five Nights at Freddy's?
Oh, he's going crazy on
There
the
is some
stream when he saw
lore,
this.
like the people who go deep and like hard on this fucking genre or this brand, like there's apparently crazy stories in it. I don't know. I just say like I exist in my ignorant bubble of like I don't insult Five Nights at Freddy's. Clearly, there's something compelling about it.
Right.
Like, it gets movies and stuff. Like there's clearly something there. I just don't care enough to want to go and find out. Like it's never appealed to me.
Same pocket. It just, the art style is just. I get it. It's what is it like? Stop motion too, or a little bit kind of going on.
I did not get that. I think you're thinking of the next game.
The next one. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it's just it's not for me.
Yeah. What about you, Gene? Five Nights at Freddy's. How are we feeling?
Nope, don't care about the series. We can move on.
All right. Moving on to the Midnight Walk, May 8th. Cog, this is the one I think you were talking about. It's everything in the game is made of clay. They defined it as a cozy horror experience. It's got a little bit of like almost first-person shooting elements as well. I thought that this game looked awesome. Like just from top to bottom, the atmosphere, the music, the character design felt very inspired. Of course, the length of going to like create everything in clay and then put it in the game is insane. It reminds me a lot of like if we were to take a random game, actually sitting right here next to me, Fantasian, dioramas that they made in real life and then put into the game. What was it also? Harold Halibut. I forgot what exactly they did. I apologize. I'm forgetting, but they made stuff in real life and put it in the game. So I think when your art kind of goes to that level, I just got to play your game out of respect, bro. Like it's just that's a whole different level, I think, of planning out and designing your game. Because that is, I mean, not an insult to, by the way, the art medium, but like that is legitimate, tangible art being turned into a video game. So I'm just very curious about this one. And again, not far off. I like that PlayStation filled out a bit of May for us. So I'll be checking out the Midnight Walk come May 8th. But I'm curious, Cog, what you thought of it.
Yeah, as far as the creativity with it, it's very amazing. Like whenever you make something tangible and real and you can transpose that into a different medium, I think that's also kind of what South of Midnight was doing on certain aspects where we'll get into that when I got a chance to meet with Compulsion, and you start to see like, wow, they really made these things, was it Clyde Henry Productions, and they made physical things. But yeah, that type of stuff is definitely creative. I can't take away from it. It's just that, again, with me, I the protagonist, I'm not there yet, what I'm saying? Kind of thing. But look, we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious. The gameplay, I did like it. It seemed like the enemy design is going for like a kind of like a horror kind of thing going on. So we'll see. I'm just pay attention from it from afar, but probably not day one kind of, unless it will have to be like, yo, we hearing rave reviews about this. You got to check this out kind of game.
How are you feeling about Midnight Walk, Sheen?
Didn't really check it out, but I'm looking at the art style right now. It looks cool. Looks like Tim Burton-esque. So, shout out to them.
That's my spirit animal. I love that shit. So anytime I see it, I'm like, I'm in.
VR, which was surprising too.
That's an easy way to catch anyone's attention. It's
Absolutely.
very attractive, beautiful. So, yeah, hopefully it finds an audience. Not for me though, I think. Yeah.
Darwin's Paradox is up next here. This is from Konami. 2D octopus style game that can blend into any part of the environment. And I don't know, it got like Octodad vibes, Oddworld vibes, like just very, very strange game to see Konami just suddenly appear and put out, but I kind of liked it. It's coming out sometime this year. I thought it looked all right. Can't imagine there's much thoughts we'll give here, but I'll go around the horn. Cog, how are we feeling about Darwin's Paradox?
This one surprised me in a positive way, because normally I'm like, QT game, I ain't messing with this guy.
Yeah.
But it was giving me inside vibes and puzzle elements and dystopian kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, you may have my attention. So I am definitely going to pay this way more mind than other games. Yeah, they got my attention from Konami on this.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. Gene, any thoughts on it?
Same. That's exactly what I got. Like, inside Limbo, that kind of style, really atmospheric, moody 2D puzzle game. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see when it comes out. But love the name, Darwin's Paradox. Octopuses are cool. So, yeah, we'll check it out.
Well, we got a shadow drop today. Warriors Abyss, a roguelike Dynasty Warriors game, is out right now. Have not checked it out, but you can see it's got that kind of Hades-like camera angle, and it's got all of the different members from the Dynasty Warriors cast. I think they showed a number on screen that I really couldn't fathom how they got to it, of like 16 million battle styles or play styles. I guess all these unique combinations that you can make, they math it out to a number that crazy. So I don't know how tangible that data is, but I love me some Warriors. I love me some Koei Tecmo. I love me some roguelike. I'm fucking in, bro. I will be checking this out tonight and just seeing what's going on there. I love a little shadow drop like this. It didn't look like high budget, but I feel like Koei Tecmo gets a little bit away with that for me. Just they're so good at like reusing old stuff and trying to make experiences out of it. Again, a lot of the stuff that they made for like Dynasty Warriors was found in Neo, or I'm sorry, Samurai Warriors was found in Neo. So they always have my attention. Happy to try it out and see what's going on there, but can't act like it looked like a 10 out of 10 experience. But, after Splintered Fate, the TMNT game, I was like, yeah, you know what? Like, I want to try out another one of these. So I'm in on it. Gene, are you?
Yeah, I'm looking at the trailer right now again. I completely missed this when I was watching it, but yeah, I'm in. A Warriors rogue. So I'm actually tired of roguelike games.
Sure.
And we'll talk about that later, but like my one issue with Returnal is I wish it wasn't a roguelike, so that's why, I will talk about it later, but Saros, the next Housemarque game, I'm hoping it's not a roguelike. It probably will be,
100%, yeah.
It's not like I hate the genre. It's just that I'm a little tired of it, but you put the warrior sauce, the 1 versus a million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll have to check this out this weekend for sure.
I agree. Onimusha 2, we did get this reveal at the Capcom showcase. Cog, I'm sorry, I didn't get your thoughts on Warriors. Is there anything you wanted to say on it?
No, just like the typical, that Koei Tecmo's outside, Dynasty Warriors kind of energy, 1,000 people. I will feel like the budget was a little low on this one, like little PS4 kind of energy.
Oh man, that's a bad thing now.
I'm just saying the graphics I was like, okay, I thought it was a mobile game.
No, that's fair.
It does look like a mobile game. It's on the Switch. It's on the Switch. So there's that.
There we go.
Yeah, they're using Switch footage. That's why.
There we go. You know what I'm saying? But look, is it gonna have the classic guys? All like is Lubu and everybody in it? Is that kind of energy? I'm just
it seems that way.
Sure. It's got to be. Well, what else are they going to do? Lubu in it?
The same cast characters.
You're right, dude. You're right. You know what I mean? So
Lubu's in like Dynasty Wars Origins.
Facts.
which I've only started to play, but yeah.
Yeah, it's going to do what it's going to do. What I wanted to shout out is just how outside Koei Tecmo is this year. Like, they are outside with a ton of titles, stuff like that.
Not fearing the shadow drop either. That's 2 this year.
2. Yeah.
They were just like, oh, Xbox, you had problems with Hi-Fi Rush? Watch this.
We show you.
Something's working there. That's 3 releases already for them. Pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as what I was saying earlier, Onimusha 2, we got this reveal at the Capcom showcase. Now we have a release date. It's May 23rd this year, so you can play that remastered version. They already did the first one. And then just to kind of bundle it all up, we got to see the newest Onimusha called Way of the Sword. This is coming next year, and I thought this looked spectacular. I really got to say, like, the environmental interactions were fucking crazy. Like dropping a blanket over someone's head and watching them like freak out, or deflecting an attack of a giant and watching them fall off balance and hit enemies nearby. I went, this could be like a game changer in melee combat, like that level of reactivity to the core mechanics that we know in action games. I was like, this is brilliant. This could be huge. Mm-hmm. So I was very excited by what I saw, but I know nothing about Onimusha. So I'm going to go to Cog first, the man, the myth, the ninja. How are we feeling about Onimusha, sir?
Oh, it's so cool to come back. Onimusha, when it first came out for us, we were like, oh, it's, Japanese Resident Evil or something with the fixed camera angles and stuff like that.
It was Samurai Resident Evil.
Yeah, it was a take on it, but it was so cool. And you had the dark horror and stuff like that. And now, obviously, they're doing a remaster. And to me, this is the perfect rollout. You get people familiar with the series, bring them to the OG. And then this new joint, I ain't gonna front, looks really good, Maddie. I'm with you. I like that. The different interactions with the melee combat, the enemies, the backdrops looked really cool. This has a lot of potential. And again, it's just like, man, Capcom, bro, they are just... cooking. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. My only question with the second one, it was like a minute. I may be nitpicking. It was like a minute where I felt like the main character was kind of like joking or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I just hope it doesn't go into a comedy route. I doubt it. It's probably just him being smirking, whatever at that period. But it looked really, really good.
No, here. I'm going to have to stop you there, Cog.
Talk to me. Break it down.
The joking is completely accurate to old samurai films.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was my problem with Ghost of Tsushima, is that Ghost of Tsushima was too serious.
Got it.
And it's like you're only taking the hype moments from samurai films, but Toshiro Mifune is the number one samurai actor, and he was a fucking clown. he would get drunk and like, but that's the thing though, that was the story, is that he shows up and he's like a clownish samurai, but then the character arc is that he tightens up. He'll train better, like he learns a sense of honor. That's the kind of thing. So like when I saw him joking, I was like, oh, they're really cooking right now. They're like, let's show everybody what real samurai are actually like. You know?
Okay, I defer.
So I'm really interested to see like the character arc of like him fighting demons and like he's lighthearted. Like, what the fuck is that? You know?
Yeah, I did like the little how like juxtaposed to like this very serious thing. This guy was like looking around. You see a bunch of enemies. He's like,
up the top steps. He was like, get up out of there. Yeah. No, I get it. I'm just curious. I personally don't want the whole tone to be that.
No, I doubt it's going to be like that. I doubt that. I bet that that's going to be the character arc. That he's going to lock in. You know, like he looks pretty. He looks pretty rough at the beginning. I was like, oh,
I don't want one-liners in my joint every 5 minutes.
I mean, how you're an Ichiban fan, bro? Like, you know, yeah. Hold on, Gene. This is an Ichiban fan talking. He's telling me he doesn't want this. Like, I'm not following, bro. What you got to explain?
Ichiban never came out like he's some established dominant martial artist.
Dragon Quest.
Yeah, that's his whole serious story. From the jump, he was a clown from the jump. I feel you. Now. He never came out like, yo, I'm the Kiryu, successor. I'm the guy.
That's what I think what Onimusha is that this guy is clearly skilled. He's using his environments a lot, you know? So I think that's going to be a huge thing where it's like, oh, this guy is cheating. Like, he's not using the way of the sword. Like, he's using blankets and floors and tables and shit, you know? Like, he doesn't give a shit.
That was the part that I loved the most, when he was surrounded in that kind of like dojo or whatever, and he pulled the table up thing from the floor, use it as a defense.
He pulled the floor up to use it as a shield, bro. That's crazy.
Fire. Love that.
Fire. Like what Maddie said, like when I saw that, I was like, this is next gen like melee combat finally. Like, I think we're here. I think we're getting there now.
Yeah.
We're finally getting there. We're using the tech in interesting, cool ways that introduces new gameplay scenarios and mechanics, you know, like the guy parrying the guy and then him hitting the other people. Really reactive and emergent gameplay, you know. This looks sick. This could be like Resident Evil 4 for melee combat, maybe.
That's a good combat.
Yeah, that's a good comment.
You know? And it might be jokey, you know, but like Resident Evil 4 was. Resident Evil 4 was jokey. So it's like, oh, are they making Resident Evil 4 for Onimusha?
That's a good thought process. Yeah, I never looked at it that way, but that's kind of where they're headed. Isn't it? Very interesting. Yeah, I just thought this game did look completely separate from the rest of the pack. It might have been game of the show when I think about it.
This is them showing gameplay. I did not expect it, right? Especially so soon after the Game Awards. So like them showing the solid gameplay, a lot of gameplay for Onimusha. That was what locked the state of play. Is like, oh yeah, I like this. This is good. This definitely has something for me.
And I want to shout out the way their parrying was very cinematic. It was stylish. The swords clicked. It looked really. It felt like I'm going to learn how to parry because I want to see that.
Yeah, directional.
I was like, the parrying looked next level for sure.
Right on. Unfortunately, this trailer leak. This was a big reveal. We got the release date for the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. It is coming out August 28th this year. So this is a day away from your Shinobi game, Cog. So I don't know if you're excited about this, and are you gonna have to balance the scales here a little bit?
Whew, I'm in trouble. This is crazy.
Yeah, it looks really good though. I mean, they've kind of talked about pretty extensively. This is a 1-to-1 remake. They want to make it the definitive version of Metal Gear Solid 3, so it's not really veering from anything you know about it. Just hopefully it plays a lot better. But otherwise, I've already been in. I'm still in. It's just good to have a release date on this thing. So. Gene, how are you feeling about MGS3?
Yeah, it looks great. The boss looks great. You know, I have no idea why people like were freaking out over her look. She looks perfect.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm an issue. Interesting.
Yeah. The fact that all the cutscenes, you know, I've seen those fucking cutscenes so many goddamn times. So like I recognize the framing, and I'm like, yeah, that is exactly it. When he's like running like down the sewer tunnel, and then, you know, Ocelot and them is shooting them, and I was like, oh, that's exactly like the original. Like they are respecting the vision of the original director and the cinematographers, and I'm here for it. I can't say much more. Just give it to me right now.
Yeah. What about you, Cog?
It's classic Metal Gear, man. I mean, what else could we say? I mean, it looks phenomenal. It's just like the more I saw it, the more I'm like, yep, that's the core essence of it, and they got it, and it's got the glow up that it needed. So I'm not worried about it at all, at least.
Yeah, I think it looks good too. You know, I was like, this is no, but it looks good, looks solid. Metal Gear Solid, even.
Yeah.
You know,
Nice.
Next up was Hell Is Us, September 4th this year. I was gonna say, here's your Souls-like. Do you boys have any thoughts on this one? That high production value, to be fair.
Yeah. Sci-fi Souls-like is always interesting. Yeah. You know, the Surge was cool, right?
Surge was. I love the Surge. Yeah.
It's awesome. And it's got like that raincoat and the tech vibe and everything like that. Like
I thought it was Death Stranding too at first.
I thought it was Death Stranding. Yeah, at first
it did look like a little Death Stranding-ish, right? So that's like that's cool because like Death Stranding is the only kind of game that looks like Death Stranding.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, you know, a Souls like with Death Stranding vibes, you know.
Yeah.
I'm in. You know.
100%. I thought it looked good. I mean, it was hard to kind of depict what was going on. Again, very Kojima-like. I was just like, I don't know what the fuck's happening here. This world looks cool. I'm in. So you can see a lot of inspiration in this one, but yeah, Souls-like for sure. And speaking of which, the Souls-like decided to come out of hiding. Lies of P.
I was thinking about you.
Overture.
That's what I'm here for. I want to hear this. I want to hear the breakdown.
Summer 2025. I was very confused at what I was looking at because I was like, this doesn't look right. I looked into it a little bit. It's a prequel. The DLC serves as a prequel, which I'm like, oh, fuck, that's cool. You know, again, I'm telling y'all, this DLC, everyone thought was going to be like the in-between of 1 and 2. They are protecting that sequel with every fucking fiber of their being, because I'm telling you for the last goddamn time, Lies of P, you don't want to find out why you should play it when the sequel gets announced and you go, oh, they're doing that? Okay. Oh, I'm in. You just ruined it for yourself, bro. Like you did. I get pissed thinking about it every time that there's going to be some numbnuts listening in the audience who's like, no, it sounds cool, Matt, but and then you're going to see that fucking sequel trailer and you're going to be like, oh, okay, we'll check it out now. It's too late by that point. So do not,
yeah.
Like they're protecting it, man. I'm telling you, by doing a prequel, they are protecting it and they're building the Lies of P story more. Like that is a story-based decision. Do you hear that? In a Souls-like game, bro. Ji-Won Choi and his team is about to cook. Like, this is going to be sick. This is like one of my most anticipated things this year. I cannot wait. Lies of P is so fucking rad. The more I think about it, I will say, with all due respect to Baldur's Gate 3, which is like the most Maddie type of game, I do think that Lies of P probably should have been my game of the year in 2023. Like, I do feel very strongly about that game. It is like almost perfect in my opinion. And for it to be a first-time developer doing the FromSoft style formula, and to me, in many ways, just one-upping the GOAT in that genre. Like, I feel like it's a game that should just put FromSoft on watch. Like, that was a strong fucking showing. I was very impressed by it. So yeah, Overture looks great. The weapons that are there look really interesting. Like, they had the talons that were from like Ninja Gaiden there, and just very grim, as you would expect from Lies of P. I am just over the moon. Thought it looked great.
That's what I needed to hear. I was like, I on my street, I'm saying Maddie is going crazy right now.
It was. I will say, I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer because there is some stuff here I did like, but the one thing that did get an audible like, oh, out of me was this. When I saw the Neo Wiz thing hit, I went, I know who this is. I did right away. Neo Wiz in round 8. I was like, this is fucking Lies of P. Let's go. So. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Did not mean to dominate the airwaves.
I didn't have much to add. This was your segment. I was here for you for this.
Yeah, it's going to be a long summer for the Dukes is all I'm saying. It's going to be a long summer of me repeating what I just said to you all about Lies of P2 when this thing comes out and be like, hey, guys, remember what I said back then? I'm going to be a broken fucking record. You've been warned in advance. Gene, any thoughts on Lies of P Overture?
Look, as a Korean, Lies of P is a better Korean-made game than Stellar Blade, that's for sure. 1,000%. 1,000%.
Yeah, I don't think there's much.
Got a gun out here. Okay.
Yeah. For Lies of P, because Lies of P is just about as good as a FromSoft game, to be quite honest, right? The storytelling was really, really good, and it hits storytelling heights in the way that FromSoft stories don't. I don't want to say heights, but like they tell stories much clearer than FromSoft does. and it makes you realize, oh, what if FromSoft would just like tell a regular story more? It could work, right?
Thank you for saying that, G. That's all I'll be trying to say.
I'm not saying like I love the FromSoft way to tell a story, right? But like if they decided to just like swallow their pride and be like, okay, well, why don't we just like tell a narrative and have some cutscenes or whatever every once in a while, and just like just do the standard.
The thing is that
it could still work really well, and it does really work really well in Liza P.
It does, because Liza P doesn't sacrifice ambiguity or mystery for it. There are still so many secrets packed into that world, but it does have, as you mentioned, like cutscenes that give you an idea of what else is like happening to Pinocchio, like during this whole thing. And that's what I think puts it on a whole other level, is like, if you just like, they pretty much told the story in Sekiro. Like there is a lot of ambiguity in Sekiro, but there is like a beginning, middle, and end that you can track and follow. And I think that, like, a lot of people are like very protective of what like Elden Ring does. And I'm like, I can't stand it. I love Elden Ring. Like that was like a game of the year contender for me. So it's not like it's devalue my opinion. So I'm sure FromSoft would hear this and be like, who gives a fuck what you have to say, bro?
Yeah, nobody
You're
cares.
still playing our shit anyway. But I'm just like, bro, it would just put them on a whole other level if they just grew up, just fucking grow up already. Would you?
Me personally, I wish FromSoft would just swallow their pride and stop making like all these like funky ass co-op modes, because it has to fit with the lore or the world of the story. I was like, no, they just fucking put 2-player mode. Just put new game and then put 2P new game.
Flash, right?
That's it.
I gotta go find a bloody finger, stand in the spot, and wait for the Thursday just to play co-op. And people are like, oh, this is okay. Like no one's challenging them. No one's saying that this is bad game design.
Why don't you just put 2-player mode, bro? That's it. That's why people are modding seeing this co-op in there, right? And it's like, bro, I guarantee you'll probably sell 10 million. That's why you're making Nightreign, Elden Ring Nightreign.
Yeah. Does Nightreign have like an invite system?
2-player mode,
Does Nightreign have an invite system? Is that like a... Is that a
I have no idea. All the previews just dropped today, and I'm just catching up on them.
Yeah, I haven't checked them out yet either. I didn't know if you knew, because I saw them and I was like, if this game does not have a fucking invite system, that's going to be the ultimate disrespect. We made a co-op game, y'all, and you still got to like jump through hoops to get it together.
You got to get the bloody finger, light 3 candles, and wait in this one spot, and then put down the password and make sure everything's okay. Make sure all the lights are dim and everything like that.
We're gonna be doing a seance. Yo, you got your Nintendo friend code? Where you at? Where you standing?
Before you can play, you have to do a whole seance before you can play with your homie. Like, bro, just make a homie mode.
Thank you. That's all I say about them. Fair enough.
But yes, that said, I did not know it was a prequel for Liza P.
Yeah,
that's exciting, because I kept looking out for hints of the sequel, because as I've said, I think 2023 Liza P's ending in 2023 was the best cliffhanger in video games in a while.
A long,
not just 2023, but in a while.
Yeah, you just felt so complete with what the first game did, and then just knew what they were doing next in a level of like, oh shit, let's go. Like,
they've got a plan for this story, and so that's why it's a prequel now. Mm-hmm. I need to find out what happened before, because there's a lot of shit that happens before Liza P actually happens, right? And it's like, P had a whole thing going on before. That's crazy,
Bro, you wake up in that fucking train and step out in the Krot Central Station. Like, that is the moment in the game where you're like, what the fuck happened? Like, to see like the downfall, that frenzy, the puppet frenzy they talk about in the story. I'm like, the fact that I feel like we're going to be able to see that now is going to be sick. It's going to be
it's going to be like sad. It's going to get me, like, damn,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
So it's like, it's kind of like Red Dead Redemption 2, so I only say that because I'm playing already a Red Dead 2 right now too. But that's really exciting. I can't wait. So.
All right. Well, they showed off Dreams of Another. This was a very different game. This was a third-person shooter, but it wasn't like you were shooting enemies. You were like shooting the environment around you, and objects were coming into form, and that's how you would like explore. Felt very much like an artiste game. So I'll kick it to you, Cog, as a fan of this style of production. Did Dreams of Another do anything for you?
Yeah, this is one of the weird artsy-fartsy card games. I will admit. It's something I couldn't put my finger on it. But you talk about the dude with the pajamas and the gat.
Yeah.
I like the pajamas and the gat. That's what I call it. Pajamas and the gat, the video game. It's something about it. I've never really seen a game kind of look like that. It almost felt like a whole bunch of spherical, graphical things to create a character in the world that you're shooting environment. Obviously, is it going to have game appeal doing this. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I got to see. But it's intriguing and different and weird enough that it has my attention. And I just, something about the art style just does capture me for some stupid reason. I don't know why I'm liking it, but I am interested. Yes, this was, you called it right, man. Like, you know me, like, this is one of the weird artsy fartsy ones. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Let's see what you're doing. I might have to pick
I love that though. That's your openness is your biggest boon, right? You want to try these weird things. A lot of us, like myself, guilty as charged. I like my things, and that's really it. But this game did, like, they mentioned cloud technology kind of powering it. I was like, that's what got me interested, because I've been curious about what this AI cloud computing thing that game developers seem to be very interested in, like what it's going to enable. So if this game is like uniquely posed to do something, I do want to play it as like a science experiment. Like, what is this thing? Because I feel like we're going to be years away from our Kojima game that does that. So this looks like it's up close sometime this year, they said. Yeah. So I'd like to learn more about it. But it did look artsy fartsy. Gene, did you have any thoughts on Dreams of Another?
Yeah, Q Games has a good pedigree. They did all the Pixel Junk games, so this feels like an evolution. Like they're not AAA, but like the closest thing to like this is our biggest game in the Pixel Junk type of vibe. So yeah, I'll check it out.
Right on.
Yeah, don't know much about it, but you know the art style itself is already interesting. You know, I like any game that does something interesting with the older show, the third person camera look.
Yeah, I agree.
And this game is definitely trying to do something different, at least of how it looks. You know.
Days Gone Remastered up next.
Y'all can thank me for this one because I just started playing Days Gone. So
nice, you willed it into existence.
I literally just started playing Days Gone like last week.
That's so funny. Are you just putting it on the hold now? I'm guessing because of the remaster.
Yeah. So you can thank me for the remaster. But
no, I'm saying, are you putting on hold now your playthrough? You're like, just
I think I'm going to put it on hold now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I will.
You got to wait for the new.
Yeah. 4K, 60, all that fun stuff. New content. They're adding permadeath, speedrun modes, survival arcade mode is being added. Like this, pretty much this horde mode looked pretty crazy. It is a $10 upgrade if you already owned it on PS4. Otherwise, imagine it's a full price game. We'll look into that in just a moment here. We'll do some professional podcasting. Anyway, Days Gone Remastered lands on PS5, April 25th, 2025. So this has been rumored for a while. Shouldn't be a major surprise, but I'm curious to see how this sells. I hope it sells well because like PlayStation kind of shunned this thing, even though I wasn't a big fan of it. I think they should have given it a chance, like a second chance to like do a sequel, especially now like Bend is just pissed away like 6-7 years. I think they had every right to go and make a sequel. The game sold well enough. It was like a product of such a powerful generation for PlayStation that like being the underperformer in such a strong class hurt them. And I'm like, their underperformance was still better than most games on the market, man. And that game did come out broken at first. So I'm curious to see how this does. Like, there's a huge community for Days Gone. But Gene, since you just started a recent playthrough, what has this done for you? Are you excited? Do you feel like this is going to be good for your little playthrough? New content, new modes?
I am actually very, very excited because I'm actually excited for the accessibility features because obviously, I don't need, the accessibility features so much, but a lot of these accessibility features include a slow motion feature, which and a lot of Sony games have been really been doing, adding that. The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 have that. Spider-Man 2 has that. Ratchet and Clank 2 has that. Or Rift Apart. And it seems like Bend is hopping on that trend. And the thing that attracted me the most to Days Gone was the fact that you can go into build time mode and kill the zombies, right? And to have thousands of zombies like clawing at you in slow motion, like that's an intense visual that works really works really well when you're high, especially when it's a slow mo. You can focus on all the details and the grotesqueness, right? So now to have that slow mo basically permanent, that's gonna be fun. So I don't know. Like I think I might actually still continue the game just to play it normally before I switch that on, just so I can and so I can like be in New Game Plus mode, right? So then I can I have all the guns, and then my bike is all upgraded, and I have all the skills, and then I start the game over again as Neo, basically
All right.
as biker white trash Neo. That
Yes.
sounds like a fucking great time. So
Yep.
it turns out I think Days Gone might be one of my favorite Sony first party games by the end of this, because that
Nice.
looks cool.
Deacon.
I'm having a good time with it, as I said in Summon Sign. The game starts out shitty; it's terrible, really really bad pacing, and that's the stuff that had me tap out way back then. But what if when you think about it, it's not too bad, and you just got to hunker down and power through it. But yeah, I'm really really excited for this. So I've been playing it on PC too, so I don't know. Maybe I might hop back on PS5, since it's gonna have PS5 Pro, blah blah blah, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So might be pretty cool to. I have a save going on on PS4 too. So yeah, $10 upgrade. I'll double dip PC and PS4. PS5.
I'm sure PlayStation's going to be very appreciative of that. Cog,
Mhm.
you spend $10 for the upgrade.
Look, I've been very, very hard on Sony with the remastering game and slanderous, but I have to admit, this one I can't go in on them, because I was just like, this is one that I felt always needed it, and this actually, Ben, was one of the last times I actually got an interview with a Sony first party studio, and they were I remember them. They were very excited. I remember seeing that horde tech and all the stuff that was going on.
That was an exciting reveal.
Super amazing, and like Gene said perfectly, like, they deserved the sequel. They did enough, in my opinion, to warrant that. So yeah, like, putting that in there, obviously the graphical glow up should be good, and to me is enough time, space. As far as the $10, I mean, it is what it is, but I can't go like this. What I felt, all right. I ain't got too much problem with this one, saying in that respect. So yeah, I'll be seeing what's going on with Days Gone Remastered.
Right on. Yeah, I might be giving it a shot as well. It's been long enough, and I wasn't a big fan of the game where I just want to. In my head, I want to kick tires on it, but like, that's the same month as Claire Obscure. That's the same month as South of Midnight, which I don't think will be very long, but still, like,
April?
This is April. Yeah.
Damn it.
So yeah, it's particularly Claire Obscure. That's the one that I'm like, bro. Yeah. That's my Lost Odyssey calling my name. Like, no one's pulling me from that.
Fair enough.
Just a couple updates here. I'll fly through, and then we'll get to the final four. Stellar Blade's getting Nikkei DLC, so they're adding a new boss fight, new outfits, etc. Kind of similar to the Nier DLC that's coming June 2025. PS Plus is getting Jedi Survivor, Top Spin 2K25, and Tape 1 of Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. Launching with the game catalog or some day one titles. So this is kind of a thing that PlayStation's slowly pushing a bit with third-party stuff. These are two indie style games, though. You have Blueprints, which is like a first-person kind of puzzle game where you build this almost like huge tower. It's very different. Spring 2025, and Abiotic Factor is going to be a day one PS Plus game. This is summer 2025, and then last but not least is the additions to the PS Plus Classics Library, 3 Armored Core games being added, and Patapon 3. Cog, any thoughts on any of this?
No, some nice additions, as far as PlayStation Plus. I mean, Jedi, man, that's a great
freebie.
That's a great freebie to get up in there. No, I'm for the most part, I can't complain too much about what's being added. What about you, Gene? Any standouts for you when you're looking at these PlayStation Plus?
It's Armored Core, baby. Oh my god, I'm so that's game preservation right there. Good job. Keep it up to PlayStation to quote Summon Sign. But the PlayStation Classics catalog, the additions they've been making onto it have been amazing. Here's the thing. Here's why I learned that PlayStation Classics has actually been doing its work. When you look at Astrobot, at all the Astrobot cameos, and you realize, oh man, I wish all these games were accessible. Look at the PS Store. All those games are accessible, actually. You can play Patapon, and you can play Loco Roco, and you can play Mr. Mosquito. A lot of the games, the Boku no Natsu game with the summer vacation isn't there, but all the games released in the US, Parappa the Rapper. So for Armored Core was wasn't one of those foundational PlayStation 1 games for me. That's why I was so excited for Armored Core 6 when it was announced. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe they're finally going back to it. So this is classic FromSoft. Go back to Armored Core 1 and 3. Play those games and realize that the entire Souls genre comes from Armored Core. It's the same control system. The R1, R2, and dodging and the twin sticks, they took that from Armored Core and they applied it to a fantasy game. And that's what revolutionized like combat in the 2010s. Because they prioritize camera control over what buttons and the buttons that you press, right?
Yeah.
Devil May Cry games, God of War games, Ninja Gaiden games. Think about how often Devil May Cry games and God of War games had fixed cameras.
Yep.
Ninja Gaiden, the camera is crazy, right?
Yep. Good point.
And then so From Software's solution to that was, well, why don't you just stop pressing the goddamn face buttons, and then the action buttons are on the shoulder buttons, and then so you can use both sticks to move around.
Mhm.
That all started in Armored Core, even though Armored Core 1 didn't really have that, but the series would eventually evolve into becoming the Demon Souls or Dark Souls control scheme that we know today. So go check that out. This is From Soft history right here. So
interesting.
Those
Okay,
are bars.
yeah.
Those 3 are available now on PS Plus. Tides of Annihilation got revealed. I actually have the press release right here. It says Eclipse Glow Games, a premier developer of AAA titles based in Chengdu, China, today revealed their upcoming action-adventure title, Tides of Annihilation, during the State of Play, blending intense breakneck combat and immersive narrative in an unforgettable setting. Tides of Annihilation invites players to explore a broken version of modern London, transformed by an otherworldly invasion. It's a single-player narrative title set in a twisted version of modern London, cataclysmically altered by this otherworld invasion. Taking on the role of Gwendolyn, humanity's lone survivor, players embark on a legendary quest through London's iconic environs to unravel a mystery that will determine the fate of reality itself. Battling alongside summonable spectral knights, players will encounter hordes of enemies, unforgettable bosses, and vertical levels in the form of gigantic knights roaming the landscape. So, sounds a little Shadow of the Colossus-y is the vibe I'm kind of getting here. But this game also reminded me like a little bit of Nier, kind of had a little bit of that energy to it. I thought the main protagonist looked fucking awesome. I thought she was really cool. Yeah, just this game had a great energy to it. It just, the thing that took the wind out of my sails is it's like in development, I'm just like, why do we need to know about this so early? I don't know. Maybe it was a hiring announcement kind of trailer where it's like, oh, I want to go work on that or something like that. But the main takeaway for me here was like PlayStation continues to just like swoop China off its feet. Like they're just getting banger after banger from there. Especially after Black Myth Wukong, I bet they sent more agents into China to try and figure out like what games are y'all making? Because between that and Genshin, they're like, you guys are printing us money. So, Cog, any thoughts on Tides of Annihilation?
Wow, this was my game of the State of Play. This game looked spectacular to me. I love the backdrop. I love the main character. It was stylish. The graphical glow was crazy. London, everything I saw looked phenomenal. And to your point, I was like, yep, another great PlayStation get, another great, association with the platform. I was surprised to learn that this is coming to Xbox.
Oh, is it really?
Xbox put on their Twitter account, their YouTube, talks about the first reveal. So I'm like, oh, I thought this was going to be for sure an exclusive. So
that is
good get, because
I expect that.
Did not expect it either. Say I was with you, because normally what I usually do is I try to check their account, because Xbox is very quick to let you know, oh yeah, by the way, that's coming to us too. That kind of thing. And I was surprised to see Tides of Annihilation there. This was definitely the game that hit the majority of the chords for me. And I was kind of happy that it didn't seem like it was Souls. And I was like, if you're giving me a Shadow Colossus or action game kind of vibe, I'm more in tune with it. But this thing looks, wow. It really spoke to me.
What about you, Gene?
And then London and Avalon, Knights,
oh, yeah.
all that looked crazy.
Did this one speak to you at all, Gene?
We're on Tides of Annihilation right now. Sorry, I'm having to
you
catch
good.
up on work right now too.
No, you're good.
You good.
Tides, right?
Yeah, Tides of Annihilation.
Yeah, Tides are cool. The one thing about Tides I noticed, not just Tides, but at this point, I was like, there's a lot of character action games coming out, and this is not a complaint, but there's South and Midnight, of course, too, is another game where it's like, oh, this is another, I don't want to say basic, but like it is a very standard 3D action game where you're jumping, you're double jumping, you got air combos and you got combos. I love that shit. This is not a complaint at all, and I'm like, to Cog's point earlier, I'm actually very glad that the industry seems to be moving away from just putting souls, despite what I just said earlier. Again, 2010s was filled with Souls games, right? Still to this decade, But it does seem like now, even in this, and the Xbox Developer Direct, that we're really kind of moving away from that style of slower paced combat and kind of preserving like the more action based combat, and I appreciate it. So Tides of Annihilation, looks really cool. The cutscenes look really cool. Some of the boss battles, and it's a cool chick. One person said in my Twitter, you can feel the backlash of Concord, and that every character in this whole stream was white, handsome, or a pretty girl, or like Liza P. Or
I thought a similar thing with them,
pretty boy Japanese space cowboy.
I thought a similar thing when they opened the trailer, like the whole showcase. Like they were like, now we're going to talk about third party, but they opened it with a bunch of third party, like Japanese, like Eastern games and stuff, which everyone's saying right now is like the hotbed of
Chinese games. Here's from China too, and then Korean games. Liza P.
Like, you guys hate woke. Watch this. Watch this.
Yeah. You want DEI? How about China and Korea, motherfuckers?
You're stupid.
But that's what I noticed. And then so look, the Tides of Annihilation main character, she's a looker, she's a yassified souls hero. Heroine,
Oh yeah. Nobody got a problem now.
This is not a complaint. No at all. Just an observation.
Everybody got to look like this. We good. Oh yeah, we won't be boycotting women now.
Yeah, they all look like Anne Hathaway now. So.
Oh yeah.
Again, not a complaint here.
Not a complaint.
Not a complaint from me. So.
For sure.
Well, did you guys have any complaints about Metal Eden? This is coming out May 6th, 2025.
Even the ladies of Split Fiction look good, like that's,
they did.
Nobody's saying look at their man jaws of Split Fiction. They're like, oh, this looks cool,
Developers are. I have no doubt, like because of the reaction the shits have been getting and the traction it legitimately gets. No doubt, developers are going to be like way more safe now with like character designs completely. What'd you guys think of Metal Eden? This is like a first-person shooter, very similar to Ghost Runner, which I've read. It might be. I'll double check, but I think it might be in like the same universe or something like that. I'm not sure, but I thought this game when it was first revealed, I thought it was. Cog, do you think it was Marathon?
Bro, I thought I was yelling. I was like, is this Marathon?
I thought it was Marathon. Yeah.
It was Marathon.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I figured it might be time to really start showing Marathon.
They said they were talking about it this year, right? So I thought it was. But I wasn't disappointed. I thought this game actually looked pretty solid. Yeah.
No, I'm with you. I thought it looked cool. Like, I have the wall running, the textile, you got the mechs and stuff like that. Well, not full mechs, but armored suits kind of thing, stylish. I wouldn't say the graphics was like crazy, but it looked fun. The key is going to be, obviously, when we play it, is that gameplay loop, really strong, because obviously we know the competition in the space right now, just all these damn multiplayer games. So they gotta land. It's gotta be fun. But I thought it looked promising. I will say that. Like, I walked away like I first thought thinking it might be Marathon, but then I'm like, all right, you look decent. I got my eye on you, Metal Eden. We'll see. We'll see if you land the plane.
Gene, do you have any thoughts on Metal Eden?
Yeah, around this time when this was showing, I was kind of losing track of time, so I was like, okay, we're still in the middle of the presentation. So this is cool. This was cool. I love the techno music and the vibes of it. So that was cool. I might check it out. I did think it was not Anthem. Marathon for a quick second.
Me too.
So I was totally with you, and then it was not. And it's like, all right, well, we'll see.
This next game, I mean, when you're like the second game from the end, I feel like you're kind of a statement style game. It's Mind's Eye. It's coming summer 2025. I don't know. Something about this game just did not rub me the right way. Like, it did not look bad, but I thought the acting and the kind of delivery and the dialogue felt a little corny. And I feel like it's got a GTA-like approach to it, which bold in this year of, as we'll talk about with GTA 6. But third-person shooting, sci-fi elements, crazy arcadey driving. Couldn't get really a vibe though on, like, I knew this game had a lot of explosions. I was able to put that one together, but I didn't get like a really good vibe on what was happening with the game and its flow, its moment to moment content. So Cog, I'm going to kick it to you on Mind's Eye. If you had any thoughts on this one at all, were you interested in what was shown here with this reveal?
At first, I'm like, are we going Deus Ex? I didn't know what was happening, right? So I'm like, all right. And then we got this heavy I will say it. Sorry, grabbed me from. I cut out. It grabbed me
I thought
for
it was
the.
my headphones.
That was me. That was my bad. And grabbed me for the heavy AI themes kind of going on, where it's like, okay, we're forcing these microchips on you. You're gonna, it's gonna be Matrixy and Terminator 2 Skynet-y kind of thing. So I got that thing, but I'm with you. Like at first I was like, okay, looks cool, feeling it. A little bit of overacting. I was like, all right, overacting, you're getting a little too cliche. Where they lost me a little bit is they do the GTA thing. You're in the whip, you're running around the town, but then he got out, and the way that the character was walking in that GTA style, kind of, I don't know, it took me out of it a little bit. So I'm getting like a GTA light with a heavy cinematic production value kind of energy. We'll see if they land it. I think I'm really liking the theme is why I'm into it. But I don't know if the execution is there just yet. That's where I'm at. And there are question marks for me. But to your point, when you got that billing of being like second to last, like this is the game we're super hype and proud of kind of thing. And I don't know if it reached that level kind of to me, So that's where I'm at. Mixed bag. But I am very biased towards the themes is why I'm still involved with, trying to learn more about it.
Yeah. I was looking into it. This is from Leslie Benzies, who was the former president of Rockstar North. So that would explain some of the GTA like stuff here. Yeah. It says here, I'm just reading Wikipedia. It says he was the lead developer on the Grand Theft Auto series, taking responsibility from Grand Theft Auto 3 to 5. So pretty good stretch, because in between that, you got Vice City, Manhunt, San Andreas, Liberty City Stories, Vice City Stories, Manhunt 2, GTA 4, its DLC, Red Dead Redemption, LA Noire, Max Payne 3, and GTA 5. Like arguably the best stretch Rockstar has ever had right there. Just like, all those different games in there. Not to mention it's not here, but Bully as well. Which I think is phenomenal. But it just for a Rockstar inspired game, which again, I think it's very cool that he's like, because it says here he left the company and it was in a lawsuit with Take-Two over unpaid royalties for like a 3-year stretch.
Oh, this the clapback game.
So now he's going head to head.
Oh, I'm going solo. He left Wu-Tang. He going solo. Okay,
yeah, all right. He's going ahead of them because no doubt GTA is launching at the end of this year. So he's going in summer. So he's trying to steal a little bit of their flow.
All right.
Very interesting tea beneath all of this, I think.
We're going to see. What you think about it, G? What was your vibe on it?
Well, this Tides of Annihilation and then Mind's Eye showing up was the thing that also got me to notice the lead star, because it's a white dude with a beard. Okay, that's cool. No one's gonna have issues with this either. It's not a Bonnie and Clyde situation where there's a woman or something like that too. That said, I'm very, very interested in this one because I like Colin has expressed this before, but like I'm also with him in that I'm no longer like that interested in like, ooh, famous developer from this famed studio is leaving off and doing their own thing, because like that hasn't really turned out all that great all the time.
It doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't.
Not really an indicator of guaranteed success, right? That said, I actually thought this was cool. I do think that it looks a little weird and like a little like soulless kind of. But I'm only saying that based on the trailer, right? Trust me that I'm not calling the game soulless. But I think it looks cool because we don't really have an open world modern sci-fi open world action games beside like Watch Dogs, or Cyberpunk, right? So it's like, what, Cyberpunk going to be like a once in a generation type game? No, I think I'm really interested in even if the story doesn't look good, even if the guy doesn't look that interesting or whatever, or even if it does look soulless, I'm into playing an open world action game that has got deep futuristic sci-fi vibes, flying cars and laser
I will say, I might have judged this harshly. I'm looking at the trailer again and I'm like, I really see the Rockstar in this much more than I initially gave it credit for.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny, the top comment on this video is literally, this dude hates cars, and it's so true. There's so many shots of this trailer where he's just fucking nuking cars, like he's just shooting the cars instead of people.
I should see that again.
Yeah. It's
But there's this guy, and then there's a Dan Houser's studio that he just launched. I'm forgetting the name already.
Yeah, this doesn't look. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this didn't click with me the first time around, but I'm looking at it again, and it's got all of the Rockstar hallmarks, like even the way the camera's set. But there's a level of destructibility. Like he launches a missile from a helicopter into the side of a building, and like you literally see the damage on the building completely.
Yeah, that's cool. So depending on how the world reacts to you and everything like that, but even if it's just a place where you just shoot a bunch of people and drive around cool futuristic cars, I'm in.
Yeah,
I don't ask for a lot. I like Watch Dogs Legion, for Christ's sake.
I remember.
So,
yeah,
and they look like they partnered with IO Interactive on this one.
Yeah. Good call on that. Yeah, the IO Partners thing that they're doing there, which is kind of random, but very strange partnership here, but a very interesting video game. As you can see, I'm turning the corner in real time.
Yeah, I feel that.
The description here is: play as Jacob D as a soldier fitted with the mind's eye.
That's a classic video game.
That is such a video game ass name.
Video game name.
That's a video game as main character name for sure. Jacob D.
Jacob D.
A mysterious neural implant. This is a mysterious neural implant that haunts him with fragmented memories of a covert mission that changed his life forever. Fight to uncover the truth in a world where AI, high-tech experimentation, and unchecked military power shape every encounter. Jacob isn't the only one seeking answers. Forces working in the shadows may be more powerful and dangerous than he ever imagined. Get ready for intense combat on foot, behind the wheel, and in air, where every decision can mean the difference between survival and defeat. So I don't know if this is like an open world game.
Oh, Jacob Diaz. Okay, so he's a Latino. Okay, there you go. You got your DEI in there.
All right, there we go. We hit the quota this month. You know what I'm saying? Let me stop.
Single player narrative. Yeah.
Is it PS5 exclusive?
No, I'm looking right now. It's got a Steam page.
Okay.
But
I'm saying
Xbox controllers.
Yeah, I didn't see anything Xbox related on this one.
I don't know. Hold on.
I see that. I'm looking at the
Mind's
Twitter.
Eye, Xbox.
Yeah, this might be a PS5 situation.
That'd be kind of significant. Not going to front.
That'd be huge if it's a PS5.
Yeah, I think so.
Exclusive.
I'm on their website. What is that? Looking like it's there.
Yeah, we're not really seeing that it's going to be on anything else.
I'm scrolling through their website. They have a content creator program. Okay.
Yeah,
noted.
I'm on their website and it doesn't really say anything either.
Doesn't specify.
Strange.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it is. But
no, I think you can wishlist it now. I think there is no Xbox version. It's just
yeah. I think they got the exclusivity on it, like it's on
wow.
Yeah. I had the feeling.
Yeah, definitely. It's got that. It's got that low key vibe to it. Yeah. All right. Well, we've hung on that one enough. Last game here, and then we'll move on to other shit in our show. We still got a lot to talk about. Saros by Housemarque. So I did like a breakdown of PlayStation, and I said that Housemarque has to be like announcing something very soon. I didn't know it'd be like next month soon, but here we are. This is the successor to what's the game? Returnal. It's coming 2026. Raul Coley is in it in the lead role. I've not played Returnal yet, so I'm just like completely in the dark on this and what to expect. But I do like Housemarque. I think their games are awesome. This was just one, like, I'm not into bullet hell shit. I'm not into like roguelikes constantly. So that is why I skipped it at the time. Since Splintered Fate and Hades, I'm like, okay, I think I do like this more, and I'm giving it credit for. So I do want to try Returnal at some point, but nonetheless, Gene, I want to hear from you first on Saros. What are you thinking, good stuff?
Yeah, I was wondering what this was until I saw the bullet hell reflected in the main character's eye, and I was like, "Oh, this is Returnal 2." And then
I didn't even catch that.
Like,
yeah.
It's not even Returnal 2. They're a new IP. And then the guy came out and says, "Yeah, this is a successor to Returnal." And I was like, "Man, I love the studio. This is great. Like just new IP, new characters, new world. Maybe the same world. The story you haven't played Returnal, but the story could mix together pretty well. Kind
of like what Remedy does. Is almost what it sounds like.
It might be. Yeah, it could be a shared universe type of deal, right? But yeah, as soon as I saw the swirl of bullets in the guy's eyes, I was like, "Oh, Returnal's back, baby." or that this is Housemarque, because that's what Returnal is. It is absolutely a bullet hell. I think Returnal might actually be the best game of the generation so far.
I've heard really good things. I know Rand loved it too.
Oh, Rand loves Returnal.
Oh wow, yeah. I think it's very unique. It's creative. It's really fucking hard. So it's not my favorite game of the generation for sure, because it's not a game that I like to replay a lot. But when I played it, I was like, oh, I didn't like it at first because it was really fucking hard, you know? And again, I don't like a roguelike. So, and that part of the element was kind of frustrating me because it's like, oh, there's so few upgrades that you can actually get permanently. It really is about the moment of making sure you don't get fucking hit by the 1,000 million bullets swarming in on you and all these missiles. Armored Core is a little bit similar too, right? In terms of like how many missiles they just throws at you. But yeah, pretty excited for this one. Glad to see Housemarque is still being productive. As I said on Twitter, this is the closer. I love it, and this was a good state of play for me. So I'm just talking, you know, from my perspective, I enjoyed it. But objectively, and you see, I think that's why a lot of people on Twitter or in social media are upset about the state of play, is because if you are a Sony first party fan, if you are in PlayStation because you enjoy the Sony first party games, this is ass.
Yeah,
this is ass
100%.
straight up.
Yep.
You know, my local dispensary, weed dispensary, the security guard there, Antoine, good guy, and I see him every week, right? And then he knows that I'm the games reporter at the local paper, the Washington Post. And then so one week he was like, "Hey, Gene, where the fuck is Wolverine?" You know? And I was like, I don't know, man. They just released Spider-Man 2 on PC, you know? He's like, yeah, but, you know, Wolverine, though, you know? Like I already played Spider-Man, you know? And, like it was kind of the same as the first game.
Yeah.
You know? He's like, say out loud all the shit you hear online, right? And I was like, yeah, you know, games these days take way too long, you know? And he's like, you know, but there's a lot. I was like, but there's a lot of other games, right? He's like, I bought PS5 for Wolverine and Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was okay, you know?
Yeah.
That's real.
So it's like, yeah, if you're in it for Naughty Dog games, you know, you get one Naughty Dog game per PS5. That's it. We are getting one Naughty Dog game this generation. At least we get 2 Housemarque games.
Yeah.
Shout out to them. We get
doesn't seem like they skipped a beat at all, right? We're like 4 years removed from their last release.
Exactly.
Like right time.
That's a good ideal modern AAA development cycle. I think 4 years is enough time. I think, right? Especially for games this big, and for a studio that small. They're not a big studio, you know. So yeah, shout out to Housemarque for being productive and not you know, falling to the live service gas cancellations. Yeah, it's rough out there for Sony first party. That's my impression of it. But I'm very, very excited for Saros. Looks like it'll be another. Well, it doesn't. Here's another disappointment. It was a fucking CG trailer. You know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, really, you're gonna have a state of play later this year, but you had nothing. Not even like a snippet. Like at least Naughty Dog showed like something that could look like gameplay. You know, even though it probably wasn't. But you know, at least it showed some kind of combat versus, you know, oh, look at the eclipse and watch out, the bullets are coming, and it was the Housemarque's next game. That's it. That's all we got.
Yeah.
We needed more information than that, especially, and other people have said this, but like, you can't just drop a CG trailer like that for a new IP, you know, or even you're not even Naughty Dog, you know, so you need you need to show us a little bit more, you know.
I thought it was going to cut to a like a
boss fight or like literally like 5 to 7 seconds of gameplay to something to chew on for a little bit for the next state of play, right? But we didn't even get that at all. You know?
No, that's real. Yeah, I mean, kind of Gene has hit a lot of the points I was going to say. Look, as far as, you know, Soros again, you know, shout out to Housemarque, obviously being able to maintain the cadence, not missing out. Obviously, Returnal is a cult classic. A lot of people like it. Was very difficult. I did play it, but I respected what they were trying to do as a developer. I thought that was really cool. It was just hard, man. Like, damn, these upgrades, and I'm dying all the time. And damn, you put me back here. All right, but it's so hard. I'm glad a game like that exists. I thought it was super dope for them. You know, so this obviously this is, you know, I don't know if we're doing the whole you know, kind of like Control vibe where it's like this is another, you know, same shared universe kind of energy. We'll see. You know, as far as, you know, my disappointment was, you know, obviously is, you know, 2026 is not coming out this year, right? And then obviously we didn't get any gameplay from it. So I'm like, all right, cool. But overall, my thought on it, if we're doing the wrap part with the show, is that kind of the same thing. Like, if you look at the games that were shown, yeah, they were good games shown, of course, right?
Mhm.
But I look at it as, what am I here for? I'm here for PlayStation's first party. What are the unique offerings? We already know what Xbox doing. They put their games everywhere, right? What are the unique offerings that PlayStation is giving me? And what this did was reinforce what we all feared, which was the live service push and all the majority of studios, the output is going to be much more lower. We're going to rely on third party and marketing deals in conjunction with some timed exclusives here and there. And then my disappointment was actually different in the sense that the games that I know that they're supposed to drop this year, Marathon, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotai, were nowhere to be found. So now I'm like, are they coming this year? And we don't get showcases from them. We don't know what's going on. It's like usually just a state of play at the last minute kind of thing. So that was my thing. Like, okay, this is kind of what the new normal is going to be. Hiroki Totoki has been on record for saying, hey, you're probably going to get 2 first-party studio, PlayStation first-party studio games a year. And that's it. So I'm just like, oh, all right. So that's where my disappointment. Not that the show, what we saw from a game standpoint, was bad, but PlayStation's first party output, I was like, there's not enough unique things for me that I can't get anywhere else, kind of thing. Even that, what was it? The Lost, the one that I thought was the game to show for me was the what is
Lost
it?
Soul Side.
That was fire. But Tiles of Annihilation was the one for me. That was like, oh, that's the best thing here.
Yeah.
And then I found out,
just sucks seeing a game that you're excited for and just knowing it's like, we as Xbox fans know. Just seeing a game you're excited for and being like, that's like ages away. Like that's
right.
I just can't get excited about that anymore.
Last point. I was shocked because, see, the funny joke while we screaming on IOP, I'm teasing King. I'm like, oh, which Xbox game gonna show up, baby? You know, which is we know Forza.
That was a little surprising, I gotta say.
Right. So to me, that was the game between the game. Like, we know that they're coming to PlayStation, right? But PlayStation choosing not, or maybe Xbox, I would assume it's PlayStation choosing not to show a Forza 5 that's already being announced on their stage. So do they not want to take away from their own first party offerings? Is interesting because we know it's happening, right? Yeah. That was an interesting call for me. So I'm like, all right, this is how we're going to play.
Yeah. Overall, I thought the show I would define as like, okay. In a lot of stretches, kind of mid. Like,
it's okay.
You know, because there are pockets of like interesting stuff, but I feel like there was a caveat to everything I enjoyed. Like, oh, Digimon story, cool. Like, no date. Sonic Racing, it feels like, you know, for a random trailer, should have a date. It's like network testing. I'm like, all right, like,
yeah, that's weird. Yeah,
you know, I thought that was a little strange, and so on. You know, there was some interesting stuff in here for sure, but
Onimusha was the only one that had no caveats, and
I was gonna say Onimusha felt the least compromised. Mind's Eye was interesting to unpack here live on the show. I went, okay, I like warmed up to it a little bit, but the acting was still pretty corny. But
it looks corny and it looks a little generic, right? Yeah. Right. If you're gonna like AI generate like open world sci-fi game, that's where it is.
Especially looking like that fucking guy. You kidding me? Like, no offense to whoever the actor is, but like, bro. I can fucking print that motherfucker out. Come on.
Well, yeah, why don't you go back to your Concord designs then, Maddie? You know,
give me more artistic. Give me like, what was that guy in the fucking winter coat with like
Daw was my main.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, don't talk shit on Daw.
I used the chick who had the fireballs. She was all right. I didn't think she was that bad. You know,
yeah, funny.
Haymar. I can't believe I still fucking remember these fucking.
Hey, props to you, bro. Props to you. That spongy brainy ears.
Hey! I really tried Concord. You know, out of everyone out of LSM except for our listener Radic, who platinum Concord. He platinum Concord because he was one of the people who was killing themselves on the rivalry mode.
Wow!
Because if you can get max level, and then there's no one playing Concord, so the only way you can play Concord to get enough points was to just throw yourself off the stage every single time, lose, and then just get the match points. And so he did that for about like I don't know, like 4 or 5 days straight.
Damn!
He got the platinum. There's only there's like 20 some people who got a platinum for Concord. So
Jesus.
Yeah, Maddie, why don't you go back to that if you're going to complain about Mr. Jacob D? You know,
hey, like, bro, that's an impressive platinum. I gotta say that was on the fucking clock too. Like, that shit was getting ripped off the store at any moment, and
I think he got it like literally like the day before. Like it got.
Yeah, that
it
would have
got
been so
not even
soul
delisted, but
crushing.
it's just like you can't play the game.
It's just like
nah,
running
we're
off a cliff for like 4 days straight. They pull it off the storefront. You're like 98% of the platform.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that would be brutal.
I think I one of my followers actually was right there. He was like, yeah, I was level 49 or some shit, and then I didn't make it.
Yeah.
That
There's a lesson in there somewhere.
that would kill me. That would kill me. It would be a long time before I get over that.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's brutal.
All right. Well, we still have some news to get into. Very little, and then we'll talk about what we're playing, which will be the other major section
I totally
of the show.
forgot that we still have a whole
review
section.
Yeah, we still got like another hour conversation ahead of us, no doubt. So we'll kind of cruise through this. This is the major one. Everything else, I think, is pretty small fry. Yeah. But this is the one that I think we will all have strong thoughts on because WB Games just continues to plummet. Jason Schreier has reported that Rocksteady is working on a new Batman game following the shutdown of Suicide Squad in January of 2025. Separately, Monolith, responsible for the recent Middle-earth games in 2014 and 2017, respectively, has rebooted the development of their Wonder Woman game, which was first announced in 2021. Again, 4 years after the last release they did. It's also been said that they dropped the Nemesis system feature from their game in exchange for a more traditional action-adventure title. Meanwhile, W Games Montreal has continued to struggle to get its games off the ground with pitches rejected for both a Flash and John Constantine game. The developer is reportedly... I'm sorry, actually, I should say this as clarity. The Flash game was canceled. Flash game was in development and canceled because of the DCU movie that flopped, which I have thoughts on as well. But the developer is reportedly spinning up a new pitch for a Game of Thrones title. Daniel J. has the write-in. Greetings, Captain Cog and Matty Man. What are your thoughts on the disastrous spot that WB Games finds themselves in after the Bloomberg report? Killed the Justice League and Multiverses, lost the company $300 million, and their absence now leaves the publisher with a blank slate for the foreseeable future. To painfully top it off, the Monolith Wonder Woman game has reportedly been rebooted last year with $100 million already spent, and the report even suggesting that it's a possibility the game might not release at all. New leadership will be taking the helm at WB in the coming months. So what do you guys think they need to do to fix this increasingly sinking ship? Keep up the great work, gents, and if you thought your Monday was bad, just know that Drake is probably having the worst Monday out of anyone kind of day.
His TV got turned off.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. No doubt. That was rough. That was rough for him. Yeah. I've gone on week after week on this show about WB Games, and so I'll just kick us off here and say this is fucking abysmal, bro. Obviously, that we'll state that up front and then work it down from there. So to me, the problem I have is, of course, WB has all the potential in the world because they have IP that people care about and are ready to buy. And they've horribly used it, not just in these cancellations and staggered projects, right? But you look at games like Gotham Knights, which do manage to get out of the door. That's the first game that WB Games Montreal managed to release since Arkham Origins, which was 2013. So you bring up almost a decade of waiting, and that's what they released. And I know there are some Gotham Knights apologists out there who kind of enjoy the action RPG nature of it all. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong or rain on your parade. I'm just here to say that for that
Arkham Origins apologists here, at least.
I like Origins. Yeah, I think Origins is great. So I was excited for Gotham Knights as everyone was kind of losing their mind. I was like, I
hate Gotham Knights.
Yeah, I'm there with you now. But at the time, though, I was like, oh, give it a chance. Like co-op Batman sounds cool. Bat Family. I love the Bat Family. I love the comics about them. Like, I'm in. But to wait that long, I think even for the people who are apologists for the game, no, that just wasn't worth it. It didn't add up. And they were supposed to be, especially after Origins, like the Rocksteady successor. Like they showed with the Origins, they can really deliver with that system there. And so that was frustrating point number one, is like they just can't get a game off the ground to save their life. And I know the pitch environment for like corporate AAA is really tough, so I can be forgiving on that. But there is clearly a systemic issue there with that company just by nature of like how many failed projects get off the ground for them. And again, we look at Flash, John Constantine. There's this huge gap where in between Arkham Origins and Gotham Knights, there was a canceled Court of Owls game. Like something's wrong there. At the same time, though, WB is incredibly reactive. They tried to chase market trends, making their premier single player superhero game studio chase live service instead of making more Batman stuff or a Superman game. That's absurd. This was clearly a game plan for them to cash out. Multiverses, I've talked about endlessly on this show, is maybe the worst handled property this generation by nature of you had a success, and they surprisingly tell you, as Cog and I have laughed at it multiple times, it's a beta, y'all. We're pulling this down. We're going to work on it, bring it right back. And dude, this game barely passes 1,000 players now. They shot themselves in the foot. But WB, again, very reactive. I talked about the Flash canceled game. Why did no one in the building realize, like, hey, Ezra Miller was kind of a fucking psychopath leading into the release of the movie, to the point where people were wondering if we were going to pull this movie from the box office ahead of its launch? It was that bad. Read up about it. It was that bad. This dude was on a crime spree. He was playing GTA. All right. It was a crime spree. And they were like, we might not be able to release this. Do you think that might have had something to do with that and the movie sucking? Like, that's the thing, but they're reactive. And so that's what I worry about. To answer Daniel's question, and I'll kick it to one of you two, like, they're so strongly reactive. And so I'm looking at the first success they had that pretty much saved this firm in Hogwarts Legacy. Now they're looking at that. They're like, okay, we beat Call of Duty in a calendar year.
With a single player game.
Yeah, we beat Call of Duty. By the way, it took them long enough to realize that a single player Harry Potter game might have actually been a good idea. Let's address that as well. Fucking absurd on its own right. But now they're like,
I hate Harry Potter, but this game should have been made like a long time ago.
Exactly.
This is like a no-brainer idea game.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck?
So you beat Call of Duty. Now they're licking their chops. They're like, okay, I'm smelling Quidditch live service. I'm smelling, they've already confirmed Hogwarts Legacy sequel. Like, they're going to go in on this. And I'm like, this is a desperate company that has no clue what they're doing. And they have one cash cow that people are very happy with. And I think they're going to fuck it up. But what they also stated is that it's going to take years for them to retool. It's going to be years before we see something meaningful from WB. And let's not forget that they're missing out on the annual revenue they used to count on from like TT Games, who used to put out Lego games at like a staggering clip. It took them 5 years to make Skywalker Saga. And I like that game a lot, but it's been since 2021 that we got that game, right? Here we are in 25, and the rumor is they're making a Lego Batman game or a Lego Harry Potter game. That's kind of the rumor right now. Whatever it is, I'll be there. I fucking love the Lego games, so I don't care. But dude, like, they are fucking up all over the board here. And let's not forget the last part, which is that they trademarked the Nemesis system. The defining element that made people excited and interested in a Wonder Woman game. I love Wonder Woman. I've read a few of her comics. Like, I'm in, but look, man, like, I don't think many people were asking for it, but they might have realized something with that Nemesis system to pull out your defining element and put it in purgatory, in legal purgatory now, where who knows if there's any other, they've shared assets throughout WB, like the free flow system made its way into Shadow Mordor. So you don't know if like it's just going to stick with what Monolith's doing, but to know that that fantastic game system just can't be used or iterated upon by anyone else is of great frustration. And to know that the Wonder Woman game kicked that to the curb for a more traditional experience, I'm like, bro, haven't you guys fucking learned? Like, this feels like shots in the foot over and over again. So I don't know if they get out of this, frankly. I think the best, easiest way is to get them out of the decision-making process. It reminds me a lot of where Marvel was at, where they were like, okay, like, we're going to make the MCU games. We're going to make a Thor game, and we're going to make a Captain America game. And they fucking sucked. They were terrible. And until they just realized that they had to make the Lucasfilm Games initiative and the Marvel Games initiative. And they like went out and created relationships with passionate developers. And guess what we got? Spider-Man from Insomniac. Brilliant. Eidos Montreal and Guardians of the Galaxy. That's what they need to go and do. WB needs to lead an initiative with a team of people who actually know ball, if you will. Like, actually know their IP and know their games and know gamers, and go out there, strike those partnerships, hand a random... Dude, Camouflage just made a Batman Arkham game on VR that's apparently fucking incredible. I played a little bit of it, so I shouldn't say apparently, but I haven't finished it. But like, it's awesome. Someone else took the Arkham experience, as we've seen twice now. WB did it, Camouflage did it. It doesn't have to be just Rocksteady. So why isn't this philosophy applying to other IP they own? They had Game of Thrones, they had Lord of the Rings, they have all these IP. Harry Potter. Why does this all have to sit in-house? So I say I don't know if they dig themselves out of this whole. Granted they have more money than God, so give them time for sure. They said they're retooling for the next 2 to 3 years to kind of get back to where they once were. But when you make a Suicide Squad and you're like, we're counting on this thing to be they said it themselves, $1 billion franchise, and it loses you $200 million, and then you lose another $100 million on multiverses and another $100 million in the hole on Wonder Woman, which no doubt is not going to make that money back.
Yeah.
They're fucked, dude. That's a terrible spot to be in with today's AAA development climate. They're probably one of the people on that list from that Matthew Ball presentation. They're probably one of the people on the list who are like, GTA, please, $100, please open the door for us.
So we can charge that.
Please open the door for us. God, that'd be great. Anyway, I've ranted and raved enough. Kago, kick it to you. What are you thinking about what's going on with WB Games?
Whew, I mean, you said a lot. You said a lot of stuff I was going to say. It's sad to see. Remembering the Arkham games and the Rocksteady, and to me, it's like they had the alley-oop already with Hogwarts Legacy, right? We felt that this is a no-brainer that should have come out. They had this tremendous success, and we marveled at how well that game did from a single player. You beat Call of Duty alive, so like that you sell the most for the year. As in that type of genre, it just shows you the power of the IP. And then they're sitting on powerful IP. Like, again, Game of Thrones. Why haven't we really gotten those type of games like that, right? Especially in the height of Game of Thrones, when Game of Thrones was really moving out here, that was something they could have moved on. But it's a classic example to me of catching a wave, doing the trend chasing. We got to get alive. It's like, to me, it's like they got hog leg and they like, all right, that's our in the main and the tuck, we good. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to expand this massive empire. Now we're going to have the best single player, the best live service, the best. And no, you didn't. You didn't. Yeah. You flopped tremendously, with the Suicide Squad. Then obviously the multiverses, which in theory should have worked. It should have worked. You've got all these classic IPs, these characters in a Smash universe, and I just defer to you, Maddie. Do you feel it's a situation they didn't listen to their base as to why? I don't understand why that game didn't work for them.
It was working. They pulled it. I mean, it was losing players a little bit, but it wasn't like losing from what I remember. I don't have the data in front of me, but I remember it wasn't losing players at like such a stagger rate. It was like, yo, this game's dead soon. Like people just wanted more fighters. And I think the idea was that they were not prepared for the success I think the game had.
Got it.
And so they pulled it, retooled, invested. Came
lost
back,
the momentum.
All the momentum and the excitement was gone. And
so basically, you created something cool, but you weren't ready. I'm going to infer they weren't ready for the long tail of what live service encouraged to keep satiating the base, right? Yeah. So you got that, and then I'm shocked by this Wonder Woman news. I didn't know this. I'm glad you brought this to my attention. I did not know that it's basically being rebooted. You would think that's a slam dunk. It's Wonder Woman. And then now you're taking the Nemesis system out that only you have. That is one of the coolest systems in gaming since Shadow of Mordor that no one else can do. And you know how I feel about that. Nintendo, I'm looking at you with the damn trademark because it gets into this area where it takes away from creativity. Now no one else can do that, but you ain't using the damn system yourself to do anything cool with it. So yeah, to me, the next thing is like, okay, you got it. Just get Hogleg 2, obviously. Let's go back to Arkham, please. You know what I'm saying? These should be slam dunks, and who knows if they survive. But it doesn't. These type of mistakes don't look good. It usually it can spell doom if they're not careful. So I'm pulling for them, but we'll see. I don't know.
What about you, Gene? Any thoughts on what's going on with WB at all?
I mean, what else can I say? This is a disaster. What a waste of time for Monolith to do all that stuff. I wonder how the project was managed. But to me, this is all the problems with WB Games is a symptom of when we talk about Xbox, right, and Microsoft, and we talk about Satya Nadella and how little he knows about the video game space, right? Look at the CEO of WB Discovery, David Zaslav. He's the guy that's canceling all these projects. He canceled the Wile E. Coyote versus Acme movie. Under his CEOship, they made a Hugh Jackman Peter Pan origin movie in 2015 that lost $100 million because it was so shitty and nobody cares about fucking the origin of Peter Pan. It was called Pan, starring Hugh Jackman, and it was a complete bomb, and it was also a terrible movie. Nobody fucking watched it. You guys didn't even hear about it.
I didn't even know about that. Damn.
This was supposed to be WB's like big movie for 2015, and it just bombed. Yeah. So it was WB's Concord back in 2015. So this is a guy that does create like Concord level disasters. he has no real background in the entertainment business because he is not from the WB side. For some reason, he is on the Discovery side, Discovery Channel, Animal Planet, the fucking Scripps. They own TV news networks, right? They were a cable company. They run the fucking spelling bee. You know,
Wow.
that's the kind of company that is running WB Games right now. You know,
Gotcha.
so I think you all have to understand that WB Games is not being led by gamers, people who even understand the entertainment business, let alone film or anything like that. WB is not Warner Brothers of the past anymore. WB is a content company, a content farm first and foremost, which is why they look at multiverses and you're like, yeah, you know, people love Smash or whatever like that, and just throw a bunch of IP in there without even thinking about what it takes to be able to create a massive game like Multiverses, to be able to support a game like that over the years. Smash was barely able to do it. And the only thing Nintendo makes is games, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So Smash can barely keep up with that pace, and thankfully they did. But it almost killed Sakurai, you know? So Sakurai almost bleeds himself to death making the game, you know?
Yeah.
You don't got a Sakurai over at WB, do you? You know? This is not a creative company, you know, so they are going to continue to mishandle what looks like will be fun stories, fun games. All that shit doesn't matter. It's all about the origin story of Peter Pan, though. You know, you know, we can make it like Batman Begins, but you know, and star Hugh Jackman. Wolverine's in it, right? People love Wolverine, so now he's Hook. You know.
But the stakeholders
it's fucking regarded, you know. So that's the situation WB is under right now. So to me, none of this is surprising. This is not a company that understands what fun entertainment is, and they won't be until they get new management. And
the games division is getting a new
CEOs
president.
are impossible to fire. So
that part. Yeah.
You know, Herman Hulse, they didn't even fire him.
Bro.
They gave him a slight demotion.
Yeah, it's a soft demotion. Yeah, and
soft demotion.
Yeah.
You know,
good point.
But you lose $400 million, or you do something like Concord or Pan or whatever they did. You got to keep your job. That's
exactly. Cool. But developers are the one that's been suffering lately.
Yeah.
You got to wonder if some of these teams that are under WB want to even work on some of the IP. You know, you got to think of like they're just told like at WB Games Montreal, they're probably like told like it's got to be some sort of IP we own, like, you know, which I think is a great opportunity because WB has a ton of fucking IP. Like,
it does, yeah,
you know,
tons.
But still, I wonder if like developers there are like passionate about these things, or they're just like, I imagine at WB Games Montreal, like they're probably just thinking like, how do we get something through the door at this point? Like, what can we pitch that just gets us working on a game? Because eventually you could get shut down if you're doing nothing, right? Mm-hmm. So you know, I'm sure that's how they're thinking about things, which is not really a productive creative environment. I will say though, I hope they get a Game of Thrones game through the door, like is rumored, because there's another IP. I mean, I feel like Game of Thrones hype gone.
You know? Probably now, but
you know, I feel like there's enough to sustain like a House of the Dragon or whatever. But like, which I've heard great things about, but I don't think it's on that level of like pre-season 8. You know,
facts.
There was a time. There was so much time,
bro. They had so much. I'm shocked there was nothing.
Yeah,
like, bro, we used to tune into HBO, listen to that damn, like we used to like, bro, that was a cultural thing, and there was no game during this period.
Huge, bro. All we get is Kingsmaker, which is a fucking phone game. Looks great.
Phone game, and I think we got a Telltale game.
Oh, we did get the Telltale game. Yeah,
we got a Telltale game early. You know what I'm saying? But like during the height, there was nothing. Like.
That's why the Game of Thrones trailer at the Game Awards is like, oh my god, dude, this games industry is so fucking slow, man. Hop on any kind of trend, dude. Like, fuck, man.
That's how I felt. I'm like, bro, y'all like 4 or 5 years too late, but damn.
Hey, remember this?
Remember this when it was fire?
Yeah. But again, Zaslav is the same guy who also called HBO Max now. You know?
Yeah, which I just don't get. Like, what is with that rebranding there? Like I had someone hit me with that. They're like, "You got Max?" I was like, "We're not doing this." I was like, "It's the same thing with like Twitter turned X." I'm like, "We're not doing this. Like, it's just not fucking working. This is too deeply ingrained."
HBO, I would call it HBO.
Yeah. Exactly. Like it is definitely old man shouting at cloud energy, but I'm like, we're not doing this shit. Like I'm not changing the name of something I've known for like 13 fucking years, you know?
No, I still call it too.
I want to correct myself. I don't think Zaslav was in charge when they made the Peter Pan movie. But
okay.
I mean, again, it just shows
it's still his fault somehow.
But like, this is before even that they took over. You know, like look at the DC movies and look at the clownish effort that was. You know.
Yeah. Their one-offs can be great. I love the Batman. I think the Batman 2 already from like the key art looks fucking awesome, you know?
Yeah.
But I love the first
individual
Joker.
projects can be great, you know. Yeah. But there's definitely no like, you know, Disney level you know, like I talk to Disney and like that is Disney's strategy, as you said, you know, that they're not doing it in-house, that they're actually trying to find good partners that they can license to, you know.
It's probably cheaper for them
money
too.
that way, you know.
Yeah.
Marvel Rivals, you know, come on.
Yeah, literally.
NetEase, bro, outside.
Yeah, NetEase, you know. You think WB Games will do that? I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Well, now they're gonna want to. No doubt, they're gonna look at that and be like, you know, they're gonna when Marvel Rivals like falls off in like 6 years. WB Games is gonna be like, here's the Warner Brothers, and it's gonna be just like a bunch of fucking WBIP, and yeah, like I can see it now. They're gonna be like, remember this guy's who's our hero shooter? It's our turn now.
It's gonna be called DC Challengers. Yeah. You know, the latest hero shooter from, you know, the DC competitors.
I'm done.
just go to the thesaurus and just make it that. But then this time, like, you'll be Bugs Bunny. You can be Bugs Bunny and
fucking carrot.
LeBron James though too. You know? LeBron
James. See, they were cooking a little bit with multiverses though. When they had LeBron James as a fighting character, like that was crazy. That was fun.
I mean, what sucks is that Multiverses just came out with the update and it looks good.
It looked good. Yeah.
Like, God damn it! Like these guys are clearly talented game makers, but
absolutely.
like. The whole business strategy was just undercuts them completely. It sucks, man.
Yeah,
clearly, very talented studio working on a really what could have been a really great game, but they got a lot live services. You know, how are you going to sell skins in a Smash game? You know, that's not how it works.
100%. Should have been a single player game from the start. I think that would have done well for them.
Offline game with DLC, character packs. Just keep it simple, man.
Literally follow the Smash formula. I mean, Nickelodeon did that, and they did it really well. All-Star Brawl 2 was
they did okay. Yeah, Nickelodeon All-Stars. Yeah. You know, just put out campaign packs. Sell that shit for $30. That's half the price of the original game. You could make a lot of money off that. You know,
it's the problem is though, as we are learning as this industry evolves, is it's about how much is enough. You can make a shit ton of money in this industry very easily if you got the IP like WB has. But the question is it enough? It's never enough, right? That's the problem. You know, they could make like small fry Batman games and whatnot and like keep a humble part of their business as their gaming division and gradually grow it with like a big swing, like a Harry Potter, and just kind of like address a need in the market and like have a really big payout. But that's not enough, right? Like everything has to be a Hogwarts Legacy now. Again, to show that greed, it's like they wanted Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League to be $1 billion franchise in entry one.
Yeah.
What is that? Like, let's math that real quick. Hold on.
And the movies too. They really counted on the movies being a hit too, and it was not. You know, and the Wonder Woman movies were not. You know.
Good point. Yeah. Good point.
You know, and Disney isn't perfect either. Disney, you know, Indiana Jones, like you know who's lucky with the cross media synergy is the Sonic, Sega and Sonic.
Yes.
You know, imagine if the Sonic movies didn't hit.
Yeah,
and you have all these fucking Sonic games coming out, you know? And the Sonic games didn't hit either. You know?
Yep. And remember how the Sonic games first came out?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the backlash was so bad. It's like, yo, if you don't change, I mean, the movies, like, you don't change the character and how this looked, and thank God they took the feedback, and then...
And what did they do? And there's a lot of conspiracy theories. It's like, that was a false flag. It's like, no, I know people who worked on that movie. They were ready to go with that old design.
That old joint, yeah.
The old design. They had this whole... I know people... I knew the guy who made the goddamn movie posters. Oh, wow. He was like, no, there was no plan before any of this. We had we knew what Sonic looked like. That was going to be Sonic for the whole movie, you know. And we had to change the whole damn thing.
Yeah, the whole remix.
Thank goodness, but yes.
To put their numbers into perspective, and I know it's a live service game, so these numbers would be like skewed a bit with like in-game purchases and stuff. But for WB to hit their $1 billion mark for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, they would have had to sell over 14 million copies, which for comparison, the Arkham series as a collective sold 32 million, which is a very high number, but that is like storied superhero games one after the other, right? Like an unreal run. And that, you know, you're asking for half of that in one entry with one live game. Service, with your premier single player studio, like
with a bunch of characters that don't even have barely have a fraction of the popularity and fandom that Batman.
Yeah.
the only other character that challenges Spider-Man as the most popular fictional person besides Jesus on planet, on planet Earth, it's Batman, and Batman was only able to sell 30 million. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
across 4 or 5 games. Yeah,
ridiculous.
We got some more news here. We'll run through this pretty quickly and get into what we're playing. Some updates on Warhorse. Cog, we'll kick this to you for the first one. Warhorse Studios has shared that the Xbox Series S greatly helps with optimizing for other platforms, as brought to you by the Lords. What was that like, sir? Breaking that story, getting that Series S justification. Walk us through it, Cog. I always feel
it was good. Shout out to Toby. We had them on for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 launch week, and it's kind of a celebration. And it was kind of unprompted because my line of questioning had nothing to do with Series S. I was actually just giving a lot of props to CryEngine and how amazing this game looks, from a world and AI and system standpoint. And he just went on to share, he was just like, yeah, by the way, Series S really helped us with development. And it was just like, oh, really? So once he gave me the alley-oop, I'm going to go for it. Mm-hmm. Okay, please tell me how, because the consensus from a lot of gamers is that, it's held the generation back. And he's like, no, this really helped us with our optimization and refining. And again, it's the old adage I always say, time, resources, developer talent. And the fact that you can develop on that SKU really helps your development overall. So yeah, that was a big one, man. So salute to Toby, salute to the development team. I think those guys are wizards over at Warhorse. That Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is really a gorgeous game to me. And it's a modified version of CryEngine. And CryEngine, I used to wax poetic with, I didn't know how they did Rise to the Rome back on the Xbox One with that hardware that they had. I was like, how did they? Yeah, it was the greatest 900p game I ever seen. So I was just like, yo, this is CryEngine, bro. I was like, I don't know how y'all doing it, because that game looked phenomenal. You could have fooled me if it was 900p.
900p launch game. Yeah,
facts. Remember that?
Imagine that right now. But yeah, I remember it was 900p, and I was like, hell yeah, this was good though, man. 900p is fine.
It still looks pretty good. I just played it last year again, and I was like, this still, you can see through the cracks a little bit more, but it's still if this game got a slight touch up, modern. I mean, it still looks like a modern game. It looks like it came out a couple years ago.
See, Rise of Son of Rome is the perfect balance between a Quantic Dream game and a more action game. I would love a Quantic Dream game or a Supermassive game that has a little bit more gameplay.
I got you.
But also has that QTE action. Yeah, I'm down with that. That's cool. I thought it was super cool.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, a lot of people hated that, but me and Cog just never really got down with it.
No. You got another Rise fan right here too, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, we lit.
On disc. I bought that on disc, man.
Same.
I still got all my Rise memorabilia running around. Oh, matter of fact, here you go, bro. It's official with the launch day joint.
Oh,
what y'all know about that? What y'all know about with the date on the launch? I was there.
Yes, sir.
With the date, baby.
Man, take me back. That was an amazing day.
What?
Yeah, take me back. That was
so I keep repeating this, but I bought the Xbox One X, my first Xbox One, for Red Dead 2. But I was so excited to play all these other exclusives, Gears 4 and Crackdown and Sunset Overdrive. And then when I got to Rise, I was like, wait, this game is great. Why did everyone make fun of this? This is cool.
There were some real
gems. This is great.
For a launch joint. That's what I was saying.
For those first 2 years were good for Xbox. I don't ever bend the knee on that. I'm like, dude, when you got Sunset Overdrive, Ori, Rise, Killer
People don't talk about how the Xbox One launch time was better than the PS4.
Dead Rising 3.
I had both. Titanfall was part of that.
Titanfall 1 was crazy. Yeah, I played Titanfall. I played Titanfall 1 at the bar, and I was like, wait, the Xbox. Maybe I should get an Xbox, and I just didn't. But
Absolutely. But it got you thinking, at least.
It did, yeah. Because Titanfall was that good. It was.
Dead Rising 3 was that long.
Dead Rising 3 was dope. Once I got an Xbox One, I played Titanfall, Dead Rising 3. Loved Dead Rising 3. Yeah.
Really Halo Master Chief Collection was broken at launch, but at least if you put that on the list of games that were out in the first 2 years,
see, I completely miss all of that. So by the time I got to Master
Chief Collection, it was fixed by the time
it was all fixed. And I was like, what are people talking about? This is the greatest collection of all time. It's fucking 5 Halo games. What are you talking about?
I can't cap it. Was an absolute disaster around at the time it came out.
Yeah,
bro, I never played a game and I couldn't launch it. I was like,
that's crazy. Yeah,
what the hell is this?
When I hear that you just can't play the game, I'm like, whoa.
Hey, I'm gonna bring you guys back to one that I was super excited for in the first year of Xbox, and that was Project Spark. Do you remember
Project Spark.
Yeah, you remember Project Spark? Make your own games in our game. I was like, dude, I tried to fire that shit. I could not do it. I was just like, I was so excited for that game, but yeah, it did not click. But Project Spark was a game that I was very excited for. Like, yeah, those first 2 years, man, I still defend. Hey, 2015 got a new Tomb Raider game. We money hatted that. How about that?
Oh yeah, shout out to the money hat.
Exclusive Rise of the Tomb Raider. Yes, the best one actually, right?
Yeah, Rise of the Tomb Raider. I forgot about that. Yeah,
that's right. Totally forgot. That was a money hat. That was the first out. That money hat outrage. Actually, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Yo, where's that PlayStation version, bro? Wait. How long is this over with? Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
It's so funny just when you think about it.
Yeah.
Other bit of Kingdom Come Deliverance news here goes to their sales count. Over 1 million copies sold in 24 hours. Tyler Stafford, has the write-in. Hello, Royal Dukes. With the news that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 only cost around $40 million to make, has already sold well over 1 million copies. I wanted to ask, what other European studio is poised to break out with their own KCD2-like hit? My guess would have been Rebel Wolves or Sandfall Interactive. Have a screw the Dodgers kind of day. And I imagine... maybe we don't know for sure, but GSC Game World, I mean, Stalker 2 seemed very popular, so I think that might be one that broke out a little bit. I think the no A-Life support, I don't know if it's added in now, but no A-Life at launch I think took some wind out of its sails. Like, it stopped my playthrough when I learned about it. So I'm not sure if that would be considered one, but definitely put them on the map way more than any of their prior games. But this is like the benefit of making games in Europe. Like, that is really cheap for a game as good and as big and as high quality and as, by the way, very AAA as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Very cheap to make, already getting money back on that. And so congrats to them. A well-deserved success. Well-deserved success.
I was proud of them. I gave them their flowers, man. Again, that's like my little rookie draft pick. I remember seeing them at a PAX East, getting the Kickstarter together, and to see their journey and how the success has been. It's been tremendous. But it's awesome to see, because the production value is definitely there.
Yeah. Gene, any thoughts on this? Any breakout hit potential you see in Europe?
Not really. I don't. It is not a question I can really answer, I think.
Sure.
I'm not looking at like, oh, this is the next breakout studio. That's not something I think about, honestly.
Yeah. So. That's fair.
Yeah, CDPR. Keep an eye out for those guys.
Hey, they're in the States now.
Kids on the block, those guys. You got to look out for them boys.
Yeah. That's a good question though. But shout out to Warhorse. I'm finding out more about the story. The whole diversity thing, backlash or whatever from Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 kind of turned me off for a bit. Like I was like, I don't want to play a game about discourse or whatever.
Yeah.
But then when I started hearing more about the game over the years, I was like, wow, that actually looks like a really good faith, interesting RPG.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm seeing people play KCD2. I'm like, no, they're talented over there. I should check that out. So.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Micah for playing that on the Switch.
She played KCD1 on Switch.
She played KCD1 on the Switch. She was sending me pictures. I was like, God bless sis. I don't know how you doing this right here. You doing a
I was telling her, I was like, that's what white people look like back in the 15th century, Accurate depiction of white people. They were pretty raggedy back then, right?
I was like, how you doing this with these frames? I was like, okay, you go ahead, girl. I said, half of them ain't got no textures. I was like, oh man.
I'm a little interested in playing the Switch version now, too.
Yeah.
Experiment.
I will check it out after I play it regularly on PC for sure.
There you go.
Like I didn't play. I enjoyed Witcher 3 on the Switch. I didn't play Witcher 3 on the Switch first. That's for damn sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a novel little experiment. Like Witcher 3 on Switch.
It's a fun little experiment, and it's definitely. And I actually play like half of Witcher 3, but like I already know the game, so it's I'm just having fun with the game, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 might be a tough stretch though, considering how finicky that game can be in terms of like the immersiveness of it, right? I don't know. Yeah. Shout out to Micah for going through that. She finished the whole thing.
She finished the whole thing on it too. Yeah.
Right, girls capable of something else, man. I'll tell you what. That's some fucking willpower
right there.
Yeah.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, that's my Nintendo co-host right there. Oh yeah. I played Yakuza 1 completely on the Switch, actually.
Ooh, okay.
That just came out a couple months ago.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I do
yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
I would think that.
And then for whatever reason, I was like, "What? Yeah, I actually just just beat the game like earlier last year." And I was like, "Yeah, fuck it, I'll just play it again all over again." I beat the whole thing all over again. It's short. It's like 12, 15 hours.
12, 15 hours. Yeah.
Kwame one's
it's
so good,
crunchy
though.
on the Switch too.
Yeah.
You know,
I believe it.
you got like the convenience store signs just popping up like 5 you know?
Bro, the Switch 2 can't come soon enough. I'm telling you.
Like I turn around and like the trees which don't have a lot of leaves on them already, like the leaves just pop in, just spread out. It's a trippy experience. You know, it feels like I'm having a dream. You know.
Fair enough.
Next up here, we got 2 bits of news left. First one, got a release date today ahead of the state of play. Elden Ring Nightreign is launching May 30th. Cog, I'm turning to you immediately on this one. I know you're not a FromSoft guy, but this is a full multiplayer game, right? This is not Cog getting mad by himself.
Let's do it, Cog. Let's play this.
I'm very interested in.
I'll play it on Xbox.
Because here's the thing, bro. This game is targeting people like you. I don't think it's for people like me. Like, I really don't. Of course, we'll take more FromSoft goodness, but this is for you, the guy who's sitting there folding his arms like, I don't want the challenge, bro. You can get hard carried in this game. Are you in or are you out? Only 3 months left.
It looked cool. I mean, I'll try it. I will try it. I have to say, I want to, as much as I've slandered the way they do co-op in Elden Ring, I owe it to myself to say, okay, this is the mode that, you know, you're going to supposedly dedicate. Like Gene said, I better see that bro mode. I better see that pop in, pop out, get the homies, let's start playing mode. I don't want to do social security numbers and standing in spots and seances. So if they have that, yes, I will at least try it. It wouldn't be fair to me, as much as I slander them sometimes, for me not to at least see what a co-op Elden Ring is. So fair enough, man. You got me.
Okay. All right, cool. No, I just want to know if I would have totally respected it if you didn't, but I was like, I feel like this game is for someone like you who's like,
they're coming for me.
Yeah.
They're coming for me. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Hey, it's just like Samuel Jackson said at the Super Bowl. You got your homies with you. That's a cultural cheat code.
Yeah.
Deduct one life.
Yeah, I got that.
That was a slick little video game reference. I love that part. I love that part.
Shout out to Samuel.
But yeah, that's what this is now. This is they put in the cheat code, the homie cheat code for you to enjoy.
There we go.
Game, you know?
There we go. We got him. He can get carried now.
Yeah, we're jumping now. We're jumping in Elden Ring.
We jumping him. Fair enough. I see what you're doing.
Previews look good though. It seems like this closed network test is going to have.
I did watch Iron Pineapple's review, but he didn't really talk too much about the drop in, drop out, or I didn't catch it though.
Yeah, no one really.
Go check it out.
It was one of those weird previews where they like didn't let you record your own gameplay. It seems like
there was no recorded gameplay.
Yeah, which is strange because I feel like that is for a game coming out so soon. I thought they'd let you capture, but I don't know. I'll be playing it this weekend though. I have the closed network test code, so
I did not.
I can give you one. I can give you one. I'll hook you up.
It's again. I have like 3 different games I gotta play, so I'm good. You know.
Yeah, I'll give you your impulse control test. Is what I'll do. I'll give you a code. Here, Gene, if you want.
just drop the code.
Yeah. And a little fix.
Yeah. So, you wanted to play? Play, bro.
Serve that man.
Try that. Yeah.
Try that. Look, take a hit.
They literally said it's for fellow creators and friends. So,
man, he's like fucking Denzel Washington training day. You know. Yeah. Smoke this shit.
You like to get wet, G?
Yeah. Gee, I know you like to get wet. Angel dust. PCP.
Maddie the dealer now.
All right. Last bit of news here, gents, and then we'll finally talk about what we are playing. GTA 6. Take-Two has shared that this game is still targeting a fall 2025 release date. The real question here is, do you believe it, Gene? Do you believe it? Is GTA 6 actually coming out fall this year? We've only gotten one trailer. I know it only takes one more to put people up out of their seats, but
that's true.
What's the real,
But
G?
if I remember, well, I'm taking the Manny route because Manny, I always appreciate your perspective on how Bethesda does their marketing cycles,
Mm.
right? Like every time, like the whole Starfield cycle was up, and you were like, "Hold on, guys, hold on," historically Bethesda has always done this or that.
Mm.
And as far as I can remember, I don't think Rockstar really drops a lot of trailers for GTA or even Red Dead. Like they'll drop one or two,
Yeah.
and fairly close to the actual release. So maybe that's what they're doing here right now. But you can be damn sure that the secrecy is part of the hype.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
I always say, because people are like, no, I don't think it's happening because they're not dropping a trailer. I'm like, do you realize they could just not do another trailer up until launch
Ever.
and this will sell tens of millions of copies when it releases? Like, they're doing the smartest thing ever, which is like, why do we have to show anything? Like, let's just keep
the
cooking.
Taylor Swift of video games right here.
Yeah,
or
it's a good comparison.
Taylor Swift or Beyonce or video games. You can just drop and
drop.
It's done.
Yeah.
Done.
Cog, what about you?
Zero marketing. Yeah. Grand Theft Auto 6 is not a game that needs any marketing at all.
Yeah, that's a
Don't
fact.
spend any money. Spend all that money on the licensing for the music. Make sure you have a good soundtrack.
Oh, yeah, facts, right? Yeah,
please.
I am torn, man. I mean, we heard obviously this is supposed to be the year, but there's a part of me. I mean, it's such a big game. It could slip. Who knows? If I had to guess, because we talked about Borderlands earlier, right? And we said that they dropped to September. When the hell would it drop? Here's the last question. Like historically, do they drop in summers? Do they drop in winter?
They said they're targeting fall. So
all right.
That holiday kind of window.
Wow.
Okay. Red Dead 2 release in October.
Okay, give me that. Okay.
And
when's the last GTA release?
GTA 5 release September.
So they do fall in line.
They do falls. The fall releases.
But then they already just said Borderlands out there September. Do they? I mean, they're big enough that they don't really care about anyone else. It's when they drop, they drop.
Yeah.
But I am interested in that, October, November. Unless they do October, I guess. I guess it could happen. It could happen. Yeah. I'm talking myself back into it. At first, I was talking myself off of it. Now I'm talking myself back. I guess
October feels like a red month. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't do November because you don't want to be, even though, again, they're not scared of nobody.
No.
I wouldn't put it in proximity in November with a Call of Duty. I would give them, the October.
Oh, I think they'll go. I think they'll go right next to Call of Duty. Like, I think they'll.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it could, but I agree with Cog that I do think that they probably share similar audiences, right?
Yeah.
Like the guys that only play Call of Duty, they would also only play Grand Theft Auto, and that's it, though.
But what would they choose?
But I do think that you're going to get Grand Theft. Look at how much Grand Theft Auto is selling right now.
Yeah, like I think GTA doesn't even have to worry about being near Call of Duty because they know they'll take that Call of Duty audience.
Facts.
Especially if Call of Duty's on Game Pass now, it's like that's a little bit of an easier choice now to spend your money over with GTA. I suppose if you just know you're not spending full price on Call of Duty.
Yeah,
at least that year.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, out for now. I'm going to pencil them in.
Okay.
I'll pencil them in for now.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing, I want them to give me a date because it's like there's so many GTA games I haven't played that I want to like play. Not in like preparation, but dude, so many. It's bad. Like Vice City. I never finished.
What have you played then?
What have I played? 5, San Andreas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You played the ones in California.
The Cali joints.
Yeah, you played all the California
ones. 5 I love too. I haven't played a GTA game I don't like. 4 I think I was too young for. When I played it, I was like, this is boring, stupid. I'm gonna go back and play Fallout 3. Which wasn't a bad choice, but
that's funny.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I'm gonna go play these other slow ass games.
Yeah, that's the nerdy. As a younger, that shows his sensibilities because as a younger guy, the younger guy would go towards the GTA, the violence.
As a young kid, I definitely would have been a GTA kid.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, that's so funny. So you can tell he was in his RPG nerdy pocket.
Yeah. But I just because the beginning of GTA 4 is very slow. I know it apparently gets way better, but I wanted to play that in Vice City, especially Vice City, and they just fixed the definitive edition of those 3 GTA games they re-released. So feels like a good year to kind of
I want to play them too.
So
I want to replay them. Yeah.
I want to play them. So yeah, that's what's going on with GTA. All right. Time to talk about these games, gents. We're all here for one reason and one reason only, almost like 3 hours into our show. We're here to talk about Avowed. This is our review as a collective. Our thoughts on the experience. I finished it with over 40 hours. I gave it pretty much like a download on Game Pass, or if you're going to buy it, kind of wait for a sale, wait for it as like a in-betweener game. This is not like the Obsidian game you have to rush to. Not awful. I have a lot of problems with it though, but definitely not like, if this is their, I'll put in quotes, bad game, it's a good bad game, so to say. I equated it to their Starfield moment in that, which is strong verbiage for some people, but I like base game Starfield a lot, but it's like that RPG from a company I love that's very different from their previous games, doesn't focus on the things I love. So I don't regret the time I spent with it, but I also probably won't replay that game. So that's kind of Avowed falls in that bucket for me personally. And I'll get into those more, but we'll go around the horn here. Gene, give us the stats on your playthrough and sort of what you rated it and so on.
Sure thing. I was a male godlike who was really confused about his morality, I guess, because I was just trying different shit, just whatever. Just trying to test the boundaries. I played it for maybe like I think 25 to 27 hours. I'm forgetting. I played it a little bit more last night, so pretty fast. I was doing all the side quests in the first two areas and doing that pretty good. And then I really, really rushed toward the back half. And then that's why I went back to play a little bit more in the back half, finish those side quests off and see what I missed out on, right?
Sure.
So you can as you can see, between me and Maddie, 25 hours versus 40 hours, there is a wide swath of experience that you can kind of extend this game out to. I easily could have played this game for maybe 60 or 70 hours too.
Yeah, it's way
out of the 4-star rating at the Washington Post, I gave it 3 out of 4 stars, which is kind of like my safe, like, it's good, and I recommend it. But I do have a lot of criticisms, particularly about writing, in general. But because I also want to acknowledge, part of the reason why, and I was telling Maddie this, part of the reason why I gave it like a fairly lenient score is because I missed out a lot in the back half, and I was rushing. So it's like, okay, I still experienced the whole game. I know what the ending is, and I know how it ends. Didn't really make me happy. I didn't really like how it ended, right?
Yeah.
So at least right there, I was able to get the full picture of the story and be like, okay, it turns out I wasn't wrong about the main story, at least,
Sure.
But that's pretty much where I was at. I can talk about what I really loved and what I really didn't later on. But I'm really interested to hear what Cog is thinking, because Maddie and I have been kind of dishing back and forth and whispering for years. But,
little support group behind the scenes.
No, good. I mean, full transparency, I did not end it yet. I've been caught up in a review cycle of death, unfortunately for me, with so many games. So, I pretty much completed the entire first biome, did every side quest, did every treasure, got to the second biome, probably like the halfway part.
Sure.
So if we're just doing top level thoughts right now, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Just give us like your thoughts, how far you are. That's right.
Yeah. So that's that. I mean, look, this is what I look at it. I said, Avowed to me is like the idea of exploration. Oh, okay, what is that over there in that cliff? What's going over there? Like that, the core gameplay to me was the fun and the hook of what got me into the game. Now, I do have my nitpicks too, you know what I'm saying, as far as certain things and companions, and we'll get into certain aspects of it. But I felt like the key for me where I'm at right now, and you guys have beat it, which I'm listening to what you guys say, is that I am not a Pillars guy. I don't know anything about the Pillars universe. I have no type of connection here. So at first I'm like, is it going to grab me from an overarching storyline standpoint? Because I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm looking in the glossary. What does that mean? Or I'm going to Kai. What does that mean? But I will say, as it was going on, there were a couple of moments in game that I'm like, oh, this is cool. And I want to see where this goes. So the key is going to be how impactful do my choices really make, right? And how impactful does this story land? But I will say, from a core gameplay standpoint, the hook to me of Avowed right now is core gameplay. There's really nothing like it. And we'll get into details of why it's not. As far as archetypes, and it makes me think differently. And I'll get into the details as to that part of why that's the hook of the exploration for me.
I agree that the core gameplay is good, and we can go into details more. But yeah.
Well, let's start there, because I have a lot of critiques, probably because I've just played all Obsidian's games over and over, and this is definitely the one I like. They've been on a legendary stretch. Like, I don't remember the last game I played for them that I walked away from like this, where I was like, it was okay. Like, the problem I have is I don't look at their games as like, it's okay, like it's fine, try it out. Like, I'm like, no, these are like the RPG developers. You need to play what they make. So it was different for me. So I'll have some stronger words, I think, where I don't want to taint the conversation early. Let's talk about the core gameplay loop, because that is something I did like. I did like the kind of wandering and going from place to place. I feel like once you saw through the illusion, Gene, you and I were talking about this very briefly. At first, when I finished the game, I was writing in my review, I was like, the Avowed, out of all of the recent conversion projects we've seen of like, we were multiplayer, but now we're single player. At first I was writing like, yeah, Avowed comes out unscathed. But then I started to think about A, the design of the game, but B, it was also like the lack of the dynamic nature of the game. I loved wandering in Avowed, but when I realized every NPC is stapled to the ground, like no one walks in this game. No one walks in this game except you. I'm like, that's multiplayer lobby shit right there.
Yeah,
like,
there are NPCs that walk around, but you can't talk to them. They don't do anything. They're flavor. They're flavor. Right. But the actual important NPCs, they are stable, glued to the ground, 10 toes down.
And I feel like once you start to see through those cracks a bit, or like the random loading screen, that like everything in Paradise is very seamless. Like you climb that tower in that back right corner and there's no loading screens, but then like you'll hit a cave and there's caves that you can go in that have no load screens and they have unique loot in them. And it's like, oh, this is seamless. And then like you'll hit this random other cave that is about the same size, but that requires a loading screen. And it's like, to me, that's like these are the leftover parts of the multiplayer design that they probably didn't need to do that when they weren't accounting for 4 different players or 2 different players on screen. But when I saw through that a little bit, I have to admit by like the halfway point of my playthrough, it started to kind of like taint my exploration a bit, because it just felt very static, is how I describe it. Like, you're the Adirian envoy. Like, I love they put you at the center of this world in a very believable way. Like, everyone knows who you are, what the Adirian Empire is trying to do here. And so it's like believable in that sense. So I thought this was like the perfect opportunity for like the Skyrim courier to run and be like, hey, I've heard of your exploits, and like throwing a random thing your way, especially with how much choice is in this game. But you don't get that. Like, as you're wandering, enemies are just kind of waiting in pockets for you. Most times just like in the middle of the road. And so, yeah, it kind of took me out of it a little bit. Like it scratched the wandering itch that Starfield left, but it's like not that true BGS or Outer Worlds, if you want to use an Obsidian comparable style wandering that I really loved. So I was even a little mixed on that. But Gene, since you did finish, I'll just kick it to you first. It's just how you thought once you were done about that gameplay experience, that kind of going from point A to point B, the exploring, the fighting. Like, how were you feeling about all of that?
Yeah, my biggest problems were with the writing and the impact on the story, and how dynamic it felt. I don't mean to spoil things for COG, but I was kind of a little disappointed in that regard, right? In terms of, when you realize that the world isn't that dynamic, actually, that people aren't really moving around, that the environments mostly just kind of stay the same. And I do think that your choices are reflected a lot in dialogue, and that's the thing. Like, they wrote a shit ton of writing in this game, and they did so much voiceover for this game, where there's a lot of different opportunities to hear different dialogue. And then so like the NPC chatter, even though they're not moving around, like at least what they say will be different, and it can be reactive to certain decisions or actions that you make. That's cool. I like that a lot. And Maddie, you were talking about earlier, and this is in COG already played this too, but there's a very early mission where you can decide to choose to save someone, free someone out of prison, or just leave them there. And then, one of the side quests you find in the first area, like, it depends on what it is. But it's like, hey, there they are. There she is.
It comes full circle. Yeah.
It comes full circle. She has full memory of what you did, and it ends up benefiting you in some kind of way. That was cool. Yep. And that was when the game was really like hooking me in. I was like, oh man, I'm really in love. They're really doing this,
Yeah.
I didn't really see too much of that afterwards, and that was disappointing, especially towards the end where things really been going ahead. A lot of shit happens towards the end, and we don't have to talk about that, right? And there are quite a lot of decisions toward the end. But here's the thing: I wasn't satisfied with making the decisions. I wasn't being like, oh, I totally feel confident about the decision because it aligns with my beliefs or what I think is correct. But also afterwards, I'm like, oh, but I wonder what happens in the other end. For me, when I finish the game, I kind of don't care what happens in the other side of the story. I'm like, it's neither here nor there. I'm not really. It's not really.
You good?
It's not really that important to me. I don't really care how they feel either way. Because here's the thing: like there is so much writing. Like one of my biggest complaints is that like I do make a decision that's kind of fucked up, right? For one of the members of the cast, right? And then and then they're like mad about it. They're like lecturing you. They're like, oh man, like how could you do that? You don't have the right, blah blah blah, right? And then like 2 or 3 lines later, they're like, well, I mean, the envoy is great anyways, though. It's like
this is no exaggeration, by the way. I want to be very clear about that.
Like the mood switches up quickly. Go ahead.
I will give a very pointed example that I burned down someone's house and they flipped the fuck out on me. And then later, like not later on, like as in like 20 hours later, I'm talking like under 10 minutes later, we're setting up and they're like, don't worry, Envoy. I've always got your back no matter what. I'm like, dude, I was like, bro, I just fucking scorched your house. I turned it into campfire. What do you mean you got my back? What do you mean? What do you mean you have my back?
So let me ask you this.
Like, anyways, where do you want to go eat later?
Anyway, so let me ask you this, because y'all both beat it and your father, like, so there's never been a situation where you guys, because clearly you guys have made decisions that have pissed off companions, right?
For sure.
So
that happens.
They've never, because one of the selling points about was supposedly, right, that they would leave or they would. So have we, I know I spoke to Attic about it, like, have we had any proof of concept that could actually happen?
I don't know.
I played full religious zealot evil. I wanted to play that way because I felt like Obsidian would provide me with like, it wasn't even to really limit test. At a certain point, it became that. But when I started, I was like, Obsidian will let me play this way. And that was very difficult. I say all that because I definitely tried to fuck everybody over any chance I got. Any chance I got. And I think my party, each member in that party had a very good reason to leave me. And just never did. They gaslit themselves so many times into why they should hang out with me. I'm just like, bro, y'all are the most insecure party members I have ever had in my entire life. Like I am doing heinous things to people. And you're just like, that's my dear and envoy.
That's my dude. No, that's the thing. Like the characters don't really feel that invested into your adventure, right? Marius, you know Marius the dwarf?
Yeah, I got Marius.
Yeah, like he just joins up because. Like, there's no real purpose or quest that he's going on or whatever like that. Like you hire him, then that's dope, and that's how he joins, right? Yeah. And then once his job is done, he's like, "Well, I'm gonna stick around anyways because I got nothing else to do." And it's like, okay,
literally, yeah.
That's fucking bum, you got nothing else to do but hang with the envoy, So for me, like they're like the characters felt really disconnected. Like even Kai is just kind of hanging out with you, Kai, who is voiced by
Garrus.
The same guy who did Garrus's voice. So very warm, familiar feeling, right? So obviously, you have a strong feelings for Kai, and you might like him the best, right?
Yeah.
But then when I really thought about it, I was like, why the fuck is he with me? Honestly, like he has no reason to be with me other than like he was going to help me out and like look for somebody. That was our first quest, right? Yeah, gotcha. And he decides to hang out with me, And then the last character that you get, and I won't say who it is, but they've already talked about who all the characters are. We know the characters. The last character doesn't really seem to have any real reason other than she has a reason to help you out, and then after that, it's like I don't know. What's funny is that like whenever you have conversations with other characters, like when you the main character is trying to have a conversation with like the villain or like the NPC or the quest giver or whatever like that, right? Every once in a while, your party members will pipe up and like comment on something, and then like the NPC giver will look at them and then go back to talking to you right away. Yeah,
I did feel that.
It happens all the time, and it's like I just have like a choir of like commentators, like YouTube, like YouTube commentators, just like commenting on like on shit that's going on in my life right now. Yeah, and I'm like, whoa, actually, well, it's like, isn't that weird that she's doing that? And then person like, anyway. That's just how the vibe was all the time for me.
I got you. So it felt kind of like added on where they're not as truly invested as to like, okay, why are you really joining me? I don't have that connection with these companions like other games. And I will, can I just add on a companion just from my experience? Is that
I feel like we're being too negative right now. So
this is good feedback.
Yeah, we wanted to be positive.
It's hard to be when there's so many issues I got.
There's a lot to talk about with this game, so we'll get there.
Listen, you got this. This is y'all experience. That this is good to know. For me, it was my thing was I noticed like. Basically, like when I had my companions, my frustration was, you know how you play and you see your companion icons on the side of the screen. So they're like Kai and Marius, whatever.
Little life bars there too.
Yeah, little life bars, right? And they don't have an explanation. I didn't know what that was. So I'm going into sub menus. So that meant that they want to talk, but then you could only have these conversations in the camp. So I was just like, okay, that kind of disconnected me a little bit with that. So I will give y'all that the companions feel added on. It feels like, and maybe as a result of what you were saying, Maddie, when we learned with Carrie about the development cycle, right? That this was a multiplayer game. Yep. And I think that's the remnants of it, because when I get there, I'm like, I should be able to have these conversations with you freely in the open world. I don't need to have
it feels very salvaged.
Yes, that's the vibe I got. Yeah, absolutely.
Very disconnected from the world. Yeah.
Yes, and then
party camp is where the intra-party like chatter happens, and all that shit is good. It's really good, actually. Yeah. Really, really good. Mm-hmm. But it only exists in the party camp feature, where you go to these rest spots. For people who don't know, there's these the Audra stones sticking out of the ground. Right? Can't miss them. They're purple and bright. They look like huge beacons in the map. Right? You go to them and you can activate party camp. And Maddie, you mentioned this in preview, but I really do like how it kind of like quiets the mood down. It's like, oh, this is a midnight vibe. This is late night vibes. We're all just hanging out by the campfire. You can upgrade your shit. You can look at your stash or whatever like that, and that's when the conversations are actually happening.
Gotcha.
But outside of party camp, it doesn't really happen. So that doesn't really change at all.
Yeah, and that's what I think. To my original point about what you brought up, Cog, with the remnants of the multiplayer game, I think. That's hard to see in that like opening Paradise section, because Paradise, I think, is the best part of the game. It just commits to a lot of the things that you really expect from an Obsidian game. Like it feels like an evolution of the exploration you get in the Outer Worlds. It has the interconnected storyline with the side content where you'll finish side shit and it'll show up at the end. There's a level of like personal stakes and grand stakes. Like it's Obsidian proper. Like it is really good. So I know people listening to this will hear kind of Gene and I rattling off and being like, when they play the first 10 hours and be like, what the like, this is great. Yeah. It really is those falling zones and sort of the game losing touch creatively with what they didn't know was making it special. Or especially the character work is so bad in this game. And I only say that because Obsidian has made my favorite characters ever. I can pull up my review notes here, but like Parvati, Vicar Max, Kreia, Atten Rand, all of Fallout New Vegas, the South Park game's hilarious. Like, the list it goes on, and it's not just, again, we're talking history here, like as in like deep history. We're talking like games that were just like half a decade old now. Like we're not that far from the Outer Worlds. And like that's modern Obsidian. Like Chris Avellone wasn't with them at that point. They were still penning some of my favorite characters. So that's why I use the term bad, because I'm like, this is not the standard where I walk away being like, Kai had an all right storyline, but to my original point, it feels stapled on. Like, when I can finish Kai's companion quest by like a third into the game, Marius has one at the end of the game. The other two don't seem to have one. I talked to Gene and I asked a bunch of other reviewers. I'm like, I am trying to invest myself in these. I was like, have you found this content? And Rand told me he did everything except two things and he could not find it. So that was like, I said in my review, I don't want to speak definitively in case there is some walled off content that I missed, but that felt very uneven to me. And that did signal a potential stapling on that. I was like, I could easily find these two companion quests. They started very naturally, but yet no one of the other two did. So yeah, I don't think the characters will be the worst things anyone ever experiences. When I say bad, it's just more like, if you're like me and you have a standard for Obsidian storytelling and characters and reactivity, I don't think you're going to find that here.
Gotcha.
If you're looking for a mini Skyrim experience, I don't even know if I can say you'd find that here, because Skyrim's infinitely more reactive and replayable. Avowed is just like an action RPG with very reactive dialogue.
Very reactive dialogue. That's about it,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
But again, it's all about the illusion. Like a lot of game designers always talk about the illusion. It's like a lot of games are how well you can hide shit. And I just think Avowed struggles to hide shit. Cause like when I'm trying to be evil, for example, right? The reason that door cracks open a bit and exposes like a problem with the illusion is if the Adherent Envoy was like a named character with a personality, I think it would have mattered less. Which is funny. I ended up agreeing with Rand. Rand's like, I think they should have voiced the character. And I'm like, I think they probably should have as well, because this character felt very like, there were points where I wanted to be like, Steel Garrote are my homies. Like that was my mindset. I was like, I want to be the religious zealot, Adherent Envoy who is enacting the will of the Emperor. Okay. And there were just times that I'll just say, I wanted to do it, but I'd end up fighting the Steel Garrote because that's the only, or I'd condemn them when I didn't want to. There's a very specific character voice. Like every main character has Shepard, for example, has a voice, right? But he's got the range to hit both sides of the Paragon and Renegade. I feel like in this game, you can be a jerk, and there are choices you can even make that are evil. I definitely did an evil choice in this game, but when the world has such little reactivity to it outside of like a little slap on the wrist in game, like in text, I should say, but the world itself doesn't change. That's when that cracking open the door exposes a problem. Like they're hoping that, I think what they're hoping for is most people who play it will be like, wow, they acknowledged it, they talked about it. But like, I think people who truly analyze games will notice like, yeah, it's cool. They talk about it, but they're not taking action on my choices. And so
even the talking can be tough.
Yeah. Even the talking sometimes isn't enough. They'll have cool callbacks. Like I had stuff that happened in Paradise that like came up in the end game like that. If you're doing like what I did or what Rand did, where you're going through the game, not like fine tooth comb, but you're hitting most of or all of the side content per zone as you're going in. The game kind of expects you to do that because it'll feed into the main quest at times. Kind of
how I'm playing.
But it's like diminishing returns later in the game for sure. Like you don't have that Paradise moment of like, whoa, like all this reactivity. At least I didn't. I played most of the side content. So that's kind of top level thoughts, narratively speaking. I was very whelmed would be the term. Not underwhelmed. Well, underwhelmed would fit, but I say whelmed because it's not bad. It's just like,
so basically
Gene touched on the ending, and I'll just say like, even I was just like, all right, like
the ending left me with nothing. But also I just remember something in the ending. This is, I'll try to be as vague as possible. But again, going back to like the fucked up thing that I did to my cast member, there was another cast member who looked at me and says, I don't even know you. Who are you? And then like literally 2 lines later, they're like, let's kill the bad guy.
Man.
I'm like, but you're just
a minute ago.
Like I'm just like a completely different person. Like I just betrayed you, right? But then we also have to still fight the bad guy right now. So we're just gonna do that right now. And then the rest of the ending just played off the rest of the way.
It feels rushed. There are just things that I think no doubt Obsidian and their quality control and how great of writers they still are. I just feel like something about it felt rushed. Like this just slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, there's good phrase turns. There's good writing here, but it just didn't feel that tight. So let me talk about the gameplay though, real quick though, because let me answer the original question of the core gameplay. We went a lot more.
We definitely went left, but
I like this game I actually kind of almost love this game as an action RPG.
That's what I was just about to say.
Fucking good to fight. Yeah. It feels so fucking good to fight. I was a sword and board guy, but then my other set of weapons, I had a pistol and a book,
Yeah, you did.
So I was a spellcasting, gun wielding swordsman, and that kind of flexibility is so fun. But the combat itself, like it's weird how good the combat feels, because when you swing a sword, like it doesn't really do much. You're still hitting something like in first person mode or even third person mode, right? But it always feels good. The animation, the hit stun when you hit something, the audio on top of the physics when you thwack something, the lizard guy's body will fly one way or the other. Towards the end of the game, you just get thrown a shit ton of enemies, and it just really felt like I was in the thick of it, just fucking slashing away. There's blood on my sword. The great thing was being a spellcaster. Turns out Avowed is actually one of the best mage games, right? Towards the end, yes, exactly. You know, like even the first few, the initial casts are cool. Like, you know, you're shooting at your icicles and your ice beams, and then later on when you get to the tier 2 or 3 ones, you know, they start charging up, and then so later I would be like on a cliff, and I'd be like Moses or some shit, and like, you know, and you can
You can
have
do the area of effect.
the area of effect thing, right? So I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is gonna feel so good to like have this group in there. And you just unleash like meteors or icicles and everything like that. And you just go in and you just clean them up with your sword or your gun or whatever like that. What's great is that you can quick select different spells on your D-pad,
Yes.
or even on the using the shoulder button. So you can have up to like 8 spells cooking, you know, on cooldowns. So you can just be like barraging like enemies, just like throwing all kinds of elements and all kinds of crazy shit on them. And then you still have a gun and a sword, you know? I was also really, really addicted to the loop. Here's the thing. This is what I say in my review, is that it's weird that I'm not looking forward to the next narrative beat or the next character moment, right? What I'm instead looking forward to is finding the next sword or getting the next level up, so I can go explore that really good skill tree, you know, that's really robust. You can respec anytime, so it's just really, 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 really fun to experiment. You don't have to be, you know, I didn't experiment with rangers at all, but I could easily just switch over and just be a ranger and just shoot and shoot bow and arrows, which also feels good too. Like everything about the tactile combat feels really good. Like somehow they learned something from Bethesda or whatever like that. It kind of feels like Doom. It kind of feels like a mix of Doom and Dead Island. It reminds you of Dead Island. Do you guys play Dead Island?
Yeah,
I haven't played that.
Dead Island 2 is awesome.
Yeah, Dead Island is a game where it's all first-person combat, and that was a game that was just really fun to just thwack zombies, you know. And that's what this game feels. It just really feels good. The level design is actually interesting. It reminded me there's a lot of platforming, you know.
Yeah, it's a lot of verticality.
You know, a lot of towers to climb. Not Ubisoft towers. You're climbing towers to like find like story moments and treasure chests. Very rewarding. You get a lot of good crafting materials all over the place, and it's almost all useful. And it feeds into one of the types of weapons and armor that you like. I thought the UI was terrible. That was crazy to navigate, but I eventually got used to it, especially the equipment UI for sure.
You gotta keep pressing select. And I was like,
yeah. And then you press R trigger to equip your right hand, and L trigger to equip.
I did fuck that up a lot at first. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like sometimes I'd be in my inventory, and an R trigger is also to eat something. So like I would forget that I'm not I'm not in the inventory for gear. I'm in the inventory for inventory, and then I'm like, and then sometimes like I think R trigger is to switch the tabs, but then I'm actually in the inventory. So it's like, okay, well I just fucking ate my only apple. God damn it, you know, when I was just trying to go save, you know. Yeah, the moment-to-moment gameplay was fun. I want to replay this game, not so much for the story, but just because I want to try new builds.
Right.
It'll be fun to walk around in this world. Just you know, all the armor sets look good. You know, those are fun to get. You can kind of see the multiplayer levels of the loot because it goes from normal to exceptional to legendary. You know, so it still follows the Diablo standard of loot grinds and everything like that, but you don't get new loot or anything like that. When you have a superior or exceptional or legendary sword, that's the sword that you get for that class of weapon, you know. So that's really fun. And then you get a lot of unique weapons, you know, weapons with unique spells and effects and everything like that. They look fucking cool, you know. All the weapons look really cool. So really at a gameplay level, this is a good action RPG to walk around and hit things and like explore and find things. If that's what you want, you should check out Avowed. And it turns out it has an okay story that we have no problems with on top of that. But if you're not really locked into the story, then this is a good action RPG. I highly recommend it as a good first person. And here's the thing, pro tip, they don't really tell you in the game, but if you just hold R3 down, you can switch between first person and third person.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm.
I thought it was only menu based. Oh,
I
wow.
don't know, man. I was like, oh my god, I gotta enter the menu every time I want to vibe change. But no, just hold down R3 and it'll switch right back. And like that made the game so much more fun to me because it's like, okay, I walk around town, I want to see my character, I want to see my tune, what he's wearing. But then like the fighting just feels so much better in the first person. But it feels really good in the third person too. When you do like the glory kills or the special melee kills or whatever like that.
Yeah, like the stagger ones.
Yeah. There's like when you do with the sword, you stab them and you kick them.
Oh yeah, the kick, the boot. Yeah.
When you stagger them down and everything, right? That's always fun, and that looks cool in first person. It also looks cool in third person actually too. So they were able to really really animate things. There's a lot of good work technically that went into this game. Interestingly enough,
Yeah, no, fair enough.
That's my praise for the gameplay, pretty much.
Yeah, I'll just add on. We're pretty similar. That was the addictive loop for me because I think for me, I had to. What made Avowed unique is I'm not used to a game truly allowing me to play how I want to play or truly allowing how to spec how I want to spec. I am like, all right, so I'm going to play. I'm going to be a mage. Okay, I got the Grimoire on one hand, got the Wound on the other hand, but then I got the other press Y, quick swap. I had that pistol with a shock pistol. And then I had like this ice axe that every time I hit them, I'm giving them accumulating them frost. Mm-hmm. So I would shock them and then freeze them up, run down on them, freeze them up. And then I wasn't even blocking the sorted board. I spec'd to Hunter stamina dodges. So it would take 25%, 50% less. And I'm just dodging around. So I'm just this very glass.
You're a Doom guy, right?
Cool. I'm glass cannon, but I'm wrecking you from a distance. And then when I got you either frozen or shocked, I come in with my Waylay build. Mm-hmm. But to your point, where it really opened up for me with the combat is, again, I'm like, okay, I'm a mage, but wait a minute. I could take the Hunter's tree root, grab their foot and keep them stationary. I could take the fighter's toughness and boost up my war cries. I had to unthink traditional tropes of being locked into a class where in Avowed you don't have those. You could literally build and take a piece of everything from every time you level up. And I thought that was super dope. So as far as my build for the melee joint, I had a Grimoire that was sick. I had this joint that gives me like armor, right? It gives me like an armor thing, 50% less damage. If people shoot projectiles at me, it shoots back at them.
Oh, that's dope.
So they can't hit me from a distance. And then from I had like, if they get too close, I got this book that snaps and it kind of staggers people. Then I got this other thing where you turn it into I could turn my Grimoire into a physical fire staff. And beat the hell out of them and get essence back. So if I run out of magical essence, then I'll make the staff and then I'll become a melee guy. And the creativity, the strength is that. The creativity and the combat and the way you play is what it is. And to your point, obviously you guys beat it, finished it. Saying I thought like, man, like this is really cool that satiates my, again, the exploration vibe. Okay, damn, what's that in the distance? I'm going to go in there. And then my issue with like, Starfield, one of the complaints with Starfield was like, yo, you do all this dungeon and where's the unique loot at, bro? Like we got like gun number 5 with the same old, like, no, bro, you got, I beat the gold and silver sword. I got a flame sword. I got this, like, I beat this ogre with a ton of people around. I got this 2-handed double axe with this crazy skull thing on it. I'm like,
you get their axe. It's nice. You're like, I hope I get it. And then you get it. I'm like, okay, thank you, game.
So to your point, that's where I got caught. I was like, the fun was that, like just doing that, getting loot and then going on. So, but I understand your point. I think in terms of the story part, which is I want to see as I go on, is it going to be that? It will be disappointing if like the choices really didn't matter. Cause I'm like, damn, that's kind of what y'all promoted. Like this stuff.
They make it feel like it matters. Like they will. They'll give you moments like you'll feel your fork in the road. Like
it's not that it doesn't matter. Yeah, absolutely. You'll see the choices like.
They'll lay it out like you're either going to do this or that. It's just that if you're talking long term, like it's kind of just like to the side.
The world didn't change. Let me give you, like, I'm spoil one. I know we're going on, but I got to ask you because there was one moment, right, where I thought was cool, and I confronted someone that did something be dirty in another situation. I confronted a person. You hunt down a person that did you dirty, so to speak.
Okay,
right? And then I got there, and Maris was like, "Bro, if you let this person live, you're stupid." Like he was mad. Like I was just like, okay. And then Kai was like, look, we got to do it. And I ended up not, saving this person. But my question is like, none of that gonna have no impact later. Like,
I know which one you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about,
have one specific. If you're talking main story, no.
main story.
No. If you're talking side, so that same group will say you encounter in zone 2.
Yes.
As an optional thing, and I spared as well. So
Okay.
Because that was before I decided to go full renegade.
So you killed him or you spared him?
He spared. Like I spared.
I spared him too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And
we all spared. Nobody killed this
Yeah.
We all did
I
the same
regret not
decision.
doing it,
Yeah.
but you spare. I went into like a cave. Their hideout was there or something like that, and they were talking to me, and they were like, "Yeah, like you're cool because but don't think we like you, Envoy. We don't like you, Darren." So I guess that what happened there was like no one attacked me in there when they could have.
Right.
Was the vibe I got.
Beef. Okay.
But if you're talking like main story, that's referenced in text at times. Like I remember one specific moment it's brought up, but it's not like this person's gonna circle around and help you out or something like that. Like the Obsidian reactivity you expect. Like you did this. I mentioned this in my review. It's something that a lot of people didn't pick up with the Outer Worlds, is that Obsidian's gotten a little coy with choice and consequence in ways that have made you feel like you're role playing when you're not. So in the Outer Worlds, one thing, it's one of my favorite RPGs, but one thing it's very guilty of is, especially in the early game, with the DLC, it matters less now because the skill check prerequisites got way higher. So they did a good job fixing it then. But in the base game, when you're going around, they'll be like, you need like 10 medical to do this skill check, to surpass this, to access this unique option. Everybody starts the game with that. So it's not a skill check. Everybody's build is uniquely posed to have that. So there is no skill check. It is just literally an extra dialogue option. It may as well remove the tag.
Got it.
And that, but a lot of people were like, choice and consequence, skill checking, because like to be frank, I think a lot of people don't know what that is or isn't. Right. That is by definition a skill check, but your character's not uniquely able to do something as a skill check would be if that's available to everybody from the get-go.
Right.
But Obsidian started that with the Outer Worlds. And Avowed kind of carries that a little bit further with more like flavor text, like, oh, Constitution. I'm uniquely able to say like, yeah, bro, my muscles are big, but like, doesn't fucking make a difference. Same thing with your backstory. I never had a moment I was the noble scion.
Right.
So I talked very posh to people, but it was all like headcanon shit,
Gotcha. So nothing like where we do KCD and like you can fail and like there's that reputation loss kind of thing. If you can't pass that prerequisite, it'll literally like block out the text so you can't see what you could have said, which I do like. But it'll tell you like 3 out of 9 resolve. And maybe in those moments something would have happened. But in my experience where I had like high stats in other areas or my noble scion popped up, like it just recognizes who you are. And for people, that's going to matter a lot. But in the terms of like, this guy's asking me like, I want you to go out back, put a bullet in them or whatever it may be, and then go collect 5 of this. There's no option to be like, listen here, pal, I'm the Endearing Envoy, and I'm going to use my might to skill check and be like, just pay me right now. Pay me right now. Or if he doesn't like that, fighting him and killing him.
That doesn't
there's none of that.
I have one instance I'm so glad that you brought out the instance in Outer Worlds, because that clarifies so much about what the rest of the game is, because that's everywhere in Avowed, right? Yeah. Skill checks that are just mostly just dialogue and flavor text, right? There was one side quest where I found a woman who was tied up and handcuffed, and she actually wasn't even handcuffed, which is funny, right? So she's just like standing there, and she's like, "Oh, like I'm handcuffed," so it's like I have to like pretend in my head that she's a captive or something, right? So already like the fantasy is already kind of like kind of ruined already, right?
Disbelief,
And I talked to her, and I have high decks, I'm a speedy motherfucker, right? So one of my options as high decks was, why don't I unlock your handcuffs and you can just go free, right? And she says, no, it's fine.
What?
And then that's it, and then we move on, and I still have to do the quest anyways.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's the skill checks that we get. That you get a flavor text, you get a response, and then the game kind of moves on.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that happens all the time, but that happens a lot.
It happens it happens frequently enough to be a big issue.
It happens almost all the time.
Yeah. The other problem I had, the reason that I want to talk about some of the things I like, but the thing is that like Obsidian games, like I think I disagree with you too, like in that the gameplay can be fun, but once I unlocked Barbaric Shout, it was over. Like I was just fucking stunning, killing everybody instantly. And I don't look at Obsidian games for like very strong gameplay. And I think this is what happens when they tried to do that. Like immediately the system became broken by like level 5 for me. And I just like steamrolled the rest of the game. But when I'm trying to do like an Evil playthrough, there's this side quest again. This is very vague, no spoilers. People are doing something that they shouldn't be doing. So I get to where they are at and they're like, all right, well, step off. And it's like, I can either say, well, I was sent here by someone else. I'm your friend, and try to disarm the situation, or I can fight them and kill them. Now, if I fight and kill them, which was option 1 for me, like I was like, I'm trying to play this way. Like, don't touch my homies. All right. Like I'm going to handle business here. So I fight and kill them. No quest reward, no unique loot off the body, no money, and no quest completion XP. I'm like, weird. That felt off. Well, maybe there was more for this quest and I just cut it short, which they gave me the option to and I chose to. That's cool. So I go back, I reload, I go back up to these individuals and I talk to them. I'm like, hey, okay, this time I'm really going to disengage. I'm going to go against my headcanon just to, as a reviewer, like see what happens here, because that felt off. So I choose to disengage and I'm like, hey, this person sent me. Let's find a peaceful solution. You got to trust me, bro. Yada, yada, yada. Disengage the whole situation. No fight happens. We're cool. That conversation ends. And in that same exact spot, it's not like we went somewhere else, did another step. Nothing else was missing. That quest ends, get a reward, get XP, etc. And I'm like, so you're disincentivizing me to play a certain way now. And again, Obsidian doesn't do that. They don't do that. They don't say like, well, you played Evil. It's like, like when you play Evil in an Obsidian game, like you're going to get your money one way or another. Like someone's going to be uniquely interested in your Evil route. Like they're going to be like, I wanted you to do that. Like maybe they'll show up later. Or if there's no one like that, on the dead body is something that you couldn't get otherwise. Like that is what Obsidian does, in my opinion, so well. This game has so many moments where I would do the Evil thing because like, and I'm not talking like the rawest Evil, like I'm just playing like a dumbass. I mean, like I'm trying to be a righteous religious zealot. Like I'm trying to just employ the idea that the Adherents are right and everything. Within reason though. Like how would they react in these moments? And you know, I was coming up shortchanged most of that time. I was still like leveled properly for because I did most of the side content, but I was just like, this doesn't feel good. This just like if I'm not me, who's like obsessed with RPGs and very hardcore about them, if I'm like a casual player, I would finish one quest in that Evil way and be like, I'm never doing that again because I got nothing out of it. That's not what you want to tell your player. You know, you want to tell your player if they're going to play however they want. Like Obsidian's whole studio term is your world's your way. So it's not really going my way when you're not giving me rewards for
sort of being majority of your experience. You didn't get rewards for playing a negative way.
There was frequent times. Yeah. Like I would, for example, there was choices that I didn't feel were respected. I talked about that a little bit. Like, oh, I want to help steal Garrote. They made me fight them. And so like that's one element of it. But the element I'm talking about did happen a number of times where it's like, I finished the primarily side quests, right? Because I guess those do have what sounds like a fail state to me, but I don't get how it's a fail state if like they're both ending in the same exact spot every single time. But yeah, that would happen in side content. And I didn't see it in the known issues list or bug list or anything that was available to me. So I was just like, this just feels off for an Obsidian game in that regard. It's cool. It lets me do that. Right. Like that's a moment where I'm like, I got to make the choice. Cool. But now I'm not getting rewarded. So
that got me wanting to go extra just to see. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You should. You should. I mean, the game's huge. Like that for people who are still interested, which, again, I prefaced all this by saying, despite my passion, that, this is still worth a Game Pass download. Because you'll get a lot of mileage out of this game. Like you can easily touch in on 60 hours, I think. My quest log was decently full still, despite doing almost everything and cruising along there. And that was like almost 45 hours, I think. I finished the game at, I think I forgot where I was at, but I think like 38 or something like that.
Okay.
There is a point of no return, by the way, if anyone's wondering. Okay. So, they'll let you know, and there is no new game plus or whatever.
That's so disappointing.
Yeah, it was a little upsetting, but I get it. Like the game's build system is probably its best role playing element. That would be the thing that is the best kind of getting into your role. I mean, I changed my build like 3 times. I was like I ended up as a 2-handed Templar with like a huge fireball I'd be sending out. That was cool. But before that, I was using like a wand and a gun. And before that, I was using sword and board and a rifle. So there's a lot of options.
I was switching up all the time too. Yeah.
I just like the like I said, the strength of the combat, and I just like the environments. I feel like the environments it's a very colorful, very beautiful world. But again, you've seen more biomes than me.
It gets more beautiful for sure.
Actually gets better. I feel
the
last zone is awesome.
The biomes are the weak spot.
Yeah, and
it's the writing. It's all the writing actually.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy thing to say about Obsidian, but yeah.
And maybe it's a result, Maddie, of what we say when we interview Carrie, in the sense of, maybe this is a result of a game that changed development cycles so many times and got to a part of, okay, it's salvageable, it's good, you're okay, but you had a couple things that prevented you from really being great, like, and taking it to the next level. And maybe that's a thing that hopefully with an Avowed 2, they can take that feedback and, okay, let's have real choice and conflict. Let's have that loot. Let's have, impactful effect. And I even see things with the stash. It's almost like you teleport things to the stash. And there's me and Attic had this discussion in our thing, which is like, there's a lot of some RPG light elements.
Yeah.
This is RPG light. Like this
isn't Kingdom Come Deliverance. That's for
sure. Like you got the foundation for something great, but now we got to expound upon it, and maybe that's a result of the development. It came from a co-op game.
100%. Like that's why my reaction isn't strong. Like, man, I'm so fucking disappointed or whatever like that. It's more like this was a project that was going one way, and it's not like a Dragon Age the Veilguard where it got almost completely to understanding like restarted twice. Like this is a game that kind of pivoted, tried to go back to their roots. I think they did the best they could. They did a commendable job, all things considered. It doesn't really contaminate any of my hype for the Outer Worlds 2, especially when Carrie did confirm to us in our interview, like, a lot of the original Outer Worlds writers are still on that game. And I thought the Outer Worlds 1 was brilliantly written. So this game I think you could feel the transition in certain spots. Like these characters, you might end up liking them if you're listening to this. Yeah. I just don't think you'll feel as strongly about them as like any prior Obsidian character.
And last question for y'all, because this is very important to me. When I got to Biome 2, I realized one of my favorite voice actors I didn't even know was in this game, which is my girl Deborah Green, who has played Sabathun. I think in this game she's the Inquisitor or something like that. Or?
Lodwyn.
Lodwyn, yeah. All right.
Her, yeah.
Do I have some Lodwyn moments at least? Any
Lodwyn's a prominent character all throughout.
Okay. Because
she's a important character throughout.
Okay, because what I saw. She came in the room. I said, "Hey, I didn't know you was in this game." Yeah. So I got her super hyped now. So okay. So she got to put that. That's all I need.
She's one of
the words.
She's one of 2 characters that I wish ended up as like a party member, because it's a weird game where like your party members and even your character at times looks really whack. But like Lodwyn steps in, you're like, that's a fucking party member, bro. That's a fucking party member.
Facts. All right,
that would be huge if this game allowed you, to add her as a party member. My opinion of this game would completely turn around. Actually, if this game was reactive to have someone like that,
I'll say that's what it was lacking in that.
Yeah,
all these characters are kind of cut from the same cloth, just in different shades. Like everyone, all 4 characters are like the same sort of desire, like
jovial and kind of friendly, and very centrist.
If there was someone, for example, who could back up my play style, which I was like being a religious zealot, or someone who held those similar viewpoints, but like I'll just say to my party, I was like very irredeemable by the end, which is cool. But I'm just saying that like the cast, if we're just speaking objectively about the cast, there is a level of like, it falls flat, man. Like there's just not that moral nuance that you expect in the colorful cast Obsidian creates usually.
Was the party and cast supposed to be the other players then?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
If that's so, then that makes complete sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
It does make sense if you look at it through that lens.
Yeah. Somebody was supposed to be Kai, so it was supposed to be Mario. That person was the archetypal hunter. As far as Mario. Okay, I see.
The hunter, the magician, the dwarf. And it makes sense why they feel so disconnected from the story, and that's probably why they made it a single player, because it's like we can't justify why these other characters are part of the story or whatever, especially as part of the beginning. Yeah. So it really feels like they had to like reverse engineer some of these stories to make it makes sense as part of the overall main plot and the what the world is going through, because the world is undergoing the dream scourge.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the dream scourge is. It's a fucking zombie infection for
Yeah, it is.
it's just the Last of Us mushroom zombies, literally down to everyone having mushrooms on their faces. You even have a mushroom on your face. Thank you to Obsidian for allowing you to remove that.
I did.
Yeah, my man running out with that visual option.
Yeah, I would have been fucking pissed if I had to stare at my fucking guy's face with a goddamn
Bro, it looked so.
with
I remember
STDs all over his face.
I remember it's so true. I remember when we were doing the preview, I was like looking at the face options. I was like, I hate how my character looks. I was like, this looks terrible. I'm so glad they put that option in to just disable it, because it did not look good. I did like how my character turned out a little bit, by the end of
I really like the way my character looks. It's fun. Well, I was gonna say something else. I forgot.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about the game. Like my review was over half an hour long. I like really just like leaned into the whole element of like, it left me bummed. Like that was, if I didn't already give that vibe, it's like not. Like, I hate it. It's just, I wanted to walk out loving it. I hate it, man. You hate it. Well, that's going to be I already know. I literally walked away.
Another Xbox game and you hate it.
I hope people remember my Indiana Jones review. I just hope they remember that. But like, I literally went upstairs to Laylee.
40 hours of Xbox last year. That's the only thing that matters.
Man.
Bro,
every time with this.
You want to know this process? I went upstairs to Laylee.
How many hours did you play on Xbox last year again? What was it again?
74.
So you were even.
I'm already over halfway there.
Because I only played 40 hours of Xbox last year, and 10 of that hours was for fucking Hellblade 2.
I'm not bringing you two together. I didn't enjoy enough for that from you two.
Bro,
we can move on, damn it.
No, you guys got to hear this process, bro. Because I know the internet at this point. Where like when I finished it, I go upstairs to Laylee, I sigh, I go, She's like, "What's wrong?" I said, "Everyone's gonna hate me on Thursday." Why? I was like, I don't like Avowed that much. She's like, "Oh,
with you, bro. It's your opinion, man."
No, of course. I just, it never feels good to come. I know the excitement, bro. Like I know the feeling. Like I know.
It's not like you said. It's not like you said it was like an awful game.
No,
you just feel disappointed.
No.
You just feel like they didn't hit some key targets and prevent it from being this really special RPG. And the development, I think you were more than fair.
No, of course. I mean, again, that's it doesn't matter how much you front load it. I learned, right? Like just by me saying, that's go try it. It's decent. People are going to hear what they want to hear. And that's fine at the end of the day. It's going to be, it's the nature of the internet. You can't control, but it's just, that predictable piece. I go to Lily, I'm like, it's going to be a tough week.
I have one more criticism on the writing too. Because like COG, Maddie, have you played Pillars of Eternity?
No, actually, I've never played.
So we're all Pillars. We all don't know jack shit about Pillars of Eternity.
I was going to say real quick before I cut you. I am curious for a Pillars dude who's hardcore. If he plays this, and he go, they're touching on the
I think there is. I don't want to interrupt Gene.
Us are not.
I don't want to interrupt Gene. I just want to say I think people will be pleased with that because they definitely drop you in the deep end with the terminology. Like they're like, you got the glossary, fam. Like you're good. Figure it out. But there definitely are like, I didn't know what they would be talking about in certain side quests and stuff, but there are definitely like pickup references or like they bring up Deadfire a lot, for example.
Yes, I did see that.
They do bring up Deadfire a lot. So I think
all the time.
I think if you want to talk about like balance of sort of referencing new fans, I think it takes a while to come around to that terminology. It was an early complaint of mine, but by the end I was like, you know what, this worked out. Like this
Thank God for that glossary. Thank God for that dialogue history.
But for I think hardcore fans, I can't speak for them. It's actually a blind spot of mine. But I didn't feel like it was leaving the world behind. Like they reference shit constantly.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, they have like curse words that they have in the glossary.
Yeah.
You nim dude. I'm like, what the fuck?
You damn nim dude. I'm like,
what the hell does this mean, bro? What do you call me?
What do you mean you nim dudes?
Like, bro, Barry, watch your mouth, Barry. Watch your mouth.
I hated how he delivered it. It felt awkward.
I hate it.
Like when he's cursing in another language, he's like, dag nabbit. I'm like, bro.
Here's the thing though. So like you all, I don't know jack shit about Pillars of Eternity. And I started playing the game, and that's what I was like really liking the writing. I was finding out about the nature of the gods and the afterlife and the wheel, right? The wheel of life.
Wheel's cool idea.
Okay, I'm really starting to understand and appreciate this world, right? So I was like, okay, I loved Avowed in the first 10 hours. I Maddie saw my text. I was like, I'm loving this game. He was like, I'm okay on it. You know? and I was like, I'm loving this. And then so after like maybe 5 or 10 hours, I went to YouTube, of course, and I checked out Mortismo Gaming. Shout out to Mortismo Gaming, really good channel.
Yes.
And he had a video that's perfect. Here's the lore primer for Avowed, based on everything you need to know, right?
Oh,
so
wow.
this is based on information I got and some wiki diving. But after I learned that, I was like, oh, that's interesting, because like the ending of Pillars of Eternity 2 is very, very tight to what happens in Avowed. Like the ending of Pillars of Eternity 2, Avowed is the result. And they're always talking about the result, right? So I was like, oh, that's cool then, right? And then I went back to the game, now armed with like the lore and everything like that. My problem with the game became, now this game is over explaining the lore, because now this game is assuming that I don't know any of this shit. So every single conversation I have, that you have to reiterate what the lore, what the wheel is, or what this is, or what the Adarian Empire is, and stuff like that. So it's like, that also doesn't make sense, because you are the Imperial envoy. You are literally the left hand of the Emperor, basically, right? You should have the most knowledge, especially depending on like the noble scion, or like I was a court Agur or whatever.
I was Agur. Right? Oh yeah, I'm the Agur.
Yeah, I was a court
little crystal ball when you know what they
Exactly. So it's like, this guy should already know all the lore. He should be a walking lore master. Why is Kai or Giada explaining to me for the 100th time what animancy is? It's just fucking necromancy. I don't need to know all these different examples about what animancy is and what is it. It's just fucking waking up the dead with magic. You know, I don't need to know any more about that. So at that point, I started to get a little bored. I was like, I already know what this is, so the magic is already gone. So it's like, so to your point, Cog, or what you said, I'm super interested to what Pillars heads will be like.
We'll think about
is it going to be annoying like to me, or it's like, okay, I feel like I'm being, patronized, when they're talking to me, or is it like more deeper lore? Because I really feel like that a lot of this story is lore. Actually, it's really filling out. It's telling what happens afterwards, and it's also the filling out like the nature of the gods and everything like that. And I think it's pretty cool. But I think the motivation there wasn't that interesting. The whole thing starts because you have a mysterious voice in your head, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that's a real trope, and you can tell good stories with that. But I just don't think that they really did it all that compelling with this one.
Yeah, so. I think the themes of the game are interesting. Like to put it in a nutshell, like it's a lot about religious fanaticism. And sort of like
colonialism.
Absolutely colonialism. Sure, and sort of the rights and wrongs of a god, and can like gods make mistakes and that sort of thing.
Why even listen to gods in the first place?
Yeah, it asks all these questions. I think my problem was that there are lots of games with like great worlds, and like honestly, the Pillars universe is cool. Like the Animancer part was my favorite part in the terms of like the lore and sort of what you find in a particular biome, and
it's cool.
How they use necromancy.
That's literally where I'm at right now. But
yeah, like the necromancy stuff. I'm like, oh, this is an interesting way to use necromancy and sort of tie it into that.
Doing stuff. I'm like, bro, I know they ain't got them out there doing what I think they doing.
Yeah. Or the idea of like,
you're like, yo, this is the truth. Man, Chris, you know what I'm talking about. I said, oh, this is what we doing?
I was like, on this month, really?
I said, it's February about. Oh, this what we doing? It was funny as hell. I'm not knocking it. It was funny as
cool.
A black man.
There's no problem with it. It was funny as hell though. I was like, okay.
Oh, all right. She had a whole farm of them.
Okay, so we're all thinking the same spot.
We're thinking of the same thing. I know what y'all at. Oh, yeah, okay, cool.
I hope me as a white guy, I did not mean I think it's cool that way.
Yes,
you good, Maddie. You invited y'all both at the cookout. As a black man, I can say it was funny. I was like, yo, that was funny right there. You're taking it there.
But the idea of like your souls returning to this wheel, and like the people who are like living in this world, some of them have been around the bend, multiple times. Like those ideas are cool. I think the problem I also ended up having with Avowed's kind of writing and its storytelling was that I feel like the questions they asked were really interesting. Like, okay, cool. Like, let's learn more about this. But I think the answers you get don't feel good. or profound enough to like really get that like stimulation your brain gets from like good world building and good writing and good character development. Where you're like, oh fuck, like
so we just needed more impact and more dynamic reactivity from the world.
Yeah,
based on the things you're talking about.
Well, it's also like, for example, a lot of these characters are all like running away from something. Like they're all built under a common theme. I think, and people may disagree, some people call that like a unified theme. Like that is, but I don't think the theme of Avowed is always like running away from your problems and just like stopping burying your head under the sand. It's like one of the themes, but it's not like the theme of the story. But what happens is like these companions all start to feel again like come from the same cloth. It makes you wonder. I don't know, but it makes you wonder if these are all concepted by the same person and someone else wrote them, because they all have very similar voices. They have very similar reasoning methods. They all have
sarcastic, a little bit ironic,
like
also earnest or whatever.
You know, and that's why you have multiple writers on a team, because, or at least multiple people managing different characters. Because like, if I write every character in my game, like they're all gonna fucking sound like I wrote them. Like, and they're not gonna. They might be distinct in certain ways, but they'll all use like the same methods. You know, even if their backstories are dramatically different. So it's not every time. I shouldn't say it that heavy-handedly, but I do wonder about that sort of thing with this game. Is it doesn't feel like there was a breadth of writers kind of cooking on ideas here, especially when like there are, I won't specify who, but similarities among these character archetypes and the journeys they go on, and sort of like what they may be hiding away from or something like that.
Also, I just want to real quick praise what you just said earlier about how the answers that you're getting are not really that satisfying, which is kind of like what I said earlier, where it's like, I made a decision and I'm like, I don't really care. You know, the result of the decision isn't that interesting. But also, like a really great story, a fantasy story, would make us come away with, let us rethink about how we think about the world, you know, the world we're in the game, or the world we live in today, right? Where it's like, oh man, like what if this happened? Or wow, the layers of what's actually going on is really fascinating and disturbing, or whatever, you know. You know, and not to bring up a TV show, but you know, I've been talking about Severance a lot. Severance, if you guys, I won't talk about it because I assume you guys haven't watched the show.
I haven't seen it yet.
The less you know, the better. But Severance is probably one of the greatest stories I've ever experienced. But that takes a simple concept that really lets you know what the world is, and then each episode afterward, each story afterwards, is exploring how that affects different parts of the world and how that affects the characters, right? And you know, they try to do that with the wheel and the gods and everything like that, but then what you come away with is nothing all that interesting, you know, a little bit. You know, it doesn't really tickle my brain. It doesn't really make me think about, oh, well, what if this happened? Or what if there was a person like this or whatever, you know? I'm not like thinking like, oh, you know, like what are the other possibilities of different kind of life that we can have here? You know, as opposed to, the Living Lands is a place where people run away to. And you're right that I think that's a good theme, and all different characters are doing that too. But I feel like the end result wasn't all that compelling. You know,
compelling to you.
It just wasn't that compelling. It like I see where they were going. They just didn't stick the landing. That's all.
They land for you. Oh, no, that's fair. I can't wait, because when I do finish my playthrough, I want to try these other. I want to stress test it, right? In terms of and see like, okay, if I do these other paths, is there any other possibilities here that can affect the world? But no, I appreciate the feedback. This is good stuff to learn how you guys felt about it.
Yeah. I also said the music is really good.
Yes.
The Fior Messe Verno, I think is what it's called. That town track.
Sick.
Wow, I don't. All these fantasy RPGs music, like the Bethesda style, like music,
they all sound the same to you.
It doesn't work.
It is the first track I've heard that had like a Jeremy Soule style to it, where I was like, oh shit.
Jeremy Soule is awesome.
Yeah, like I have not heard a track like this in a while, where I was like, I mean, it's the only track I felt that way about, but it's like the first time I've thought of his music.
I should probably listen better, but but there was nothing in the music that really like impressed me or be like, oh,
that was the only one. To be fair.
Listen to this though, like there wasn't anything like that though.
Yeah,
and a lot of like the audio cues are very like Skyrim still. Like when you enter a new place, it's still the same drum roll.
Yeah. I gotta give audio team credit though. Like it does scratch my OCD whenever there's a treasure chest nearby. Like you hear that shimmering, and
yeah.
I'm like, nah, son, wait, so it's over here. We gonna stop. We gonna find it. Like it's something about that part does get me. And then, like I said, obviously it's the combat and then the environments I do like.
Yeah.
So those are my strengths.
I think that shimmering is part of the multiplayer. You know, like when you're chatting with your boys or your friends and like things going on, you need a bigger cue that the treasure chest nearby, so you all can focus on it as opposed to whatever. I actually think now that I'm thinking about it, I was like, yeah, I can see why they thought that multiplayer would have been a good idea for this game, Yeah.
It did. It's so funny because I know if they gave me multiplayer, I would have been like, what could have been if this was
you would have hated it. You would have hated it.
Yeah, right? It's so funny to play this and be like the 2020 hindsight realization of finishing the game and going, I wonder if multiplayer was the play. If I got the same game and got multiplayer, I'm like,
well, because here's the thing. I spoke to Fergus Urquhart or whatever.
Yeah, Urquhart.
Urquhart. Yeah. Legendary designer, right?
Yeah,
from way back when. And he was talking about how Obsidian is always chasing to make the perfect RPG. We all are. Every studio, every RPG maker, we're all trying to make the perfect RPG, whether it's Elden Ring or Bethesda or Obsidian, right? And Avowed is one step towards that, right? And what he was talking about is, we're trying to create the dungeon master experience, and we're putting it into a game where you and your friends, when you really feel like that you're on an adventure with your party or your friends, and you're able to make decisions on the fly or whatever like that. And when he was saying that, I didn't at that time. I was like, oh yeah, totally, like with your party or whatever, like your single player, right? At that time, I didn't even know that it was supposed to be multiplayer. And then I watched your guys' interview last week with Carrie Patel, and then which was great, by the way, as much as it could be, thanks to the PR handlers, right? But, I did not know that it was multiplayer, and then once I knew that, I was like, oh, that makes so much more sense for this game. Now I'm starting to understand it, and now I'm like, oh yeah, I wonder if it would have been more fun if you just had like your homies with you and you're running around this really good combat system. Again, like it would be fun to like play around with this combat system with your friends. And then I can see also them getting to a point where it's like, I don't know what we're actually doing here.
No, listen, it's a cool what if. I think I do lean towards Maddie with the sense of I'm glad they did make the decision to go single player, but now it's like you had to play so much catch up work with the development and the changing in the scope. All I'm hoping for now is you take these lessons, you have a good foundation. And now you really add on and dive into hardcore
Division.
Yeah, hardcore RPG mechanics and more diving into this narrative and story and choice and consequence that affects the world reactively. And almost like factions and stuff. I think Outer Worlds had factions. You could piss off Spacer's Choice. You could piss off. They need to really dive into that. And I got to bend in the look like Outer Worlds going to have it, man. I thought I was going to have Outer Worlds this year. But
we'll see. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I do still have confidence in the Outer Worlds too. I think the one place Obsidian could like write the record on, for me at least, Avowed is I hope it gets DLC. I think
we know they are.
There are parts. There are really significant parts of the map, the overall map, that just aren't used.
That map's huge.
They're clearly. I feel like once I saw the final map, I was like, oh, they're clearly. There are definitely some clear spaces that you can have to expand.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
Living lands for sure.
And to that point, hopefully I know it's a big ask. If you have a Far Harbor moment or you have a that kind of thing where you
that'd be great.
Kind of take to double down.
Not Shattered Space.
No.
I say it because Paradise for like the 10-hour experience that was really good.
Oh, I love that.
And I'm just like, hey, if that can be achieved in this game and in this framework, then a DLC should do the trick for this. And in Outer Worlds, I thought was great when I played it, but when it really joined that,
when it really shined,
was Murder on the Iridano.
Murder, bro. With you,
yeah. And Carrie Patel does have experience directing DLC. Her first director project, as we talked about last week, was Parallel Gorgon.
Parallel Gorgon.
Yes, sir.
You're right in that. I think it's also important to note that Paradise is the best part of the game because a lot of games do obviously because a lot of people don't fucking finish their games, right? So a lot of people do seem to be front loading like some of their best features at the very beginning of the game, right? Even way back all the way to people always think about Metal Gear Solid 2 and how reactive the physics and environment was, right? And like, oh my God, the ice cubes can melt, right? There was only one set of ice cubes in the whole game. It was in the first 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
There's no other ice melting ice anywhere, but everyone remembers Metal Gear Solid 2. It had the melting ice cubes. It was a feature. It was just a feature in the beginning.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, when you play Avowed, you're gonna say me and Manny are gonna sound crazy because the first
Y'all gonna be loving it.
was great.
Yeah.
I loved it. Like I said, I loved this game for a while. I was like, oh, 4 stars. This is better than Skyrim. And then I got to the second area, and I was like, and then I hopped back on to gaming.
I had the pleasure of watching Gene just gradually.
You see the gradually go down
over
the further I went in, and then once it got to the ending, I was like, man,
yeah,
fair enough. A lot of potential. Rookie with some potential in the future. We got.
I don't think it's
an Obsidian game. Obsidian games have been hit or miss. Mm-hmm. So this is another Obsidian game.
Not to me, bro.
There was the thing is like that's why I was so shocked because I was like, man, they delivered on like Pentiment and Grounded, but like this misses for me. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, I opened my review literally saying like, dude, if you told me like at the halfway point last year, like you're gonna get something from Bethesda, you can get something from BioWare, and you get something from Obsidian, and you're gonna walk away like mid on all of them or outright detesting some of them, I would have been like, ha, you're a fucking liar, dude. Yeah, right. Man, life comes at you fast. This is a weird spot to be in for me. Like weird as fuck. I don't know how to really think at times when I see this shit. I'm just like, is it me? Is it the game?
I'm not gonna laugh because if FromSoft should never fall off, please don't ever fall off FromSoft. But if you ever do, I'm definitely gonna be. I'm gonna be in the same position.
It makes you a little lost as a gamer when you grow up. In my case, Avowed is the extreme example. I'm not really reacting to that, but when you do grow up loving these companies and what they produce, and they don't miss for so long, and then they go through a torrid stretch.
I know where you at. Yeah,
like significant misses. I'm like, bro, who do I have to lean on? Who do I have anymore?
Yeah, your whole religion.
Am I Coach or remixing the shitter? Like, what do I have?
You're losing faith in God. You're like all the things that my idols.
Why am I here right now? What is my destiny?
This right here. Shout out a Halo content creator. Like shout out to guys like Mint Blitz or Sean Dubs or
they got that.
These are all guys who are Halo content creators, and Halo Infinite was supposed to be like their golden ticket, right?
Yeah, it's so true.
4 years ago,
they get the Halo season 2.
They're all pivoted to other shit because fuck Halo right now, you know.
Sure.
So
I feel you.
It sucks.
We knock it out the park. We got a little, little single, little double on this one. That's all.
Yeah. No, that's a good way of putting it. Like,
but I don't think it was a complete miss either.
Yeah.
It's an Obsidian game. They made a good game.
Black Rock is still all right. It's just, with the development cycle.
All I'm saying, Kyle, is I don't know if Playground Games, if they decide to sweep in and deliver.
They're coming. I know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Please, Fable, be good. Please don't.
Yeah, the idea is that they look like they be good.
Yeah, I cannot handle a bad fit. I don't know what else I can handle. I was texting Locke. I was like, I don't know what I can handle right now. I was like, I was like, the fact that like everything's falling off at a tremendous rate. I was like, there's no safe bets anymore. There's none. Like,
no, there's no safe bet in the game.
There never really was, but at least there were companies who had like a process that kept them like consistent. I'm scared. How can I not be? Like these
for me, Respawn.
Yeah, Respawn's good. Yeah, they're really good. Yeah,
that's true. Respawn hasn't really missed actually.
So. Yeah,
Respawn.
What pisses me off though too. I mean, before we get into our next game, it pisses me off, bro. It's like some of these misses are proving people right in ways that I can't stand. Like when Bethesda missed so bad, combining like Starfield and Shattered Space, I'm like, man. There's nothing we can do. Like, that's it. Like, bro, you're not like Fallout 4 Bethesda where it's like, look, man, like it's no Fallout 3, but like this is still a great fucking video game.
It was still a great game.
And
Starfield was great too. I liked it.
Starfield was, but like,
I like Starfield a lot more than Avowed.
Yes,
like for sure, absolutely.
Yeah. The way y'all describe Avowed seems like the opposite of Starfield in the sense of Starfield's main storyline. I think all three of us agree we love that ride. And we were like, yo, this was really dope. But we had impactful choices and things happened. And oh god, like I remember
there's more reactivity than Avowed.
Yeah, I remember first contact moment in Starfield, and we like, oh, okay, this is lit. What I'm getting from you guys is that one of the criticisms of Starfield is that people that were expecting the classic Skyrim-like experience when they went out into the planets hated that. Whereas in Avowed, you like the core combat is dope. The exploration is kind of dope, and the loot rewarding is dope. But damn, I didn't have that impact.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's like the opposite.
It makes me sick to my stomach. I'm like, how is this happening? Where there's always this like catch, right? There's a little snag at the end, like the thing that's the safe bet. Like, how does Bethesda ever sit down and go, we're going to make a Bethesda Game Studios game where you don't wander? Like, in what fucking world does that happen? Same thing with Obsidian. Like, I don't think they sit down and go, like, we're going to pen out like a kind of middling script. But like, in what world does that happen where I'm like, oh, the characters will be great. It's just really going down to the gameplay. It's like quite the opposite, in fact.
Brother.
No, I did say I like Starfield better than Avowed, but I do like walking around and fighting in Avowed a lot more than I did in Starfield.
Better. Yeah,
so that's where it is. So it's like, two cool games. Check them out.
I think Outer Worlds 2 can be that hybrid. I think Outer Worlds 2 can have that exploration, the shooting from Starfield, the unique loot because they have the science weapons.
Yes.
The better storytelling. I think that's what I'm saying. I don't want to
put no guarantees.
Yeah, there's no guarantees, but look, man, like if what we're hearing is true, which is like, hey, the writers who did work on Outer Worlds 1 are here on 2. And so I'm like, I don't feel doomer about it. Do I feel like the utmost confidence, like I'm pounding my chest? No, but like, do I feel like, okay, this should still be good? It's like, yes. I hope it's great. That's all I want it to be great.
Yeah. So Cog, did you like Outer Worlds 1?
Yes.
I didn't like it. I tapped out. I was like, this isn't good. This isn't good.
Wow.
So,
I love it.
So that's why, I had to.
A lot of people, because
you
you finished Starfield, Gene. Locke was in your spot. I told Locke for years, I was like, you got to play a couple of Obsidian games and get where I'm at. And so he played KOTOR 2 and he loved it. And then before that, he played the Outer Worlds with all its DLC. I think it's a different beast now. I think in a post Starfield world, Gene, if you obviously not this month, you're a busy man. Yeah. But if you find that time, I think it might be worth a second dive.
I'm not against checking it out again, giving it a shot, especially with the DLC and everything, and like all the bugs cleared out and everything, of course. Right?
Gene, I will highly recommend Pearl, especially me personally. No disrespect to Carrie, but Pearl is good. I think Murder Arredono's so good, top tier. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, I would highly recommend that to give it a shot.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Choice and consequence,
and they're short, and they're short too, which is nice. Yeah. And that's one tick positive to Avowed. I was like, oh man, I fucking hope this game is 80 hours of this crap, right? I was like, no, it's 20 to 40, 50 hours or 60 hours or 70 hours, depending on. But I can end it whenever I want. That's great. I love it. Yeah.
And what I'm hoping for is they have their Peril, they have their DLC to really add on and get into what the vision truly was.
I'll come back for the DLC. I'll come back for the DLC 1,000%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What else we got, Manny?
South of Midnight.
Yes.
Let's talk about
that. Yeah, me and you played it. Wow. Gene, you get a chance to play it? Yeah, I didn't know. Okay. So, yeah, man, look, you want me to just jump off with it?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, so we got a chance to go hands-on gameplay, one level, I believe chapter 3, right?
3, yep.
Thing off the back that I was very surprised about was how good and fun the platforming felt. Mm-hmm. I really like the platforming. Hazel can wall run, and then even when she's wall running, she has this elevation. She go up and down. You know what I'm saying? That I thought was really cool. The double jump to the glide, and you're hanging down, and you're going off a holly platform and stuff like that. I felt like the environments were beautiful. This is really dope Deep South. The voice acting is really good. I did turn off the stop motion just to see how the pure gameplay experience was. I ain't gonna lie, for an Unreal Engine 4 game, this thing looks gorgeous. The backdrops I got on top of it.
I didn't know it was 4. Wow.
This is Unreal 4 that they're using. I'm like, Compulsion, y'all really did some good environment, but where I think the game is going to shine, I am going to say it right now. I'm probably going to kill for it. I'm going to say I will be shocked if this game does not win an audio design or music design award.
Oh, I don't know how you could argue. Dude, that single chapter, it was fucking stupendous on that front. Yeah.
I watched your video, Maddie, and like with the jump, first of all, there's certain things that lead. First of all, these levels have a theme song, some of them, right?
Yeah.
That are like fully orchestrated, so like hymn songs going on. But
that's
like,
cool.
Even with her jumping and platforming and stuff, like you hear these specific sound. It's like a build up. It's a crescendo.
I
And the
killed
way,
my brother.
bro, the joint. What is it, Benji? The tree story.
Yeah.
It's like
And that, you hear that when you complete objectives, like the lyrics build. It's awesome.
Bro, it's like a folk tale. It's like these southern folk tales that you learn. You got these cool storyboards between the level, kind of building you up, explaining what's going on. And then Hazel, she's a weaver. Like she's trying, and she has this designated, chosen to use this power in this world and thread and use this stuff. Now, my only critiques for the game so far was like, I don't know about this combat yet. I was struggling. And I felt bad. I'm like, I'm not this bad.
They threw us in the deep end, though. That first encounter in chapter 3, I'm like, bro, I don't even know what controls I'm pressing. Yeah, I got whooped.
So I spoke to the dev. I'm like, look, I'm not this bad. They say, look, we get you. We normally would, from the first level, would onboard you, and all these mechanics would get introduced. But you've been kind of thrown into the fire. So it just took me an adjustment period with that, because what happens when you start the fighting, you start off on these, it finally becomes these enclosed kind of areas, right? Then she has like a push mechanic, a pull mechanic. She got the two things, and then it's one of the things she could do. And then like when you beat certain things, you get health back. But look, the strength of this game so far is the amazing narrative and storytelling. If this one chapter is indicative of how the rest of South of Midnight is going to go, dare I say this may be the game that's better than Avowed. Like I would have never come into this.
I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, I would. If you would have told me these two come out, which is the sure bet and which is the one, I would have been like, oh, Avowed for sure. And South of Midnight, we got to see. South of Midnight has so much soul, care, and heart in it. And look, yeah, of course I'm biased. I'm a black man. I love to see this. You know what I'm saying?
It speaks to you personally. No, like that's important.
It's beautiful. So let's see. The key is going to be if they can continue up and nail this story. But it got, the last point I'll say, the thing that really impressed, it got dark.
I felt so bad for Benji, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, God damn, you did that to Benji, bro. Like, yeah. So shout out to them, man. Compulsion, really seems to, have their finger on the pulse with this. And I think we talked about that other game where, obviously I went out to the studio to talk to the studio. Like they use this company, Clive Henry, for the stop motion, but they also made real physical things that are implemented into the game. Like this game was almost built out. It almost reminds me of a little bit, you know how I wax poetic about Path of the Goddess because it's a guy, that's my game.
Yeah.
And one reason why I like that, it was built out. They built dioramas and you can sense this thing is culture. They did their research. You know what I'm saying? So we will see. But early results from this preview, very impressed. Wow.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I walked away. It's funny because when we did the developer direct, I was like, South of Midnight looks all right, but it's like the game I'm least excited about. But playing it, I think it's just a whole different ballgame. I think once you play it, that's the difference in a lot of games nowadays is there is that intangible feel factor, like Cog used the right word, like heart and soul. Like you immediately can tell Compulsion just had like a vision and they're going for it. Whether it turns out great or not, like you can feel that. And to their credit, you can feel that in all their games. You felt it in Contrast. I thought that game is super fucking overlooked. That was like a launch PS4 game.
Plug. Check out my interview with the CEO of Compulsion.
There we go.
Guillaume Prevost, talking early studio days from Contrast to PS4.
Yes, sir.
Starting and then going over to We Happy Few and then where they are on. You're going to get a lot of gems, bro. He's great. I don't know promote a lot, but highly got to check out this interview, bro. It's real fun.
Check it out.
Thank you.
Absolutely will as well, dude. Yeah, I didn't know you got the CEO.
Yeah, I got
all right, nice. Yeah. That's awesome, bro. Yeah, so Contrast, We Happy Few, has a lot of really great ideas. Like the concept of joy on its own is fascinating. I don't think it stuck the landing fully, but out of everything we've played from Compulsion, just one chapter of South of Midnight feels like this is the most focused they've ever been, and like just what their vision for this game is. I thought even the audio, the line delivery, and just sort of like Hazel feeling out this world was written really well. The performances were great. Like I just really started to fall in love quick. I was like, okay, like if the worst thing about this game is that it's got very basic, simple gameplay, that's fine with me, because I'm going to be honest, Cog, like this game was providing a lot of what I was looking for in Hellblade. Like you got your heart, you got your soul, you got this strong story that's building, but you got gameplay.
You got gameplay.
Like you can actually run and jump, collect things, upgrade, fight. Yes. Like it doesn't forget that it's a game as well.
It's art with a game, and even longer. No 4 to 5 hours. We've confirmed 10 to 12.
10 to 12. Oh, okay. I thought it was under 12. 10. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, no, it just the audio is the real standout. But visually, you know, I'm a huge fan of movies like Coraline, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Inspired by that. We mentioned Coraline.
They mentioned Coraline. I fucking knew it.
I'm gonna send y'all the links. I'm gonna send y'all the links to the
content. I fucking knew it, bro. Like right away, I was like, yo, this reminds me so much. I love Coraline. Laylee and I watch it every year. It's such a good movie. And it's all stop motion. And I'm like, I love the stop motion because the thing that South of Midnight really finds its strength in is its difference in appearance. You know, there's so many games that look very similar nowadays. There's this big chase for photorealism. And I love that Xbox has enabled like one of their first party studios to make a game that looks like this. I hope it doesn't end up in that pocket like a Hi-Fi Rush where it's like, this is the people's champ and it doesn't get duly rewarded for it. I just, you know, I don't want to overcommit on anything in that it's one chapter. But I mean, the way they built up those characters so quickly where I immediately felt for Benji and Rhubarb, like this story about bullying and selfishness and sort of what happens when you put yourself first and the repercussions of that and the very kind of sad brutality of it at the end, fucking hammering a dude into a nest in a tree and telling him like using his naivety against him. Like that always breaks my heart. Maybe it's because like I'm a naive person oftentimes. So like
the betrayal.
Like I see a little bit because I know how like when I feel betrayal, it hurts like a different level for me because I am like a naive person. So like maybe that's why I connected with that. But it was powerful right away. And then the music hits as you're climbing this big tree. And I'm just like, oh, dude, like, this is fucking beautiful. I was like, I like real hats off. Like probably one of my favorite previews I've been to. Like to give you like an hour of a game and leave that kind of impression is a testament to how good of what they're cooking is right now. Because like most previews are like, here's 2 or 3 hours. I think they showed just the right amount. Like it just felt just right, dude. I was again very impressed.
Yeah, the key for me is, can they keep this combat varied enough and interesting?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's fairly simplistic, but I'm curious if they do enough that it's like, okay, every area we're going to go is going to be this box. And then, you know, like, I just want to see if they just do a couple more things. And obviously there was a part of the skill tree that was hidden that they're not showing. And I want to know where that goes with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be the key for me, because if they pull that off, then we could be having a different conversation about this game.
Dude. Yeah, there's just a lot there to be excited about, I feel. So fingers crossed, man.
Fingers crossed.
All right, gents. That's what we're playing. Very busy section this week. We'll definitely settle on next week.
I just got an email from work that's going to make things so much busier.
Nice.
It's a good email.
It's a good email.
Very good email.
All
right. Well, we have our Game Pass pick of the week. Gentlemen, we're about the professional podcast because I don't think anyone has a Game Pass pick of the week selected, do they?
Not I.
I have one.
I know. Okay, I didn't know if you still wanted to go with that one.
No, I don't care.
Because our scripts are filled out. So I was like, okay.
What we doing?
Gene, hit us with it.
Are you guys sad about BioWare? Are you sad about where BioWare is today as a celebrated, you know, marquee headlining role-playing house? Right? Go back to 2019's Anthem. The servers are still live.
Servers are live. We go to Anthem.
We check before the podcast, and sure enough, the servers are still live. You still get disconnects, which is the same shit that you dealt with in the first week of Anthem. So,
so you can replicate 2000.
So you can get the true launch experience today in 2025. 6 years later, you can still get it. But I only say this because Anthem is available through EA Play, so you gotta go through that, right? I think the game was kind of fun. It was a bad live service. It had nothing else going on. It was a bad single player campaign because it was trying to make a multiplayer game out of single player adventure. And we just had a long discussion about why that's difficult. Yes. And so to Obsidian's credit, they did it. They made a single player game out of a multiplayer game, and it wasn't a complete disaster. So bravo to them. Anthem was a disaster, but it still has the best Iron Man type mechanics you can get around, you know? So like when I was talking about like how great Avowed is as spellcaster, luckily the game around it is still pretty good. But I would still recommend Avowed if only the spellcasting was good. I was like, you got to check out Avowed to check out the magic, right? That's what I'm saying here. You got to check out Avowed if you want to check out like awesome flying mechanics that is limited, but you can almost fly forever. They had a mechanic where if you flew by the water or up like a waterfall or whatever like that, it would like it'll cool your armor off. So you can keep flying forever. And there's a lot of different like water spots all around the map so you can basically like do runs and just fly all over the place. It's a cool game to just vibe out in. Don't pay for the game, or you can get the game for $2. The game is worth $2 to $5 for sure. You know, the campaign sucks, but for $2 to $5, you're gonna have a good time flying around and shooting some aliens. So that's my Game Pass game of the week. Completely random, but it's still there and the servers are still live. So go check out what BioWare was doing for the last like few years before they decided to make Dragon Age Veilguard and continue to disappoint everyone. I like Veilguard. I like Veilguard, to be clear. I even named it my number 10 best game of 2024.
Oh, wow, I didn't know this.
It snuck right in.
Wait,
it was okay.
What number is it?
10. It was last place.
Did you only beat 10 games that year?
Oh damn! Maddie not like this. Maddie not like this.
That's the only way that shit gets in that list, bro. I'm telling you right now.
Maddie, I played definitely a hell of a lot more than 70 hours of games, bro.
We doing it. Y'all messy today.
I beat Hellblade 2 like front to back, like new game and new game plus. Don't tell me that I didn't.
You got guts of steel, my brother. That is. I got my one playthrough and I was like, I'm good.
He's like, I'm good.
Yeah, bro.
Salute to Anthem for what could have been. I was pulling for Anthem as a Destiny guy. I was pulling for it. I was just like, man, they need competition in the space.
That was when Destiny. That's when we all didn't doubt the Destiny model. Now we all know that shit was all like smoke and mirrors, right? But back then, even I had the wolves pull over my eyes. I was like, Destiny is it's a huge success. Of course, it's a model that you should copy. Yeah. I get that, and I was like, difficult. Destiny needed some competition. You're right.
Yeah, and very difficult space.
I do think Anthem could have succeeded if not for like a lot of the technical mishaps. Like the core gameplay is fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's just
they did Veilguard took some of the mechanics of it because that whole start some of that thing and then primers, like you use this and then you detonate that. Yep. That's from Anthem. Anthem kind of put that out. Yeah. Now they had the little different classes, the Interceptor, the Iron Man looking one, the tank looking one. It had potential.
And you can customize your armors to different colors. Mine looks like Evangelion, so it looks dope.
Dope. I was mad they never got. Remember, there was the rumors of the 2.0. I'm like, man, they deserve the 2.0.
I was excited for the 2.0, but I completely understand why they. I understand
why. When you see the Veilguard sales, there is a world where I'm just like, I mean, you probably should have given them. I was the first to be out there being like, this is great news. When Veilguard was in its like before when we knew it was Dragon Age Dreadwolf, that's when I was like, this is a great choice. Like we're hearing Dragon Age a single player, like this is exactly what you need to do. Getting Veilguard, I'm just like, okay, Anthem sold 5 million copies, and Veilguard, and then Veilguard gets 1.5 million players. I'm like, I feel like Anthem kind of earned itself that 2.0 more than I really gave it credit for.
Yeah,
Anthem has a bigger audience. Anthem, the new IP,
considerably.
Everyone was making fun of. It still sold more. I mean, fucking Suicide Squad probably sold more too.
To be fair, that was the game I think the BioWare blinders came off. I think a lot of people thought Andromeda was really bad, but I remember and this is purely anecdotal, but I remember when Anthem came out and I made a video being like, I'm a complete doubter of this game. Like, there's no reason BioWare should be making this game. I remember that video getting mass dislike because people were like, bro, it's BioWare. Like, that was the answer I was getting.
Yeah, that was the answer.
So, the faith in BioWare was still strong then. But from, the BioWare magic, like, that was a real thing for its fans. They were like, they're going to find a way. This is going to be great. Like, they're going to do this too. And, like, Andromeda was just a misstep because you got to remember, they went from, like, a Game of the Year winner with the Inquisition to the misstep in Andromeda. It's like, here's this new thing that they were really cooking the whole time. I mean, it did have a very impactful demo when you think about it. Like, that showing of that trailer where like all four of like the machines step out and you see this huge world and they
jump off of four tosses for the first time and fly off like Iron Man.
Like that left an impact on a lot of people. It's one of the most iconic game reveals, I would say. You know, it really stuck. It still sticks to me, and I don't even like Anthem. So there is something there to be said where I feel like there's a world Anthem could have succeeded in. But yeah, I think part of those sales did come from just like pure BioWare faith.
Yes. Good point.
As now shown in the sales of Veilguard. Yeah. Anyway, great pick, Gene. Great pick. All right. Gentlemen, we've been here together. It's 11 o'clock. I'm tired.
Here, man. Holy crap.
I'm tired. Yeah. Holy fuck. All right. Great episode, guys. Gene, thank you so much for your time. We're going to wrap up with the hashtag. What do we want to do this week? Avowed. You know, I think we had to have done Avowed at some point.
I feel like we have done Avowed already.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some spicy.
I kind of want to just pick from the end of this episode. The little Gene's top 10 DD.
You want to do that for the forward? Top 10?
Yeah, Gene's top 10 DD.
Gene's top 10 DD. Let's do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I still get comments. It'd be like, well, you counted Veilguard as number 10. You hack. I'm just like,
bro, these people will follow your opinions to their fucking graves. I swear. Like it.
Well, I mean, they forget that I like Starfield too.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember when I didn't like Atomic Heart, and people were like, "This is the guy who liked Assassin's Creed Valhalla in '76." I'm like, "Yeah, so what, bro?"
I get that all the time too. It's like, you like Assassin's Creed Valhalla? It's like, Assassin's Creed Valhalla is great. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Like I'm like, yeah, it's bloated as fuck, but I had fun with it. So what?
Look, man. Old news, man. I like Destiny. I get it every day.
Yeah.
How could you even? We all got those, man.
Absolutely.
I don't like games at all. That's the thing.
Well, ladies and gents, we appreciate you tuning in. If you want to leave your thoughts down below, use the hashtag Gene's Top 10 DD. Let us know your thoughts. Otherwise, you can tag us on Twitter. He's at Gene Park. Cog is at Lord Cognito. I'm at G7 Status. Again, hashtag Gene's Top 10 DD. Let us know your thoughts. Other than that, we're going to catch some rest. It's late.
Yes,
we appreciate you listening to this lengthier episode of Defining Duke, and we'll catch you next time around for episode 216. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Maddie's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.